Fire. I heard it was something to be said about a woman in a hat. A woman in red. So I figured I would hit you with both of them this morning. All right, y'all. Good morning and welcome to the final day of Success Fest 23. This is Dr. Stephanie Wall, the Tower of Power. I'm here again as your host, and I'm so proud that all of you have achieved so much over the past 2 days. So now we're in day 3. Today is about putting everything you've learned into practice. It's time to put the power in the power hour. You've all come here with a dream and a purpose, so let's work together to ensure you reach your fullest potential. You guys, it's about potential. We will be exploring topics such as identifying and managing stress and creating action and plans for success and developing practical communication skills and so much more. So get ready to take charge. Are you ready? Let's do this. It's the final day. It's the final day. It's about success. All right, y'all. Let's make today count. Be 100% in. Fire. Boom, 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 boom.
Hello, my name is Sheila Spencer, and I have some inspiration that is custom made for you. And my invitation to you is to take the leap and let go. Maya Angelou says, I leap and I look back just long enough to gather strength, and then I face forward and I take another step. Take the leap and let go. Let me tell you my story. I was so excited. It was several years ago. I was preparing to mark something off of my bucket list. And when I was done, there would be a check next to skydiving. Now, I didn't tell many people that I was doing it for 3 reasons. 1, it's not what they expected. 2, they would think I was crazy. And 3, they would try to talk me out of it. I'll get back to that later. So I remember as my friends and I were training and we were preparing for the skydiving experience, we were going through an orientation. And I remember our trainer asked if we had any questions. And my first question was, what's the scariest part about jumping out of a plane? Yes, I literally asked that. And I remember my friend saying, you know that you answered your question with your question. What's the scariest part about jumping out of a plane? Jumping out of a plane. But I remember after we laughed about my question, she thought and she said, I don't know if it's scary, but what I will ask you to do is pay attention to what happens to you right before you let go. Pay attention to what happens to you right before you let go. And I kept that in mind as we got into the small plane attached to our instructors, and 5,000 feet in the air, 10,000 feet in the air, 15,000 feet in the air, then almost 20,000 feet in the air. And I remember as we were preparing to leap, my instructor said, Sheila, you need to be still for a few seconds. Now, let me give you a visual. Half of my body is seated in the known comfort of the plane, and the other half of me, my legs are literally out there in the vast unknown sky. Half of me is in the comfort of the plane, and the other half of me is in the vast, uncomfortable zone of this vast sky. And I remember him telling me, you have to be still. And I'm telling you, it was just for a few seconds, but it felt like forever. My body was literally screaming out loud, and my body said, Sheila Patrice Spencer. Yes, my body said my whole name. You have to make a decision. Either you fall back in the comfort of this plane or you take a leap. But I was not meant to be confined between the comfort of the known and the discomfort of being outside of the comfort zone. I can't be stuck between two places. I was not created to do this. And my body was literally screaming, I don't care what you do, but you need to make a decision because you can't stand in this in between comfort and discomfort. And I remember at that moment when I thought I couldn't take it any longer, my instructor said, Sheila, are you ready to leave? And I absolutely was not ready to leave. I was terrified. Everything in me said, just fall back in the comfort of the plane and take the ride down. But despite the fact that I was terrified, despite the fact that I had no idea what was in the other side of my leap, I said, let's do this. And I leaped. At first, I could hear my instructor say as I catapulted out of the plane, Sheila, let go of your straps so you can enjoy the experience. And I took a deep breath and I let go. And it was amazing. I know how eagles feel when they soar through the air. I saw the world in a beautiful new viewpoint, a wonderful perspective, and it was amazing. It was amazing. And I could say through the air to my instructor, I am really doing this. This is amazing. It was amazing. And I landed on the ground. And I realized I could have stayed in the plane and landed on the ground, but I would have missed the joy of the journey of taking the leap. And as I reflected on that experience, I learned 3 very valuable lessons that I want to share with you when it comes to taking the leap. Number 1, taking the leap takes courage, but that doesn't mean you don't do it afraid. Taking the leap takes courage, but it doesn't mean that you don't do it afraid. I've learned that courage is not defined by doing something without fear. Courage is defined as doing it even though your voice shakes, even though you're afraid. Courage is when we push through the fear. So even though I eventually did take that leap, I was completely terrified, but the risk was worth the reward. It takes courage to do the things that we need to do to step out of our comfort zone. It takes courage to shift the new. It takes courage to embrace the unknown and to walk into the new. I remember someone saying, if your vision doesn't scare you a little bit, it's not big enough for you. One of the things that we learned about letting go, taking courage, but it doesn't mean that we don't do it afraid, was this past few years with the pandemic, when people experiencing quarantine and all the shifts that we experienced all over the world. One of the great phenomenons that happened was the Great Resignation. The Great Resignation was when people, millions of people all across the world, resigned from their jobs because they reached a point where they realized that, am I doing something that fits my life journey? Am I doing something that fits with what I've been called to do? We know that there are so many people that took the courageous step to step out of a comfortable job, to step out of a setting that they thought they would be in forever, but they knew that they had to take that step, that courageous step. So letting go takes courage, but it doesn't mean that we don't do it afraid. Embrace the fear. It means that we're human. Letting go takes courage, but it doesn't mean you don't do it afraid. Number 2, letting go releases you from your expectations. I need to make a confession right now. My name is Sheila Spencer, and I'm a planner. I plan everything. I do the 2-year plan, the 5-year plan, the 10-year plan. I'm a planner. My name is Planner. My name is Sheila P. Spencer, and the P does stand for planner. One of the things I learned that often as planners, we have milestones and expectations when we will reach certain goals. I will graduate by this year. I'll purchase my house by this year. I will marry by this year. I'll have a family by this year. I'll have this property by this year. Well, what I've learned as we go through life and we reach these milestones, and we remember that we don't always reach the milestones when we plan. And sometimes I've learned that some of the greatest rewards in life come when I embrace the fact that the life that I've scheduled isn't always a life that's been planned for me. When we release ourselves from expectations from others and from ourselves, we liberate ourselves from the own prison that we may have with preset expectations. One of the things I've learned is that when we release our own expectations and are open to new possibilities, and if we're open to releasing ourselves from our own self-imposed prisons, we can be free. So letting go releases you from expectations. 3, letting go opens up the door to new possibilities. Once I realize that I can do this afraid, once I realize I can be released from expectations, letting go opens up to so many possibilities. When I took the leap off of that plane, I saw the world in an entire new perspective. It shifted my mindset, even from the moment that I landed on the ground, the way that I view things, the way that I see things. And the thing that I remember is that when I landed, there were people that were waiting for me. When you take the opportunity to let go, when you take the opportunity to take the leap, whether it's writing that book, starting that business, buying that property, starting that relationship, taking that chance, when you do that, when you use your gifts and your talents that were uniquely created just for you. I love how the Maya Angelou quote says that when you were born, there was a storehouse of treasures that were created just for you. When you use your storehouse of gifts and talents and abilities, and you use them to be a blessing to the world, there are people that are waiting on the other side of your leap. There are people that are waiting for your gifts. There are people waiting to read your book, to benefit from your business, to receive your coaching, to receive your wisdom. There are people that are waiting on the other side of your leap. And taking that leap will open you up to those possibilities. So this is what I want you always to remember. Take the leap. Take the leap and let go. We were not confined. We were not designed. We are not designed to be confined, living in this paralytic state of being stuck in the comfort and the discomfort. We were designed to take the leap and make the decision. One of my favorite quotes from Anais Nin says that the day that the bud remembered that it was more painful when the risk of remaining a bud, remaining closed, was more painful than the risk that it took to blossom. Take the leap and blossom. Take the leap. And one of the things that I also remembered is, even as I was taking my leap, just as I was about to take the leap, my instructor said, Sheila, I want you to know, you may not always hear me and you may not see me, but I want you to know that as you leap, you are not alone. I am attached to you. This reminds me of my faith. This reminds me that we are community, that we have our faith in our community that is attached to us, and we do not do things alone. So take the leap and let go. And you don't necessarily have to get into a plane and leap out of one, but there are so many things that are just as courageous, if not more. Take the leap and let go. Letting go takes courage, but it doesn't mean you don't do it afraid. Letting go releases you from expectations, and letting go opens you up to new possibilities. Because guess what? There are people waiting on the other side of your leap. And once you take the leap, I promise you, it is amazing. And so are you. Take the leap and let go.
right, Success Fest family, we're at it again, and we've got Miss Tabitha Howard. She is one of our Success Fest speakers, and we're excited to have her here. Hello, Tabitha, how are you?
I'm well. How about yourself, Milton?
Oh man, I'm fantastic. Can't complain at all. Man, oh man, it's a great day. Hey, question for you. Now you're coming to Success Fest to talk about your passion. What's been your biggest obstacle in discovering your passion and bringing it to the world for the world to hear?
So the biggest obstacle in my life, I would say, would be myself. I can't blame anybody or anything. I'm always going to be my biggest obstacle and my harshest critic. But the good thing about that is that means there's only room for improvement. There's only up from here. And there's always going to be, as long as I have self-motivation, as long as I have belief in myself and my efforts and the Lord, it's nothing but up. The sky is not the limit. There is no limit. There is no ceiling. There is no obstacle that can keep me down and keep me from being who I'm meant to be and serving my purpose in the world.
So discovering that your biggest obstacle is you, how can you help others who may be suffering from the same issue recognize it and overcome it?
Well, I can help them recognize it and overcome it by helping them identify, learn, accept, and remove those obstacles. That's been my philosophy for a long time. You have to know what those obstacles are first, learn them inside and out, accept that they exist. If you don't accept they exist, then you'll never actually be willing to get rid of them or to manage them better, and then remove those obstacles. And it's not an overnight process, but the thing is, we have a whole lifetime. We want this overnight instant gratification type thing, and we have to live in the reality that that's just simply not a case when it comes to self-improvement, when it comes to removing the obstacles or managing them better in our lives. So I would encourage people to say, live in reality, be real with yourself, and have the willingness for that self-improvement.
So if someone is to work with you and have an encounter with you, what's the biggest thing that you hope they take away from that experience?
That's a great question. The biggest thing that I hope they take away from that experience is that I'm an example of someone who has been able to make it through so many challenges, through so many obstacles, through so much struggle, through so much pain, trauma, that I've been able to come out on the other side of that better, stronger, more focused, happier, more sure of myself, more confident in who I am and what my purpose is, and that they take away that they can do the same thing. Their path is going to be different. It might take them a longer time. It might take them a shorter time, but there is a light at the end of the tunnel. In fact, they are the light at the end of the tunnel. If we wait for that light at the end of the tunnel, we get discouraged, we can slow down, we get down on ourselves. What we need to see is we are that light at the end of the tunnel, and that will light the way for people who are behind us on their own journey or walking beside us even. So I think that's really, really, really important to keep in mind.
So at the end of the day, we all want to leave some kind of impact on the world. Mm-hmm. What do you want to be remembered for as the impact that you've left on the world?
Ooh, that's a loaded question. That's a loaded question. But to put it in a nutshell, right? But to put it in a nutshell, what I want to be remembered for and the impact is that I want to be remembered for someone who operated with purpose. I know that's been a common word, but it's so true. She operated with purpose. She stayed focused. She was true to her faith. She was true to her family. She was true to who she was. She was loyal. She was honest. She kept it real. Even when it was painful, she kept it real. She was at the behest of serving others, no matter what it took. She was always willing to serve others and put others before herself, being completely selfless when it comes to serving other people. Service is why I'm here. serving other people, helping them become better versions of themselves, walking beside them. That in a nutshell is what I would hope I would be remembered for, and the legacy that I would leave behind once my time on this earth has expired, or even before then.
Fantastic. Well, again, we're excited to have you as a part of SuccessFest, and we look forward to hearing your entire message. And I know the audience is going to be better because of it. So thanks again.
Thanks so much, Velton.
You're welcome.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tabitha, and I am a certified nutritionist, Christian wellness influencer, author, and speaker. It is truly an honor to be before you today. Today's presentation is called It's Time to Step Out of Your Own Way, 4 Secrets to Successfully Remove Life's Obstacles. Keyword being successfully, because this is SuccessFest. So, the transformation I want you guys to walk away with today is to transport your mind, body, and spirit into the space and the place where you want your walk with the Lord and holistic health to show up as a strong and confident Christian woman. So, who is this presentation for, you ask? Well, let me tell you. It's for the woman who feels completely distanced from God in her faith and in her walk. It's for the woman who feels discarded by rejection and abandonment from anybody and everybody. It's for the woman who feels stuck from all these internal and external roadblocks. It is for the woman whose mental health is suffering daily from being a people pleaser instead of an inner peace seeker. And it is for the woman who says and takes action on, I am ready and willing to make a breakthrough today for good to glorify God. So why I care and why I'm here? Because I've absolutely and wholeheartedly been you, sis, several times over. All those things you're feeling, I have felt them. And I just want you to know that I give you full, unadulterated permission to feel everything, in case no one ever told you. You are valid. Your pain is valid. Your exhaustion is valid, but so is your triumph, and so is your hero story. You know why? Well, I have great news for you. There is a simple solution for finding and keeping your freedom from these obstacles. However, here's the caveat. It's a big one. It will only be effective if you are willing to do the work on yourself. On yourself. Not your mama, not your daddy, not your auntie, on yourself. Improving and maintaining your overall health requires a stable foundation to build upon. Not just any foundation, a stable foundation. So, here are 4 secrets to overcoming obstacles by God's grace and your authentic efforts. So let's dive in. Number 1, identify your obstacles. The identification of obstacles in your life can be incredibly, incredibly daunting to face head on. Trust me, I know that for a fact. But where most of us go wrong is that we don't even know what obstacles we have to overcome. Discouragement sets in when you attempt to gain awareness if you're unable to pinpoint precisely what's holding you back. Now, as Christian women, we know the Lord has taught us not to lean to our own understanding, but in all our ways acknowledge Him and He will direct our paths. So prioritize praying to God for clarity before making any moves, big, small, good, bad, and different. When you're asking Him for clarity, evaluate in what areas those roadblocks are: physical, mental, internal, external, or a combination of any or all of these. Everyone begins at the starting line in a race, then gradually sets their own pace as they continue. Having a concise starting point nurtures efficiency for improvement instead of taking shots in the dark blindly, and you take steps backwards instead of forwards, or don't move at all. Learn. That's the next key. Now that you've been able to identify these hurdles, it's pivotal to learn your personal obstacles inside and out. But hear me when I say it will not be an overnight process. So give yourself grace and time. I'm going to say it again because I don't think the choir heard me today. It's going to take grace, God's grace specifically, and time. We live in a society that operates so much on instant gratification and comparison. When it comes to personal improvement, instant gratification is just not going to cut it. And comparison is most assuredly the thief of joy. Maintaining consistency with this process should be of primary relevance because that element will provide long-term results rather than short-term defeats day after day, month after month, year after year, and decade after decade, and generation after generation for that matter. Oftentimes, we subconsciously lean into suppression or vices that prompt suppression instead of implementing healthy coping mechanisms. Trust me, I'm preaching to the choir here. I have been more than a little guilty of this on multiple occasions, to the point of almost taking my own life by stepping into the Pacific Ocean after a broken engagement to a narcissist gone wrong, years of shouldering abandonment and abusive church hurt, stress from my job, and college life. I can tell you from experience that giving in to unstable means of coping leads to nothing but disaster. Next, accept. This is for my lovely sisters in the back and the front and myself. If you don't take anything away from this presentation, please key in now. Turn your listening ears on. Stop avoiding the inevitable. I'm going to say it again because I don't think the choir heard me. Stop avoiding the inevitable. Accepting the existence of obstacles can be one of the scariest and most draining parts of this process. Best belief. But let me make something very clear to you to put you more at ease. There is a difference between accepting that something simply exists with no initiative to dig deeper versus accepting something as detrimental to you with the intention to get rid of it, or at the very least, managing it. Let me say that again. Let me say it again. Write this down, even. Write this down. There is a huge cavernous difference between accepting that something simply exists with no initiative to dig deeper versus accepting something detrimental to you with the intention of getting rid of it, or at the very least, managing it. Difficulty in the level of management can arise when these barriers are ignored. It can actually worsen the burden instead of casting it over to God in faith. As my dad always says, he's a minister, genuine faith is tested faith. The real $64,000 question is, will you pass this test? I can tell you confidently, with 100% confidence, that you are more likely to take action with authentic acceptance than not, but truly comprehend that you need to develop realistic goals with this. For example, use the SMART method of goal setting. SMART is an acronym for specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound. The simplification of goal setting is more than half the battle. I promise you. And last but not least, remove. Guess what? You made it. I promise you, this will become unbelievably easy once the other steps have been accomplished and maintained. However, on that note, do be aware that this is not a one and done deal. There's always going to be something or someone in your life that can distract you from being the best and brightest version of yourself. And it starts with the person between your own ears. We will always be our harshest critic. If you think you've arrived, my good friend, God has a way of humbling us very quickly to return back to relying on Him. Successfully overcoming these issues requires consistent work, self-accountability, self-motivation, focus. You could have all the self-help books, therapists, biblical devotionals, pastors, whomever and whatever in the world. But they're entirely useless if you're unable to get out of your own way. Trust me, it took many, many years before I stepped out of my own way. The school of hard knocks, aka life, certainly taught me many lessons over all my 29 years of life. Best believe. But let me tell you, sis, the freedom you will feel down to your very soul by removing these obstacles is going to be like none you've ever felt before. It won't always be easy. In fact, probably most of the time it's not going to be. So give yourself grace during moments of struggle. And know that as a Christian, the Lord is always with you and encourages you to come to His throne boldly, making your requests, not demands, known to Him. Seek first His kingdom and His righteousness, and all these things will be added to you. Delight yourself in Him, and He will give you the desires of your heart. Now, in conclusion, now that you have these 4 steps to successfully conquering obstacles, here are some questions for you to ask yourself and take action on. And notice, I'm always saying take action on. Write these answers down, pencil to paper, and put them in a place where you can see them every day. Putting pencils or pen to paper cements these concepts into your mind, allowing you to see a panoramic view of your progress. First, what obstacles do I need to identify today? Be 120% honest with yourself. Don't sugarcoat, don't hide from them anymore. Own them today. Am I willing to learn what those obstacles are? Humble yourself enough to learn and grow from these hurdles in your life. No longer walk around afraid and consumed by them as you cope by continuing to ignore them. What obstacles have I not accepted yet? Also ask yourself why you haven't accepted them yet. As twisted as it may seem, oftentimes we become comfortable in discomfort, which leads to desensitization and complacency. What obstacles are not removed from my life and why? The longer we remain comfortable allowing drawbacks to keep us from excelling in life, the longer it will take us to overcome them. As we know, time is of the essence and life is short. Do you know how we say that the light is at the end of the tunnel? Well, I say you are that light. You are the light of the world. Let it shine before men that they may see the Lord in you and glorify Him along with you. That's all for today, everyone. You can connect with me on Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, all the things, YouTube as well, under Tabitha Howard or at Tabitha the Holistic. And I look forward to seeing you in your journey, onward and upward. Thanks for being at SuccessFest, and we'll see you soon.
Black girls rock, now more than ever, and girl, all I can say is rock on.
Hi, I'm Beverly Grandison with Infinity Empowerment Services, where we believe you deserve so much more. Right now, if you're not excited about what's going on, oh my goodness, it is going to be a phenomenal year. I am not sure where you are in the world, but I want you to join us with this excitement. You have to absolutely have a positive outlook on life and get into the driver's seat of your health. Look, honestly, selfishly, I just want healthy friends as we age. My dad has said, aging is not for the weak. So with that being said, I'm Beverly Grandison, and as I mentioned, I'm a professional counselor. a certified workplace wellness specialist, and I'm a retired Army veteran that jumped out of perfectly good airplanes. And I'm telling you, I'm really living life to the full. I have a premier quality of life, and I'm at a grateful space in life. Even more thankful that I do not look like my medical records. So thank you for joining me in what I'm going to do with you in this short time. I can only touch the surface of the science to living, knowing that you can learn to live a really abundant life that's going to pay you dividends into old age. And it's economical and affordable. All right, let me share my screen. There we go.
Black girls rock.
So who is this for? You might be wondering that if you stopped here and you're checking this session out. If you are a person that's on information overload, then this is for you. We've been bombarded from every angle, social media, you name it, and it's just too much. If you're out there and you are tired of taking pills and more pills to correct what the first set of pills were doing, then this session is for you. You want to stay with me. Well, maybe you're just thinking, we got over the pandemic and I really need to lose this weight because I am sick and tired of not being able to fit into my clothes. And you need a healthy system that's going to work for you, right? Or maybe there's just you're just tired of having to turn and suck in for those selfies. And we're going to get rid of what's holding you back. So maybe it's just feeling overwhelmed and stressed to the max. And I will tell you, I can totally understand that. And this might be just where you're at. You might just want to quit. You're sick of work. You're sick of dieting. You're just sick. You are even sick of the kids. My real mamas have told me. You're sick of meetings. And it's time for you to stop doing this alone. You've done that too long. And you might even have recently asked yourself the question, what if something were to happen to me? Who's really going to be there for me? Well, it's definitely time to do a new thing. And this year, you're going to step into it with us, Infinity Empowerment Services, to help you absolutely finish strong and finally finish something. We call it return on finish. And if you're like me, you want to get to the end of self. So no more procrastinating, okay? And we're going to get into alignment. We're going to absolutely center ourselves and put things in priority and get into our true self. I will tell you, I so understand where you are. I've been there. We have been there. And at times it wasn't fun. And I will tell you that, again, I'm at a grateful space to be on the other side of this journey, knowing that there is hope and there is absolutely a way for you to take control of your health so your health doesn't take control of you. I don't want you to have a moment in life like I had to, where it was career ending and life altering. I didn't know what I wanted to do with my life. But that moment absolutely changed my life. And you'll hear more about that when you join me in the workshop. Because what you're going to learn is I took charge. I had to take charge of my life and get into the driver's seat. No longer listening to the traditional model that was out there and saying, hey, I deserve so much more. So as I mentioned, I'm Beverly Grandison. I'm a wife, a CEO, a auntie, a friend, sister girl, sister friend. Oh my goodness. Just like you out there trying to maneuver this thing called life. And how do we do that successfully and healthy? Because you'll hear me say it a lot. It doesn't matter how much money you make or have. Doesn't matter how much makeup you put on. Doesn't matter how much you work out or even how much church you attend. If you do not have your health, what else really matters? I am fabulous 52 and feeling good, looking good, and having fun. And I have become one of the world-renowned health and wellness experts out there. I've been doing this for about 20 years now, and I've had global success with sustainable and lasting results. So I really am here to come alongside you on this journey called health. This is not a sprint, it's a marathon, and we're going to run it together. Because my mission is absolutely to empower you and educate you to enjoy the life that you deserve. And you might be asking, what is that? What is the life I deserve? Well, I want you to take hold of that, because our motto is exactly that. You deserve so much more. I want you to embrace that. I want you to feel that to the core. I want you to understand that there's so much life out there for you to live. Healthy, wealthy, and wise. So there are 7 secrets to the science of living, okay? And in the workshop, I'm going to unpack it and go a little bit deeper. I don't have a lot of time with you here, so I can only name the 7. And then again, we'll go deeper into the workshop. So join me in the workshop. Secret number 1. If you do not understand the difference between balance and alignment because they're not the same, then you're probably not in balance and probably not in alignment, okay? And we really want you to be there. Second, disease is absolutely not hereditary. 75% of disease is preventable. It's lifestyle choices. We're going to show you that, and we're going to have fun. Number 3, standalone slide. Drink more water. Can I say that again? Do you even know how much water you're supposed to drink a day? What if I told you that water was my magical, mystical drug? That is where I start everybody. So think about that. Go drink some more water. And we'll talk about that more in the workshop. Number 4, exercise is not a bad word. It's actually a really good word that I want you to embrace for this year, knowing that making one simple change at a time can significantly transform your life and that you can actually have fun. And it's really not as complicated as people make it. Number 5, yes, healthy food does taste good too. If you're anything like me, closed-minded, was like, nope, that's nasty. Never tasted it, but I just knew it was nasty. I'm not sure how I knew that, but nonetheless, I'm here to help widen your paradigm. I want you to understand that healthy food does taste good. And I have a lot of super recipes, fun, simple, quick recipes, because I know our millennials out there not trying to stay in the kitchen like the old timers, slaving for that meal. So if we can make it fun, healthy, and quick, that's what we're going to show you. Number 6, and this is my sweet spot, y'all. This is really where the rubber meets the road. Food is medicine. Remember those pills we talked about that you're sick and tired of taking? Well, I want you to start using food as medicine, because food, real food, actually heals, prevents, reverses disease. It's amazing. You have a headache, backache, knees ache, drink more water, eat more real food, and it's amazing the transformation that will happen in your life this year if you just embrace it with me. And then the last one, number 7. You're not alone on this journey, and we don't want you to do it alone. You have to be in a healthy community of people. I am so grateful for the tribes that I am a part of. They build, they edify, they encourage, they lift, they correct when necessary. But I will tell you, in the workshop, you'll learn how to connect with our amazing community, like minds, like hearts that are on a bigger vision to really inspire healthy living around the world and to make an impact for generations to come. So you're probably asking, okay, how is she going to do all of this, right? I know, it sounds like a lot, right, to unpack. And of course, I'm not going to be able to unpack it all in the workshop. There will be follow-on things for you to stay connected with me and for us to enjoy and have the life we deserve. But I do want us to really take time to get to know ourselves. I think that is so important, to take the scales off, to really look in the mirror and to decide, you know what? I want to be a better me. And so the question is, what's really holding you back? This is the year. If there has ever been a better time, this is the year to make that a reality in your life. The stars, the moon, the sun are all coming into alignment. No matter what the chaos is going on around you, we're here. I've heard it said before, the past is depression, the future is anxiety, the present is where peace is at. And that's where we're going to stay together, right? In the present, and only take one simple change at a time. So what are you willing to do about it to make that change in your life? Because you're either going to invest in your health or you're going to subsidize your illness. I would prefer that we together invest in our health. So again, we can have an awesome quality of life as we age. I think I mentioned, right? I just selfishly want fun people on the boat, shaking our booties in our 80s and 90s, looking back at the quality of life and the lives we've been able to impact. That's what this journey is about. And I hope you're going to join us. So if you're looking for absolute clarity, okay, to live the life that you deserve, and whatever that is for you, it's obtainable. I want you to give us a chance to help you to build that inner confidence, to really experience joy at another level. Because it really is time to feel better, look better, be better, and absolutely have fun. If we're not having fun, I'm gonna tell you right now, we're not doing it, okay? So you can start with two things. One, join me with the workshop. And then you can also go to sciencetoliving.com and take the quick assessment there and get connected. And I want you to embrace, you deserve so much more. There's so much life out there for you to live. Wow, this is a new year, a new you, new beginnings. You better believe you're at the right place at the right time. And I want you to remember always that you deserve so much more. So if you're interested in learning about how to even take control of your food source by growing, see what I do? I grow, and I grow without soil year round. So I'm taking control of my food source, and I'm using food as medicine. And if you want to take control of your health so that your health doesn't take control of you, join me in the workshop. Go to sciencetoliving.com, take the quick assessment, stay connected with me, and know that you deserve so much more. I'm Beverly Grandison with Infinity Empowerment Services. I cannot wait to come alongside you on your health journey.
Black girls rock. Now more than ever. And girl, all I can say is rock on. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
All right, guys, it's been a pleasure for this short time being with you. Stay connected, take the workshop, go to sciencetoliving.com, and have an amazing, powerful year ahead. Hi, everybody. It's a new beginning. We're into another year, and welcome, welcome, welcome. Thanks if you saw the intro video and you're joining us for the workshop, you're in the right place. I'm Beverly Grandison, and I am excited to come alongside you on this journey called health. I am going to share my screen so we can get busy and have a good time. I don't have a lot of time with you, so I'm only going to unpack so much with you in this workshop. And then I want you to stay connected. I want you to be connected with me throughout the rest of the year and really for a lifetime. Because again, as I told you before, I'm looking for healthy friends to age with, okay? All right, so let's get started. Yes.
You feel it? Ooh, killer. What they call it?
You deserve so much more. All right, so who is this for again? And I touched upon this in the earlier little short session, and I want to challenge you right now, because if you are someone who's thinking about the future and being around for their grandchildren, you're in the right place. Or if you're someone who really wants to foster a healthy relationship with the people you love, you're in the right place. Or maybe you're on information overload and it's just been too much being bombarded our way through social media, through the news channels, through everything that you hear, Dr. Google, Dr. TikTok now. It's just too much. And you're a person that is on pill overload. You just are taking too many, and you're having to take these pills to then fix what the other pills are doing. You're in the right place. Again, it's a new beginning. It's another year. Whenever you're watching this, and maybe you want to lose that weight. Stay connected. Because you might be one of those people that are just sick and tired of not being able to fit into your clothes and having to buy new ones. But if you're buying new ones for a good reason, then yes. But if not, you're in the right place. How about those selfies that we're always having to shift and suck in? Well, I want you to stop waiting, because I want you to get into the life that you deserve. And we're going to do that together this year. How about those feeling overwhelmed and stressed out? Yeah, I can relate. Trust me. And it's not a great feeling. But while you're with me, I just want you to exhale and really have fun on this journey, educating and empowering yourself to take control so that you are in the driver's seat. Or maybe you're just a person who just is fed up and you just want to quit. Been there, done it. I have that t-shirt too. Oh my goodness. The kids are stressing you out. Work is stressing you out. The bills. If someone talks about another diet, I think, yes, me too. Elderly parents. What are you going to cook for dinner? It can get complicated. I agree. And if you're out there doing this and have been doing this alone for a while, just know your prayers have been answered and you are absolutely in the right place because we're going to be here for you in the long run. So it truly is time for a new thing. And I think this year, again, is a powerful year of new beginnings and so much more because you deserve so much more. I want you to remember that because I'm going to keep saying that throughout this presentation. Again, I don't have a lot of time, so let's dive in. If you're a person like I am who wants to finally finish something strong, this year is your year. We're going to do that together. We call it return on finish. And I'm going to tell you right now, you are going to finish what you start with us, Infinity Empowerment Services, today. We're not going to procrastinate. We're going to get into alignment, your true, authentic self, love you, and love how you're going to do what you're going to do, and the people you're going to do it with. Because again, I do understand. I will tell you that that moment that changed my life that I mentioned earlier, I can go into detail a little bit here. But I used to be in the military, jumping out of perfectly good airplanes, running 4 or 5 miles a day, thought I was Bionic Woman or Wonder Woman for those of you who are young. And it was a moment that changed my life. Chronic fatigue after my Afghanistan tour set in, back and forth to the doctors running tests. They couldn't figure it out for 2 years. When finally half my face goes numb, half my taste sensories disappear, and I can't lift anything with my right hand. Well, they finally ruled out a whole bunch of different stuff and landed on an autoimmune disease. That was absolutely life-altering, career-ending. I had no idea what I wanted to do with my life. Plan A, B, C was the military. But thank God for amazing people in my life, amazing community, people that stepped up and said, hey, we can show you a different way because we've had success on this journey. And that's what they did. They educated us and empowered us about plant powders, whole food nutrition, lifestyle changes that are sustainable and lasting. And today, oh, I didn't even mention my husband. He had another autoimmune disease from earlier on in his life. And we just honestly, again, didn't know any better, thought disease disability doctors would be the rite of passage. But we're both today medicine free. We're in control of our health and gratefully no autoimmune disease drugs and living the life we deserve. Because I had to take charge. We took charge of our life and made major lifestyle changes that I am so excited to share with you. Simple steps, simple changes that can be made that can transform your life forever. So again, I am Beverly Grandison. I'm a certified wellness workplace specialist, a professional counselor, a wife, a CEO, a auntie, a cousin, your girlfriend, your friend girl. I am that person to come alongside you to just really, I want us to feel good, look good. We can make some money too, and then have some fun, okay? But this is a transformation that's going to occur only and if you decide to say yes and join us. Because at Fabulous 52, I'm telling y'all, I can hang with the best of the 30-something-year-olds, and I'm feeling good about that. But over these last almost 20 years, I truly have become a world-renowned health and wellness expert. I have globally helped people take control of their health so that their health is not taking control of them. We have, oh my goodness, generational impact where children are getting it and understanding that lifestyle changes and making better choices absolutely makes a difference in any and everything that we do. So my mission, it's really simple actually, is to empower you again to take control of your health, right? Get in that driver's seat and absolutely enjoy the life that we've been given, because we've only been given one life to live. And we want to make the best of it. And our motto, again, really simple. You deserve so much more. And what is that more, right? What is that more? We talked about the 7 secrets to the science of living. And I told you that I would unpack some of that in this workshop. Again, I only have so much time with you, so I cannot dive deep into all of them. But what I want to do is just touch a little bit on each of them, right? And one more than the others. And then I want you to stay connected with me so that you can absolutely learn more and get a lot more resources and tools that are going to really enable you, again, to live the life you deserve. So remember secret number 1, knowing the difference between balance and alignment. And I think that's the one that I really want to unpack in this session with you, this workshop, because if we're not clear on this one, it's going to be a more difficult journey. So balance, remember, is going to bring us happiness. When you have that mind, body, soul alignment and that balance, it is an amazing space to be at. And then there is a fact that happiness and fun, guess what, is the outcome of being in alignment. And I will tell you, this is so true, okay? Happiness and fulfillment. I said fun, but it feels like fun when you're really fulfilled in life and having the desired results that you are striving for. It can and is happening for so many people in our circles. And I want you to be one of those. How about career alignment? I think that's huge. Are you actually happy with what you're doing right now? Do you wake up excited to do what you're doing? I will tell you that I truly do wake up excited every day to do what I am doing. Whose life am I going to impact today? Every day. And it's amazing how God brings that at least one person every day. How about your spiritual alignment? Are you really connected with the universe, the source, God, nature, whoever that is to you? Just know that there is a stronger power out there, and there is something greater than ourselves. And once we understand that and can come into true spiritual alignment, oh my goodness, the sky's the limit. And how about that physical alignment? Are you happy with how you feel and look every day? Do you wake up with energy? Go to bed with energy? Trust me, with what you're going to learn, if you stay connected with us for the long haul, by the end of the year, or whenever you're watching this, within 3 to 4 months, we can tell you that we can make and help you have significant changes in your life overall. And then let's talk about that mental alignment. Remember, I mentioned professional counseling. Are your beliefs in alignment with where you want to be? And are your beliefs in alignment with the life you're currently living? So are you living an authentic, congruent life with who you believe you are and who people see you are? Now that's a whole nother workshop for another time. Look up Johari Window. That's a bonus, okay, that I just threw out there. But we want people to be in that quadrant where what people see and what you believe of yourself is absolutely the same and in alignment. And then your community alignment. I think that's huge. You know, that's been coming up more and more, especially, you know, over whatever holiday seasons that you might or might not practice or keep, that these communities are so critical to our health. Being around the right people, like minds, like hearts, that are on a mission to make an impact, to make a difference in life, to have purpose and passion. Are you actually in those type of circles and relationships that align with who you are? Ask yourself. And if you're not, trust me, we can help you there too. I love this. They give credit to this guy for saying this, but I'm not really sure 100% who actually said it. But it says, and I have to read it verbatim because it's so powerful. Watch your thoughts, they become your words. Watch your words, they become your actions. Watch your actions, they become your habits. And watch your habits, they become your character. And watch your character, it becomes your destiny. I just think that's so powerful. Yeah, you might need to take a pause on this one, screenshot it, put it to memory. Because we're talking about destiny. And if you didn't catch that, it's all about alignment. So balance and alignment, keep that in mind, okay? And ask yourself, whatever it is, you fill in the blank for yourself. Is your in alignment with who you want to be and how you want to show up and what you want out of life? So that blank can be anything. It could be money, health, life, journey, family, work. What is it for you? Because I do know, and we have done this over and over again with so many thousands of people now globally. You change your lifestyle, it will absolutely save your life. And you can make those changes starting today. So I'm going to give you these 5 really quick bonuses, okay? Because I think they're so simplicity and simple. And you heard these in the short session, right? This one especially, my magical mystical drug, water, non-negotiable. Do you know how much water you're supposed to drink a day? I'm going to give that to you. Half your body weight in ounces of water. I know that might sound like a lot to some people. Or when you wake up in the morning, is your urine almost clear? That's huge. Okay, so if that glass of water isn't making you thirsty and you know you haven't drank water today, pause and go get some water so that your body can say thank you. And I'm thanking you now too. Sleep, again, non-negotiable. So these are my 5 really non-negotiable activities that you can actually start today. Whatever time of the world you are in, you have to get sleep. They're now linking lack of sleep or sleep deprivation to Alzheimer's and dementia. Please take that seriously. We have a circadian rhythm that our bodies are on, and we also have a hormonal rhythm that our bodies are on that we have to pay close attention to. 7 to 8 hours, or I tell people, if you can go to sleep with energy and wake up with energy without an alarm clock, you're on the right track. Eat real food. And real food does technically not come in a package, okay? Real food is grown. And I'll touch upon a little bit of that, of how you can actually grow your own real food year-round, which is exciting, and take control of your food source too. But eating real food, because we talked about it, food is medicine, and you'll see that again. Food can heal, prevent, reverse disease. It can lift your mood, depress it, oil or corrode your joints. Food is amazing, and we really want you to get into the preventive mode of using food as your medicine. I think they credit another person again for let food be your medicine, medicine be your food. What if the doctor wrote you a prescription that said, hey, go eat more fruits and vegetables, berries and grains? I would love that, doctor. Deep breathing. Remember earlier I told you, inhale and exhale. If you're a singer, you know how to do that correct breathing, right? Inhale, outhale. Inhale, stomach goes out. Exhale, stomach comes in. It's opposite. It's pretty difficult too. But if you practice that deep breathing, working on those lungs, so those lungs can stay strong for whatever is out there. Ayurvedic breathing, 4, 7, 8. You breathe in 4, hold 7, out 8. you can lower your blood pressure. It's a really powerful thing to do. Start to center yourself. So deep breathing. Just doing that, oh my goodness, should make you feel different. So take a deep breath for me. And if you don't move it, you're going to lose it. You know, my dad says, and I said it before, aging is not for the weak. We have to move our bodies in order to keep it functioning optimally at precision. And it's not complicated. You don't have to have a gym or a trainer and all this expensive apparatuses. It teaches you how to do simple things in the workplace or at home, since many people are working from home, and how you can move it so that you don't lose it. All right, so let's go back to those 7. Remember those 7 lifestyle tips that we had talked about earlier? And this number 2, disease is not hereditary. You know, I really wanted to just come in here for a quick second to challenge you. That just because Big Mama, Mama Nanny, your grandmother, your auntie, your uncle, your dad, your mom had this disease, that is your lot in life. That's nothing further from the truth, okay? Because what we do know is that lifestyle changes make a difference in that footprint for you to minimize your disease. And you hear me say this over and over again. I'm the water girl to many of my circles because I'm always asking, if you call my phone, you're going to get a message that my friends clown me about. How much water did you drink today? Constipation? How much water? Headaches? How much water? Backache, knees ache, hips ache? How much water are you drinking daily? It makes a difference. Try my 7-day water challenge. Again, stay connected with me, learn how to get into my community so that you can, again, take control of your health. Remember, we talked about 4 exercise. You don't move it, you're going to lose it. You're going to hear these things over and over again because I'm your simple chick. I want to simplify life and not complicate it for you. I want to make it as really easy as possible to live this life, again, in balance and alignment, right? Congruent with who you want to be and who people see you as. And exercise is not a dirty word. I want you to embrace it at this stage of life, wherever you are. Healthy food does taste good, and we teach you that too. We have massive resources. Oh my goodness. Cookbooks, recipes, fun things that we do. And I'm going to talk to you about one of them that I really, really, really enjoy a little bit later that I want replicated all around the world. Simple, economical, affordable. We show you how to do the healthy, and that healthy food really does taste good. We open up your paradigm so that you can actually taste new things and understand it's not about taking away things. It's about even adding more options and opportunity to your life. Food is medicine. I said it before. I'm going to say it again and again and again. And I hope you're hearing it. I hope it's resonating. I hope it's making sense to you that food is medicine. Food is medicine. Can I say that again? These colors, all of these colors mean something. And it's funny, yeah, plant powders. We have plant powders and capsules also that I'll be sharing with you at a later time. But yes, colors are there for a reason. They have a frequency, right? That our bodies know. It's like puzzle pieces that you put together and your body knows exactly what to do with it. Food has thousands of nutrients, vitamins, minerals that your body has to have in order, again, to function. And I really want you just to have fun. Like maybe you just start putting more colors on your plate at every meal. Every time you eat, you think about Beverly. I want you to think about, she's starting to put more colors on my plate. And I'm not talking about Skittles or M&Ms, okay? Those are not the colors. And then just to add note, those colors are very detrimental actually. But these real food, Those colors, medicine to the body. And I mentioned don't do it alone, okay? You want to go slow. There's an ancient, I think, African proverbs. You want to go slow, do it alone. You want to go fast, do it with community. And it works, and it happens. You want to have success. You want to go a long way in life. You do it with community. I mean, I think biblical principles have their place. I think they are very powerful in work. And Jesus even had 12 disciples around him. Not all were good, but he had 12 people around him that were like-minded, like hearts, that were on the same mission to spread goodness around the world. So you're wondering, okay, I know I've unpacked quite a bit of things in a short period of time, and I don't have a lot more time with you, but I want you to know that this is a really great question. So how are we going to do all of this? I want you to get to know yourself. Again, that alignment, that balance, which is so key and critical. I want you to ask yourself, what really is holding you back? What is stopping you from today committing to join us to really take control and get in the driver's seat of your life? And then my question is, what are you willing to do about it? You heard me say it before. You're either going to invest in your health or you're going to subsidize your illness. I would prefer that you invest in your health with us so that you have that quality of life to be around for grandchildren, if that's where you're going to be, able to run up and down with them and them not having to push you in a wheelchair, or that because of your health, that is not impeding the relationships in your life. And that you feel good, look good. And again, I said, make money and have fun on this journey with us. I do want you to have absolute clarity. I want you to make an informed decision to truly decide to live the life you deserve. You will only join forces with us if you are ready to make a change. If you're not ready to make a change, hey, we're going to be here for you when you're ready. Just know that, okay? And I want you to develop your inner confidence, because that is going to be true fulfillment, purpose, passion, happiness, joy. All of that happens when you are in true alignment with the universe, with where God wants to take you. Don't fight it. Go with us and have fun on this journey. Because I think, yes, it is really time for you to feel better, look better, and be better. Not only just for yourself, but for the people you love and for those generations to come behind you. Now, I mentioned earlier this concept of using real food, growing your food, all that good stuff to get in the driver's seat of your health. The salad in a jar has been revolutionary, truly. We have done this in churches, offices, universities, anywhere, clubs. We have done salad jars everywhere. We do it in our home every month. Would love for you to come out, check us out, right? Or replicate that in your area, wherever you are, schools. But salad in a jar can absolutely keep a lot of disease away. The more you eat real food. And people say, oh, it's so expensive. Well, no, this is the how. We show you how to do the healthy, economically affordable, and in an awesome community of people that are like-minded, light hearts, to absolutely decrease these top diseases we know that are actually killing so many Americans. These are preventable. These are not hereditary. Yes, I did say that out loud. I want to challenge you. But this is just a quick example of all of these jars that we stacked in a smaller community here to teach the people how to do healthy. And people went home with 3 to 5 meals for less than $10. Where are you going to beat that? And then I talked about growing your good health, right? I love the Tower Garden. And we can show you how to get your Tower Garden so that you can take control again of your food source. Help us get Tower Gardens into the school system to teach kids through STEM program on how to grow good health. But you got to stay connected with us, okay? Because there is a hard way and a right way to do things. I'm hoping you're going to choose the right way, which usually is going to be the less difficult way. The hard way, of course, is to do it by yourself. And the better way to do it would be to do it in a great community, because I want you to remember and keep remembering over and over again and say it to yourself. Say it with me right now. I deserve so much more, because I do believe you do deserve so much more. And I love this slide, right? Are you going to start living that facts out? Or are you going to probably try to keep faking it? Well, I think those days are over, right? And you absolutely can have a healthy new you learning the science of living with us. It's exciting. It's fun. Because if we're not having fun, we're not doing it. So I want you to start with going to sciencetoliving.com. Go to sciencetoliving.com. And there's a really short, quick 5-question, I think, assessment there that you can take that will help start putting you in the right mind frame. And then if you're even more serious, right, and you want to stay connected and take the Infinity Health Assessment, right, I want you to text Infinity. Text Infinity to 757-767-4474. I'll leave that up for a little bit, but I want you to text Infinity to 757-767-4474. And you'll get a message back that you can actually pick and choose how you want to stay connected with us. You can take the Infinity Health Assessment there also. And if you use the code SuccessFest23, SuccessFest23, all lowercase, SuccessFest23, you will get a discount. All right. Again, new year, new you, new beginnings, new community, new mindset. It's an exciting year ahead, a powerful year ahead. And I want you to remember, you deserve so much more. Can I say it again? You deserve so much more.
Black girls rock.
Yes.
Now more than ever. And girl, all I can say is rock
on. All right. Well, that was quite a bit of information, and I know a packed period of time, and I want you again to stay connected. I'm Beverly Grandison with Infinity Empowerment Services, where we believe you deserve so much more. Embrace that. Believe that. Know that we are here on this journey called life with you together to have success. And know that you can do it. All right. I love you. Have a great rest of your day, night, whatever time you're looking at this, but stay connected and join us. Bye.
All right. I have another special guest in the room. So first off, I have to say what I see on your wall. It says, wake up happy, right? Wake up happy sis. Oh my gosh. Like, That's one thing that a lot of people know about me. They're like, Sonny, you're always happy. And so it's something that I cherish. So I have to know, why is that up on your wall and what does that mean? And even just first off, who are you?
So I am Leanne Dulce. I am a self-care strategist, and I consider myself your chief self-love officer. Um, Wake Up Happy Sis is a movement that I started, and it's here to help Black women become happy, healed, and whole. So just, I guess, a little bit about me. I'm a longtime student of the wellness arts. So um, I've, if it's out there, I've either studied it, checked into it, tried it. I'm very much trying to be in touch with who I am as a person. And the older that I get, the more that, I continue to learn, because I think we are all lifelong students, right? So coming into a space of knowing who I am, loving myself unconditionally, trying to heal myself from the traumas of my past, some that were intentionally inflicted, but some that were inflicted by parents just trying to do the right thing.
Mm-hmm.
And they don't know any more than the trauma that was left with them, right?
Absolutely.
So that's really where that kind of mission statement, or that, yeah, my mantra, I guess you will, came from, a Wake Up Happy Sis, because I was working multiple jobs. I was morbidly obese. I'm still a big girl, but I was morbidly obese, almost 300 pounds. I was faking happy, where you're putting on that happy face. I was in college. I was in grad school, actually. I had 3 children, 2 jobs, no time, worked in community service and in nonprofits, because I thought I had to be everything to everybody.
Yes, yeah. And that makes sense. So
and you learn that you're not happy, you're faking happy, and you're wondering why your life isn't progressing, isn't moving, because you have these blockers that have become part of who I was. It that trauma gets so ingrained in you, it becomes a part of your personality.
Well,
and
you
we
just
think
touched
that we're
something a minute
supposed to
ago,
do that.
though. You said blockers, and my next question actually was I was going to ask you, what is the biggest obstacle that you feel is in the way of people really being able to wake up happy?
Ourselves,
Mm.
right? Living in a state of trauma. Like I said, living with the trauma, being caught up in this is how it's supposed to be, or it's not going to get any better, not wanting to go, especially in the Black community. It seems like going and get professional help, mental health services, is taboo. It's always been taboo. Have you ever heard what happens in our house stays in our house?
Oh, yes.
That keeps us hurt, that keeps us in this state to where we don't think we deserve better, or we're not able to put ourselves first and put a priority on our own wellness, because we've been taught time and time again that everybody else is more important than us.
That is
right?
so true.
And to me, that's the biggest blocker, is not getting that help, staying and living with that trauma and thinking it's okay, because it's not. And it's killing us slowly.
That's so true. Now, what is it that you will be speaking on, and what can people expect to receive during their time with you?
So one of my I guess my biggest focus during this talk is really, we're going to be talking about Black women getting radical about their self-care. And we're going to talk a little bit about my proprietary system. And radical is actually an acronym. And so we're going to get into that radical acronym, and we're going to talk a little bit about how people can implement and practice radical self-care right now. And it's probably not what people are thinking. When they think radical, they think of Black Panther, fist in the air.
Sometimes we gotta be like that, right?
But sometimes you have to take that approach to yourself, because we're so busy putting everybody in front of us that sometimes we have to feel like we have to be that, I'm going to be that Black power person for my own self-care and wellness. The importance of being happy, healed, and whole for yourself, Not so you can be a better mother, not so you can be a better boss, wife, daughter, person in church, whatever. No,
Yes. Yes.
because all those things tell us that everybody else is still a priority over us, that we're only as good as the service that we give. And that's not true.
Yeah.
I can be happy and healed and whole just for me.
Yeah.
Everybody else is going to benefit from it, but I'm doing this for me.
I love it. I love it. Happy, healed, and whole.
Yes.
That's powerful. So even when I look up, like I said, what you are showing us to be able to say, wake up, happy sis, is powerful, meaning it is an affirmation. It is a commandment to ourselves. And I love that. So I just want to invite everyone in so they can learn and get on also their journey to be able to wake up happy. Wake up happy. That's so important for us. So I thank you so much, Leanne, for sharing.
Thank you.
This and anything else you want to leave with anyone?
Just remember that nobody has the right or the power to make you unhappy. You have a right, you have a choice. It doesn't mean you're going to be happy all throughout the day. It doesn't mean every moment is happy. It means you know how to not let everybody else affect your mood. You don't want them to have that power over you. The only thing in life that we can control is how we respond to the stimuli that's given to us, good or bad. So just remember that we all have the power to wake up happy, to get happy, to stay happy, to be happy.
Oh, I love it. I love it. So thank you so much for joining in. And I look forward to hearing the experiences that you all have by joining Miss Leanne in her room so you all can each wake up happy. So thank you all. See you all soon.
Yes, bye everybody.
Hello, everyone. My name is Leanne Dulce, and I'm a self-care strategist and your Chief Self-Love Officer at Wake Up Happy Sis. Today, I want to talk to you about the importance of Black women getting radical about their self-care and wellness in 2023. But let me back up a second and tell you a little bit about myself. I'm a longtime student of the wellness arts. I'm a certified natural and organic skincare formulator, a publisher, author, and an advocate for Black women's self-care and wellness. My passion is helping Black women get radical about their self-care so they can go from overwhelmed to overjoyed and wake up happy every day. In our chat today, I'm going to show you how to get radical about your self-care. We're going to define the acronym RADICAL as it pertains to your self-care, and then we're going to learn the benefits to Black women. And finally, I'm going to provide you with a few tips on how you can get radical about your wellness starting today. Did you know that only 2% of Black women say they practice self-care regularly, even though a whopping 78% say they feel a strong need to? This means that the majority of Black women are not taking care of themselves, even though they know they need to. And this is a huge problem. We're struggling and we're not taking the time to heal ourselves. We're putting everyone else's needs before our own, and as a result, we are suffering. Self-care is vitally important for Black women. We often take on the roles of mother, father, breadwinner, caretaker for our families, as well as being the emotional support for friends and loved ones. We rarely take time for ourselves, and when we do, we feel guilty. We think if we're not doing everything for everyone, then somehow we're not worthy of love. Now, we all know that Black women have historically been undervalued and unseen in society. We are often expected to be the strong Black woman who never shows weakness, the foundation who never runs out of energy, love, or positivity for everyone, and someone who sacrifices all for our family and our loved ones. This unrealistic expectation has led us to not taking care of ourselves mentally, emotionally, and sometimes even physically. Yes, we are the masters at putting the needs of others before our own, and we feel like we have to be superwoman for everyone in our lives and continue to put our needs last. Indeed, we're constantly giving to others and not taking the time to nurture and replenish ourselves. This ultimately leads us to burnout, resentment, and even depression. It causes us to feel guilty and anxious when we even think about doing something for ourselves. We're here walking around overwhelmed, stressed, and feeling unappreciated. Does that ring a bell? We have to learn to love ourselves first and foremost so that we can teach others how to love us properly. It's important for us to take time for ourselves to relax and recharge so that we can show up happy, healthy, and whole in our own lives. Now, I bet you thought I was going to say that we should take time for ourselves so that we can show up better in the lives of those who need us, but I certainly did not. I'm saying the exact opposite right now. I'm saying that we need to get radical about our own self-care. We need and deserve to take time to focus on our own self-care for us to be happy and whole. Because contrary to popular belief, it's not selfish to be happy, healed, and whole for yourself and for no one else's benefit. The outdated narrative that we have to be happy, healed, and whole so that we can be better wives, parents, bosses, employees, community members, is just another part of the guilt and trauma that has been laid upon us. I believed it just like I'm sure you probably do right now. This narrative perpetuates the lie that the needs and happiness of others should always take priority over our own. It tells us that our lives are only as important as the service that we give to others, and that line of thinking has to stop. Look, sis, it's time for us to make a change. It's time for us to put ourselves first and take care of ourselves. We deserve to be happy and to feel fulfilled. We deserve to love ourselves as we are nurturing our minds, bodies, and souls. Now, I can hear you say, wait a minute, Leanne, you said something that caught me. Did you say we have to get radical about our self-care? What do you even mean by that? Yes, I said it and I meant it, boo. I mean that we have to take a more active and hands-on approach to our self-care and wellness. And when I say radical, I mean looking at self-care through a different lens, a more holistic lens, healing lens that takes our whole person into account. Now, self-care isn't just about taking walks and getting massages and having a relaxing bath with a glass of wine. Yes, those are all acts of self-care, but there's so much more to self-care than just the pretty and fun things. Self-care is about taking control of all aspects of our wellness and figuring out how to let go of the guilt and the anxiety that really has caused us to not take care of ourselves. Now, in my signature radical self-care blueprint, I define radical as a set of principles for how we govern ourselves in relation to our self-care and wellness. The R stands for release. And that means we commit to releasing ourselves from the guilt and trauma of putting everyone else's needs before our own. We release ourselves from the need to people please and to be everything to everyone. A is for acknowledge. We acknowledge that we are worthy of love, happiness, and relaxation just for ourselves with no strings attached. The D stands for declutter. And in order to design a life that we love, we must declutter our minds, bodies, and spirits of anything that doesn't serve us or make us happy. I is for invest. We're investing time, energy, and money into activities, experiences, and people that make us happy and help us relax and recharge. And that includes creating a self-care plan that works for us as individuals. The C is for connect. We're going to connect with trustworthy people who hold space for us and help us, whether it be friends, family, therapists, or even a support group. A is for attentive. I want you to be attentive to your needs and make sure that you're scheduling time for yourself. Do a body scan to help you determine what you need in this specific moment. And finally, the L stands for love. We have to love who we are through our healing and growth journey. Now, there's going to be times when it's hard, when it's ugly, when it's painful, But when you make it to that other side and you are happy, healed, and whole, baby, it is so beautiful and it is worth all the effort. Now, sometimes, yes, we are reluctant to take time for ourselves because we feel like we're abandoning our families. How are they going to get by if we're not there to manage and oversee everything? Look, sis, that's just not true. The truth is we have to show up for ourselves first before we can even think of showing up for anyone else. And it's okay for you to do for yourself without having to worry about it benefiting others. Because you know what? When you take care of yourself and you love yourself, everyone around you is going to benefit because love attracts love. Now, let's talk a little bit about the benefits of self-care. Now, we already know that as Black women, we bear the brunt of emotional labor in our families and communities, but self-care really is a way for us to recharge and take a break from the stresses of daily life. It can help us manage our emotions, which leads to improved mental health. And it's been shown that Black women who engage in self-care are more likely to have better relationships, they have improved productivity and creativity, and they're going to see an improvement in their self-esteem and their confidence. And finally, self-care helps us connect with our inner selves, with our feminine being. It's going to lead us to a greater sense of peace and calm. In short, it's an acknowledgement of our worthiness and commitment to taking care of ourselves, mind, body, and spirit. Now let's get to these tips that I taught you about. My approach to self-care includes kind of a three-way approach: engaging your mind, treating your body, and nourishing your soul. When you engage your mind, look, your mindset is where it starts. You got to get your mind right. So first you have to believe that self-care is your right. It isn't a privilege and it isn't selfish. 2, you're going to practice meditation because that's a great way to calm your mind and ease any anxieties. And you're going to seek professional help. If you're struggling with depression and anxiety and other mental issues, I know it's taboo in our community oftentimes, but a therapist is going to help you with the tools and the support that you need to manage your health in a healthy and productive way. And then treat your body. Now, these are things you already know. Get enough sleep. Feed your body right inside and out with nourishing food and skincare products, and get up and move that body a little bit. And finally, nourish your soul. The first thing I always tell people is practice gratitude, because that is an instant boost to your mood. Every day, take a few minutes and write down 3 things that you're grateful for. You want to take breaks when you're feeling overwhelmed or stressed. Go outside and take a short walk, relax and rejuvenate your spirit. And finally, find a supportive sisterhood community like my Sister Circle, because it's important to surround yourself with positive people who are going to encourage you on your healing journey. And I want to thank you for your time today. And if you want to learn more about radical self-care and wellness, visit me at wakeuphappysis.com and join our sisterhood community. Thank you and have a wonderful and blessed day. Hello, everybody. I'm Leanne Dulce, and today we're going to talk about stress and stress management. So let's dig into a little bit of our objectives and what we're going to do. We're going to talk about our objectives. I'm going to tell you a little bit about who I am, and we're going to talk about engaging your mind in stress management as it relates to your self-care and wellness. Then I'm going to give you a little bit of homework, and we're going to round it out, as I like to do any sessions that I do, with a really short meditation. So what are our objectives today? Coming out of this, I want you to be able to start filling your self-care toolkit with first a renewed mindset, but also some tools that are going to help you start from some meaningful self-care routines that fit into your lifestyle. Today, we're going to be talking about stress. So those tools would be around stress management. I want to help you alleviate some of the guilt and stress that's associated with taking time away from your responsibilities to care for yourself, because you should never feel guilty about that. And I want you to understand and implement no as a complete sentence. That is one of our stress relievers. Realize that you do have time for self-care. And I want you to come out with a clear understanding. What are your thoughts and feelings when you think about self-care? I want you to learn what your normal self-care routines are and are not. And what are your stress management practices? Now, just who am I? I'm just your regular, average day self-care advocate, a self-care strategist. I've been a student of the wellness arts for over 15 years, meaning I've either tried it, studied it, taught it. Wellness is just a part of who I am. I was also a publisher. I published the first lifestyle magazine for Black women with natural hair. It was called Natural Roots. And I'm a passionate advocate for women's self-care and wellness. Now, I live what I talk about, what I teach, what I embody, because I used to be that overwhelmed, overworked, overweight, morbidly obese woman, right? Who tried to people please everybody, who just wasn't happy. And I had to figure out what made me happy and how I could heal some of my past traumas. And stress management was a major factor. And I still use these practices today. So first, we're going to talk about mindset. Why is self-care important? And what are some of the challenges surrounding your self-care? Now, when we talk about why self-care is important because it's going to help you put yourself as a priority in your own life. It's what's going to keep you happy. It's what's going to keep you whole. And it's what's going to help you heal. You have to be mindful that in today's society, trying to put a focus on yourself is sometimes looked down on. It's selfish. You're supposed to focus on others before you focus on yourself. That's just not true. If you're not loving and taking care of yourself, how are you expected and supposed to be able to do that for someone else if you can't even do it for yourself? Now, we all have challenges when it comes to our self-care. I've heard and probably said all of them. We don't have time in our busy day. Self-care does not have to take a long time. It can take as little as 5-10 minutes a day. Get up, get out, walk, right? Meditate when you wake up, write a gratitude journal. These are all things that can radically help you improve your self-care. And you feel guilty. Now, I know this what used to be my big thing, feeling guilty when I even thought about wanting to take time away from my family and my other obligations, career, community, otherwise. We're taught that we always have to put everybody in front of ourselves. We're not supposed to want anything for ourselves because it's seen as selfish. But we have to let go of that guilt that surrounds us taking care of ourselves. And you have to want to take care of yourself for your own good, not for anybody else, not to please and not to help anybody else, but because you want to be here for a long time. You want to be happy, healed, and whole for yourself. Now, we all know about that strong Black woman syndrome, right? We're supposed to never show weakness. We're supposed to always be happy because we can't be the bitter Black woman. We're supposed to put everybody else first. We're supposed to put on our cape and be superwoman for everybody. But who helps us? Sometimes being that strong Black woman means saying no, taking a step back. And we don't know what to do for self-care. Self-care is such a personal thing. And you can really think out of the box when it comes to your self-care. It might be writing in a journal. It might be running. It might be going to one of those smash rooms and getting your aggression out. It's personal to you. No one can tell you what your self-care looks like. We're often overwhelmed and stressed out because we're pouring from an empty cup. And lastly, we have too many things that got to be done today. It's okay. You don't have to do it today. It'll still be there tomorrow. It's important that you take time to reset and replenish yourself. So let's make sure we're doing that instead of giving ourselves reasons to not take care of ourselves. Now, I want you to take a moment and pause and think about this and write these down if you have a pen and paper. When you think about self-care, what thoughts and feelings does it bring up for you? What does it mean to be a strong Black woman to you? And what are your top 5 priorities in your life right now and why? Those are going to be important to you as you kind of build out your self-care plans, as you determine what self-care looks like for you. Now let's get to the meat. Let's talk about stress, baby. Stress is any physical, mental, or emotional factor that causes bodily or mental tension, okay? Now these factors can be external or they can be internal. Now, one thing that I want to say that people really don't think about is stress isn't always harmful and it's not even always negative. There's a concept of eustress versus distress, and we'll talk about that on the next slide. Stress also activates, oh, no, we don't. Stress also activates our fight or flight response in our bodies. And the difference in whether it's good stress or bad stress is the resulting energy that's produced by the stimuli that we are given. Now, whether a person experiences distress or eustress in a situation mainly depends on their perception of themselves and what is stressing them. Do I see this as a threat? Do I see this as a negative? Or maybe do I see it as a challenge? Sometimes shifting your mindset and how you see a stimulus that's coming towards you can totally change that stress from bad stress to good stress. Now, let's talk a little bit about eustress, which is good stress, and distress, which is negative stress. Eustress is a healthy form of short-term, which is acute stress, that gives us positive, energized feelings and makes us feel good about yourself. Now, I'm sure most of you have never even heard of the term eustress. And it is more of a relatively newer concept in the stress space. The prefix of the word EU is Greek, and it stands for well or good. Now, when a person feels confident in their ability to overcome a stressor, that's when they're more likely to experience eustress. Now, this positive assessment of that stressor, that stimulus that's coming into you, it helps them channel their energy provided by the fight or flight response that helps them work towards a solution. So the flight might be more moving towards the distress side. Your fight is, okay, I'm energized by this. I see it as a challenge and I feel confident that I can do it. I may have to dig a little bit. It might not be easy, but I know I got this. That's when you get that exhilaration. So people who conquer their fears, and let's say you had a fear of heights and you went skydiving, you might get that rush of adrenaline, that fear, but you channel that fear into that jump. And all of a sudden, all of that stress melts away and you're left with such a positive and happy feeling that you conquered something, right? Now, conversely, let's talk about distress. Let me check my time. Let's talk about distress. Distress is what most people commonly think of when they think of the word stress. Most people will never think of eustress, which is positive stress. They're always going to think of distress. And it's the adverse reaction that people have to excessive pressures or other types of demands that are placed on them. Now we have 3 different main types, right? You have acute stress, which is very short-term type of stress, and it can be either positive or it can be more distressing. And this is the type of stress we most often come to in our day-to-day life. Traffic. I'm stuck in traffic, I'm stressed. I've got a presentation that's due in 15 minutes and I'm just not done. I'm not feeling confident that I'm going to get done. I got this new assignment and I just have some fear that I really don't know what I'm doing. Things are stressing me out. That's going to be followed by chronic stress. Now, chronic stress is a stress that kind of just seems never ending. It's inescapable, like a bad marriage, an extremely taxing job. And I think most of us can relate to the taxing job part, where you've got a manager or coworkers that just seem to make your life miserable. But you can't quit because you need that job. You need that money, right? You need the stability to support yourself and your family. But it can also be things like childhood trauma that is turned into parts of our personality traits. But it just seems like the world is never ending and constantly throwing us a barrage of things, right? A barrage of negativity. Now, then you have episodic acute stress. And think of it like chronic stress on steroids, right? It's when stress just seems to run rampant and it's now a way of life. You literally see no way out, right? And who wants to live in a life of ongoing stress? You just literally feel like there's no way out. With chronic stress, a bad marriage, I can eventually leave that marriage. A bad job, I can leave that job. Childhood trauma, I can talk to a therapist. But when you have that episodic acute stress, it is just a part of your daily existence. You think everything in your world is wrong, is negative, there's never an end, and you don't see a way out. And this is usually where you'll find people who contemplate suicide. The world would be a better place without me because I just have no worth. I have, everything's wrong in my life. I hurt everybody. Those are the kind of things when you have that episodic acute stress. And those require a lot more support and therapy to make sure that you're getting the help that you need. Now let's talk about how do we cope with distress. Now, what I say is we're all very fortunate that we can successfully manage or even banish a lot of these stressful feelings by developing our own repertoire and methods to combat this stress, right? First, you want to start out by asking yourself a few questions whenever you start to feel stressed. 1, identify what the stress is. What is that major cause of my stress in this moment? Identify why this specific issue has you feeling stressed, anxious, and/or overwhelmed or worried. Why am I feeling this way? And sometimes you have to dig deep, and this second one may take a little bit of time to get to the root, but you really want to get to the root of why you're feeling stressed and anxious and overwhelmed. And then, where is my focus? Is it on the problem or is it on the solution? I strongly believe, and I practice, that what we focus on is what manifests in our lives. So when you're focusing more on the problem, you're bringing more stress and negativity into your space. Instead, let's try to focus on being solution oriented. That's going to help us to really understand what's going on, what we can do to resolve the stress. And then determine what the happy, healthy, and lasting resolution would be. And how is that going to feel when you resolve this issue in this situation? We're going to then understand who you can turn to for help, right? Is it family? Is it friends? Or is it professional support? Do not go into this alone. There's always somebody there to reach out. And if your friends and family cannot support you on that level, please seek professional support. They are here to help us. There's no stigma in getting professional help. And figure out what you can do right now in this moment that will help relieve that stress, resolve the underlying issue that's causing the stress, partially or fully, because sometimes you can't resolve everything right now in this moment, but there might be something that you can do to help relieve a little bit of that stress. Can we plan a little bit? Can I talk to somebody? Can I run and figure out a way to get this aggression out of my system? Now, what do you do to relieve stress? This is my favorite part of the session because we get to talk a little bit about stress relief strategies. Having an arsenal of stress relief practices is an important way to help relieve stress at work, at home. And I want to give you some ways that you can kind of fill your self-care toolkit with some stress relieving practices. My first thing, and this is for me because I'm a very kind of logical and methodical person. And if you're like me and you need that more methodical approach, then get yourself some stress relief worksheets. And we have some over at wakeuphappysis.com. These things can be very helpful because they help you identify actionable steps to improve that situation. They're going to help you address the root cause of the stress. Now, because again, we have to get down to what the root cause is. A lot of times we're focused on symptoms and we haven't really got down to the root cause of what's giving us stress. And it's going to help you find meaning in difficult and stressful situations and focusing on the positive aspects of the situation that are within your control. Because there's always something positive within our control if we look hard enough. We can't always control every aspect, but we can control how we respond and react to it. And there is something positive in every situation. We just have to dig a little deeper sometimes. Second, it's so important that we show ourselves love and self-compassion. A lot of times we have so much compassion for everybody else, but when it comes to ourselves, we don't give ourselves grace, right? We don't want to give ourselves grace and say, you know what, I've been working really hard. Maybe I need some time to myself, and that's why I'm feeling stressed, because I'm keep taking on more and more responsibility, more and more options. I haven't said no. But you know what? Today I need to say no. Now, being our own worst critics, I know I am. Are you? But when you're your own worst critic, you can get really down on ourselves for making a little mistake. But I need you to speak love and light and positivity into yourself at all times. Make sure you're reaching out to your support system or a professional for help. Again, there's no stigma with it. Support groups and support systems. Your support system may be your family, your friends, maybe your church, right? You may go to an actual physical support group and you may have your own therapist. They're all great ways, and you can have all three at the same time. That is the beauty of it. It's not a one size fits all, and they're going to help you work through your problems. You can also use relaxation techniques to help you regulate stress in the moment. Physical activity We all know that's a great way as an outlet for stress. I love going to those smash rooms because literally you can get out so much anger and aggression and you come out feeling renewed and replenished. And use mindful meditation to get out of your own head. Meditation helps. The practice, even just the practice of meditation, is going to help calm you. It's going to help regulate your mood. And it can also just help quiet the noise that we sometimes have in our head. And that's so important for us. Now let's talk a little bit about mindful meditative breathing, because this is one key relaxation technique that you can always go to and doesn't have to take a lot of time. It can take 1 minute to help center, ground, and bring yourself back from that place of stress, from an unhappy space. Now, mindful breathing is a very basic but powerful meditation practice. The idea is that you're simply going to focus your attention on your breathing, to its natural rhythm and flow, and the way it feels on each inhale and exhale. You can make this meditation a part of your everyday life, so when your stress levels start to rise, you can regain your composure almost effortlessly. And as you practice your meditation techniques, you'll be able to do it without anybody even noticing. You can do it on a bus. You can do it at your desk. You can do it in the middle of Grand Central Station if you want to. And it's going to make you calmer, more focused, and help release stress in any situation. Now, some of the other benefits: it's going to help you manage stress and eliminate anxiety. It's going to enhance your learning and memory retention because it's allowing you to, you're learning to focus on a singular thing and blocking everything out. I love this next one because it can really help you put a stop to pessimistic thinking. We all have what they say, you have millions of ideas and thoughts that cross your mind. So obviously there's going to be a lot of negative ones in there. But when you have a mindful meditative breathing practice, you can help stop those things because you know how to recalm, regain your center and your focus at any time. It's going to help build your mental capacity, focus, and accuracy. It's going to help you better regulate your body's reaction to pain, stress, and fatigue. And when I tell you this works, when I have pain, I suffer from back pain, and I will literally breathe and focus that breathing energy into the spot where the pain is. And it really can help you reduce and relieve stress and pain. It's going to help tame negative emotions because you are going to be more aware of your body, your mind, your emotions, and your reactions to the stimuli coming into you. It's going to help you create fulfilling relationships because you're not going to be so snappy at people. What do you want? What's going on? You're not going to have that because you always know how to go back to center, right? And you're going to help you tap into your creative side because it's going to put you in control. And obviously, when you're less stressed, what is that going to give you? Less possibility of burnout. So you're going to be more productive on your job. You're going to have happier relationships with yourself and with others. And you're going to know how to get back to happy. That's super important. Now, it's homework time. A couple of things that I want you to do. I want you to create a morning ritual that helps you get focused, charges up your energy, and starts your day off with a bang. Right? And in that morning ritual, put in some of the stress relieving strategies that we talked about, right? Meditative breathing, 1 minute, 5 minutes each day, each morning will help you calm, center, refocus, shed the energy of the night before, and start your day off beautifully. And then I want you to try that morning ritual tomorrow. And you can hit me at Dulce and Lay on Instagram and even tell me how your ritual went. I want you to choose an affirmation and put it on your mirror. One that relates to you not being stressed, one that relates to you being happy, healed, and whole. Put it on your mirror, on your refrigerator, on the wall, and every time you pass it, stop, do a 1-minute mindful breathing, and meditate on that affirmation. And then I want you to get up and move your body for at least 5 minutes. Meditation and yoga go hand in hand, baby. And just try some basic yoga poses. You don't have to be super flexible, bendy. That'll come in time. Now I want to round us out with a 1-minute meditation. This relaxation strategy is going to take us, obviously, like I said, less than 1 minute. And if you'd like to give it a try, please join me. You're going to start by sitting in a very comfortable position. You can close your eyes, but it's not required. Excuse me. I just have found that for me, when I'm trying to focus and clear everything out, it's easier for me if I close my eyes. So we're going to begin by taking a deep breath and hold it in for 5 seconds. Now slowly exhale and relax, allowing your body to completely relax into the space. Take another deep breath, as deep as you can, and hold it for 5 seconds. Now this time as you exhale, imagine blowing out all of your stress, all of your worries, all of the negativity. And we're going to take a third deep breath, hold it, now as you exhale, blow out any last bits of that stress. And I want you to repeat to yourself, you can relax now. Now open your eyes, and you've completed your first mindful meditation. Now, whenever you become stressed, just stop and take in those 3 full deep breaths. And on each exhale, I want you to let go of a little more stress, a little more negativity, a little more toxicity. Make sure at the end that you tell yourself you can relax now. Because you're not just directing, you're not just saying it to say it. You're giving your body a directive, and your body is going to listen. Now, hopefully, after completing that, you felt really good and a little bit of renewal. Whenever I do that, and again, I do this every morning, every single morning, but whenever I do it, I just feel better, because on each release, I literally go like this. And I relax myself. I just let go. I turn into a wet noodle. Now, I want to thank you guys for joining me today. And if you want some help to get started on your building your self-care toolkit and to learn more about Dulce and Lay and Wake Up Happy Sis and our movement here, then I want you to get this success kit. It's your self-care toolkit, and it's 28 pages full of awesome self-care goodness, if I do say so myself. Now, this document could easily be selling for $100, but I'm selling it to you for $17 because I want you to have it in your arsenal. And it goes over more than what we've talked about today. Now, what you're going to get, we're going to learn about 6 of the 8 dimensions of self-care. We're going to give you affirmations based on each of those 6 dimensions. You get self-care activities that are by dimension and some daily reflective journaling. Now, you're also going to create that morning ritual. And what does your morning flow look like? You're going to have affirmations and loving touch worksheet. So just make sure that you go on over to myselfcaretoolkit.com and you go ahead and get yourself some of this goodness, baby. myselfcaretoolkit.com. Thank you and have a blessed day.
All right, hello everyone. It is Dr. Stephanie Wall here. I am here with Mary H. Davis. Baby, her thing says Women's Level Up Network. All right, so Mary, tell the people what you do and who you serve, and more importantly, how do you help women to succeed or people?
All right, thank you for having me. Yeah, so my name is Mary H. Davis, as you stated, and I am a confidence and leadership coach. I am the chairwoman of Women's Level Up Network. And what I do, I have one mission and one mission only, and that's to help women all over the world step into it. Just step into it. Step into their passion, step into their dreams, step boldly into their careers, step boldly into entrepreneurship, step into their wealth aspiration. Whatever it is, I have the strategy and the confidence to help them step into it.
How do you help, Mary? You know I'm loving this because I live to help women to boldly stop hiding behind their old selves. So you in my lane, and I'm loving that. Tell me this: how do you help these women to step boldly?
Well, one of the ways that I do that is I help them build confidence. You know, I like to think that I was a very confident person, but what I've realized is that I wasn't as confident as I thought I was. Even for me, I'm more confident than most people, but we lack the confidence to step into it because we are conditioned either from birth, through social norms. We are conditioned, especially women of color. So I help them with their confidence, and I have a leadership academy. So we work on building the confidence, and what that is, I help them get from where they are to where they want to be. I was an executive of one of the world's largest financial institution, $11.9 trillion, and I helped them. I told them what to say, when to say it, how to say it, you name it, I did it. And I've taken that skills and transferred that to my coaching programs. And that's how I help women step into it. Because a lot of times I was the only one. And a lot of us are used to this, being the only woman of color. But I learned to master that. And I have now do that with the women that work with me.
That is powerful. And you're talking about imposter syndrome. So you deal with a lot of that with your clients. So let me ask you this. What is the title of your keynote?
The title of my keynote is Confidence. Success has an odor. It's confidence.
Ooh, is anybody besides me like, ooh?
Success has an odor. I'm like Deion Sanders.
Come on.
Like I walk because I'm confident. I say what I say because I'm confident.
And what's the kind of cologne you have on? Confidence.
Confidence. I don't even wear Chanel. I got no Chanel earrings, but I don't wear Chanel, Dolce & Gabbana, any of that. Confidence is my natural odor.
Come on, somebody. I love that. Mary, you got the people fired up. As soon as you said that, I was with you 10 times and twice on Sunday. Well, you
Confidence
all
is
have heard that.
underrated. Confidence is underrated, and a lot of people think they have it, but they don't. One of the biggest obstacles that I had to overcome was 10x in my confidence, because I was already confident. But to move to new places that you've never gone, you have to move boldly with a lot of confidence to do what you've never done.
New places require a new version of yourself. I love it. I love it. All right, you all. When you come back on, what in the next voice that you're going to hear is Mary. Look, Mary H. Davis. Mary H. Davis is going to give you the business, because really we're going to call her Mary Confidence Davis. Come on, baby. Come on. I can't wait to learn more. You better jump on in. Don't miss this.
Hey, 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 hey. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the confidence room, where confidence is built and it happens. Whoa, y'all smell that? We got smell-o-vision up in here. You can smell it through the stream. Wait a minute. What is that smell? That is the sweet smell of success. And I want to talk to you today about confidence, the natural odor of success. Every time I think about my dreams and I'm working on my aspirations, every time I feel stuck, I do that self-talk to myself and think about what I learned from my college professor during my freshman year. It was a quote by William H. Johnson. If it is to be, it's up to me. If it is to be, it's up to me. Put it in the chat. Me, 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 me. If it is to be, it's up to me. I see you. Me, 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 me. This quote and this self-talk gives me confidence to move forward. That's why I always say and chant that quote when I get stuck. I am Mary H. Davis, retired executive from one of the world's largest financial institutions, confidence and leadership coach, chairwoman of Women's Level Up Network, and founder of Mary H. Davis Coaching and Own the Leader Within Academy. Excuse me. My mission, and I'm here today, is one mission and one mission only. I empower women to break out and step into it. That's right. Step into it. Step into your dreams. Step into their passions. Step boldly into their careers. Step into entrepreneurship. Step into their wealth aspirations. Whatever that is, I help them, empower them to step into it. And I just want to share, there are two transformational things that I learned as I was in my career in helping women to step into it. The first thing is, in order to break out, you have to, in order to step into it, you have to first break out. Did you get that? To step into it, you got to first break out. You have to break out to step in, and it takes big, bold, audacious confidence to do that. I came to realize that a lot of people who think they have confidence really do not have as much confidence as they think. That's why I like this quote from Michelle Obama. Your success will be determined by your own confidence and fortitude. So if you're not where you think you should be, check your confidence. Check your confidence. The second thing that I learned is success has an odor to it. I know you've heard that before, but I've heard that and I really appreciate it now. When you have success, you move differently. Success has an odor to it. I'm telling you, and it's really factual. Let's break it down. Look at the definition of odor. Oxford says a lingering quality. Merriam-Webster says a characteristic or predominant quality. Think of all of the successful individuals that you may know. They all have a predominant quality about them. Denzel Washington, that swag that you see, that's confidence. Oprah Winfrey, you get a car, you get a car. Look where she came from. Confidence got her there. That odor. LeBron James, he says what he says, do what he do because he's confident. My man, Deion Sanders, confidence. He said that you got to know that you know that you know. Serena Williams, she could put on that tiger suit and play because confidence. Beyonce, you can't break my soul. That's confidence. Confidence is the natural odor of success. Rosalind Carter, former First Lady, said, you have to have confidence in your ability and then the toughness to follow through. It's true what Deion said. Prime Time said it best. They're gonna think that it's arrogant. They're gonna call it bitchiness or whatever they want to call you, but you're gonna call it confidence because you gotta know that you know that you know what you're doing, and you gotta call it confidence and move like that. Here are a couple of other things that I learned when you're walking in confidence, and I learned that I did all of the things that everybody told me to do. All of the things, you know the things, and I still felt stuck. I did all of the things that they told me to do. I went to college, got a BS degree, master's degree, leadership, you name it, I got several certifications. I got the good job, been there 30 plus years or whatever. I did all of the things that they told me to do. I worked hard, went in every day. You name it, I did it. I got it. I checked the box of what it takes or what they told me it took to be successful. But yet and still, after getting the degrees, the certification, the job, and working hard, I made some success, made well over 6 figures, multiple 6 figures. My bonuses were 6 figures, but I still felt like there has got to be more and not fulfilled. And what I learned was that there was so much that they did not tell me as I was navigating my career. I realized that there was more to it that I needed and that they didn't share with me. They didn't tell me about the excessive work hours, the pay inequities, and the diversity challenge. I worked 70, 80 hours per week. And one of the things that I realized is that I outperformed my peers 3 to 4 times. I was outperforming them, but yet they made more than me. And how do I know this? Because I had a gentleman pull me aside, white gentleman at that, was the best boss I ever had. He said, I can understand how you got here. I'm going to help you this one time. And from here on out, you're on your own. I got the biggest bump I ever got. Forget about 6 figures. Let's talk about multiple 6 figures. I'm like, you don't have to tell me twice. I got it from there. All of the things that they didn't teach you about, mom and them didn't tell you about. So let me tell you a little bit more about my story. Like I told you, I work for one of the world's largest financial institutions. That organization was 11.9 trillion in asset. I say that because the quantifying it makes it real. That speaks to the magnitude of it all. And what I did for that organization, I like to say, like the puppet master. I told them what to do, how to say it, how to fix it, and how to serve it up so that they can keep it going. I was the fixer. If there was a problem, they dropped me in the middle of it and I would assess and I would fix it. I started doing what it took to get in, fit in, to get in. And I thought from there that I would be able to change the game, to make a difference. But the excessive hours took a toll on me. I had to even schedule a bathroom break. I scheduled my meetings for 50 minutes so I could have a 10-minute bathroom break between meetings. I went without eating many days. All of that started to take a toll on me. And I was slowly but surely losing just a little bit of my identity. Can we say identity in the chat? Then I started feeling sick and tired. I was sick and tired of feeling sick and tired. And I was having this conversation with my brother. I have 5 brothers. And one of them said, you are making a lot of money, but they're pimping you. And I'm like, did he just say that? Yes, he did. And that's when I realized what Oprah said. You got to step out of the history that is holding you back. But I like to change it just a little from what Oprah said. You got to break out to step in, because it is like being in bondage. You got to break out from what mama and them told you. You got to break out from what other people are projecting on you. You got to break out of the lies that you tell yourself. Break out from dealing with being treated less than. Break out from getting paid less than what you're worth. Clearly, you deserve more. That's what happened to me in 2020. I broke out. COVID gave me plenty of time to think about the things and what I was doing and to take action. During 2020 was a rough year for all of us. You know, COVID happened, but I also lost my grandmother during that time. While it's sad, but something good came out of it, because I remember what my grandmother taught me. During COVID, she and I did a 30-day devotional, Joel Osteen 30-day devotional. And you know what I did at the end of that 30 days? I signed my first lease on my office space. Yes, I did. Didn't have my organization set up, didn't quite know what I was going to do, but I knew I was breaking out. And I told myself, if I'm good enough to do it for an organization that's 11.9 trillion in asset, I know darn well I can do it for myself. That's what I learned in 2020. 2020 was my breakout year, and where I started to step into who I really am. And that's what I want to do for other people. Step into your purpose. Step into my identity. I boldly stepped into my own business. Step into entrepreneurship. Oprah Winfrey said it best. Step into the story, the new story you are willing to create. But before you step in, you got to know how to step in. You don't just get there. You need to build that confidence. And I want to share 3 strategies with you. 1, 2, 3 strategies that will start you to 10x your confidence so that you can step into it. Strategy number 1, know your worth. I mentioned to you, I work for an organization that was over 11 trillion in assets, the complexity of it. You need to be able to qualify, quantify what you do, and to have discussions about it. So strategy number 2, social capital. You need to start building social capital instead of just simply networking. Networking is getting the name. Social capital is strong relationships. Social capital gives you access to people, access to information. And then last but not least, you need to understand the pivoting process so that you can pivot from where you are to where you want to be. That's right, I said it. Did you catch what I said? Pick up what I'm dropping down. Pivot is a process, not an event. And you need to understand how to navigate through that process to build the confidence that you need, to have the swagger that you need, because confidence is the odor of success. And what I want to share with you is a free gift so that you can start building the confidence that you need. Go to freegiftmaryhdavis.com and get your free gift to start building your confidence instantly.
afternoon, good evening, fam. I am as Missy Bellamy over at Temple Health, Eating to Live Life. And I'm here to connect with you again from the other year to this year about how to eat to live life and how the foods that we eat combat everything that is detrimental to our life. But first, we have to start with what we eat. And what we eat with this, right? This is what we eat, our mouth. Our mouth is first line of defense. And when we eat these things that are healthy or unhealthy, it get all jumped up in here. And the best line of defense is what they always say: brush your teeth, change your toothbrush every 3 months, floss and all that good stuff. And gargle, definitely, this is a good one. But the thing about when we eat those things and we put those things on our skin and in our mouths, especially in our mouths, one of the most important things is that we need to make sure we floss, we gargle, we brush. Now, be honest, no one eats and nobody flushes and flosses their teeth every time they eat. So you have to remember that it's always good to wait at least 30 minutes before. And the reason why I'm saying that how important it is because the things we put in our mouth, like gargle, has a lot of things that are in there. And a lot of times we don't take the time to look at the ingredients. Now, this is a healthy type of mouthwash. It costs about $9 in any health food store. And so when you look for this symbol right here that has the butterfly, non-GMO, that's what you want to count on. Now, the reason why I say that also too, because the chemicals that's in things that you don't even realize will start destroying us. So even at the title, as I say, are you eating it or is it beating you? Now, when you start looking at some of the labels and some of the things you're eating, even some of the things that you're in the cabinet, you want to always look for this here. This is the nutritional facts, and it tells you everything's in here. The sodium, the salt, the sugars, and all the things. And when you get down here, it tells you all the other things that's mixed in there. And the things that we don't even look for is that this thing right here at the bottom where it says contains a biochemical engineering ingredient. And that's what makes us sick. And this is what we go to when we're sick. And of course, I know the foods taste good. I know. But this is what we end up eating. These things we get at the store. And they say, even some of the ones you see here and the ones that aren't here, those things are detrimental. And they have the same thing, as I said, contains bioengineering food ingredients. And those things start destroying your cells and molecules. And you're going to have to take these medications. This you're going to have to start taking. But guess what? God already have a better medication for us besides laughter and sleep and all the great things that God has given us. These things are also healthy. These are medicines. Believe it or not, the flavonoids, the vitamin C, the vitamin A in these things, they are so healthy. And when we put it in our everyday diet, it's such a huge impact. And it will keep from having to go to the doctor, keep from having to be an ER junkie like this one here, this one. Yes, I was an ER junkie and I was a surgical technologist. And even though I had the knowledge, I still didn't apply it. And I still kept going to the ER. So you can change this for a Fitbit and then just keep growing and growing and learning more and more. And I will teach you that on the next segment. But when you begin to eat those things, you'll begin to eat these kind of things. These are earthen foods. So sometimes if you can't get the fresh ones, you can get the canned ones, but you still got to look at this sodium, because sodium, to be honest, when it comes to the amount, 2,300 milligrams is how much is really for all adults. But we go over it a lot of times with this breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and in between. And that's where we get messed up at. And then you're going to have to go to this. Again, I'm telling you, fam, you're going to get this when I teach you. When I teach you, you have to go back to the Miralax and all the other Pepsid ACs and ADs and all those things that help combat the stomach. But the stomach is so important to make sure we take care of. All the cultures in there and the things that we need to do to make sure it's on point. That's what we need to work on. And I know we in a hurry and the drive-through is easy and fast. And, I get it. You don't have time, but you have to make time or you're going to run out of time. And we don't want to run out of time. God has many things for you to do. Lots of work for you to do. He has stored things and stirred great things in you, the talents, the gifts, the shares, all those things in there that are in you. But it's hard to do it if you're constantly in the ER, at the doctor's office, at the clinic, at the therapies. These are all mine. It's 50 of them plus. And after I went through some trials and tribulations and hearing the voice of God, I learned that his medicine is best because the Bible says the earth is the Lord's and the fullness thereof. So these things grow out of God's garden. Eat them in their natural state. And I know even some people, they have the fruits and vegetables and they slice them and dice them. But then when they do their salads and they do other things, which is good to eat, but it's what you put in the salads, what you put in the vegetables when you stew in them. So using meat products, pork and, different things like that, I like those type of things, but it's not healthy. And when we get to a mindset that we are learning how to come to eat, to live life in a combative state, fight to eat, to live life, you'll be on Skate Street. And that pleases the Lord. And you can do all those great things that he's stirring up in you. All those great things. Because the doctor's going to be checking your heart. You're going to be checking your stomach. You're going to be checking all these different things. And you'll have less and less visits when you eat to live life. God says, you are the apple of his eye. It says it in Psalms. You are the apple of his eye. And he wants you to shine, Jewel. He wants you to do that. But in order to do that, we have to eat to live life. And I know people say, oh, that's rabbit food. Oh, that's nasty, nasty, nasty. Who said medicine's supposed to taste good? Medicine may not taste good, but it is good for you. Hamburgers and French fries and all those things, you eat them every day. All that stuff builds up into your intestines. And that's what we're going to talk about on the other projects. So make sure you stay tuned. Okay, it's very important. You can see the continuation. Make sure you bring your notebook, and it's very important to stay on task and stay on course, because I'll help you guide you through the 50-day, the 100-day, 150-day course so that you can be on the winning side. And that's what God wants, us to be on the winning side, his winning side, so that you can minimize all these visits. Don't be an ER queen, ER king like I was. We want to make sure we eat to live life because he is our king and we want to serve him wholeheartedly. So I want you to also check this out. Now, we all go to the gas station, right? Okay. All right. So whether you drive a van, if you drive a low rider, or you drive a fast car, we know what kind of gas you need, right? So if you driving this and you put that 93 and you're supposed to put 87, guess where you're going to end up at? You're going to end up going to the shop. This shop is going to have to take care of the engine. It's going to break everything down, build it back up, and they say, oh, it's about 200, or not 200, it might be 1,500. It might be, it's way out your budget. Now you got to decide how much that's going to cost. Do I have enough money? And if you don't have a budget, well, you're going to have to dig in and find somebody to give you some money. Now you got to prepare. Now you're out of a vehicle. You have to borrow and beg for somebody to come get you, or the Uber, whatever you want to call it. And so with all that, it causes all that stress in the family. Somebody got to get another job. Somebody got to cut back on some things. So now you're obligated to do some things that are a little bit out of sequence that you weren't used to. What if we eat to live life? And even if it's too much for the groceries, then you can get your own seeds and put it in your own garden. You can have it right in your window. You can have it outside. You can have it in your garage. Wherever you want to put your garden, that's what you can have. And those things will help build up your life, build up, and then extend your family so that God can breathe on your generation and not blow on it. So I want you to remember, this is Mr. Bellamy. I am here to guide you and direct you where you need to go. Remember to always check your menu. This is your menu. Remember, your menu tells you what's in it. And if you don't read it intently and check everything, then it's going to cause some damage. And here you're going to end up having these medications because, believe it or not, this costs money too. All these are our medications, just so you know. We no longer take those medications because we learn to eat and live life. So your grams for your sodium, 2,300. Your grams for your sugar, 26 grams for women, 37 grams for men. That's the top. But we know we go over that. So we have to make sure we stay below the level so that we can eat to live life and God can use us and be pleased. Because he says in 1 Corinthians 10:31, whether you eat or whether you drink or whatever you do, glorify God. Let those things we do with our hands, our mouth, our feet, let those things glorify God. And for that, he will be pleased. So I am Mr. Bellamy, Temple Health, Eating to Live Life. And I hope and pray I look to see you on the next flip. All right, so make sure you get your notebook ready, okay? family. This is Missy Bellamy here to talk about and encourage you to eat to live life. Now, before we get started, be sure to get your notebook, okay? Because it's going to be real full, and I want you to miss a step, okay? So go ahead and give your notebook and your pen, your pencil, put everything on silent so that you can really concentrate and hear all the things I'm going to share. All right? All right. All right, y'all ready? Okay, very well. So we're gonna start with first things first. Eating to live life, as you can see these behind me, huge, huge, huge combative to operate in your body. And when I say combative, that means your white blood cells, your red blood cells have the equipment by eating these things to fight the things that come across you. That means all the diseases, all the disorders, all the episodes that you have in your body, they will do just that and take care of the things in your temple. And I think it's important that we learn more about these. The green broccoli and the kale and the Brussels sprouts, those things have huge, huge vitamins. They are like 1,000 milligrams of vitamins, yes. And when you boil them and steam them, however you want to do it, you want to eat them as they are. Just a little seasoning, you don't need a lot, because they have their own flavor. And those things will help combat a lot of the things you have. And you can even revert, undo the diseases that you have. And you can stop taking these medications because every time you go to the doctor and they reevaluate you, this is what they're going to give you. Or take 2 of these. The milligrams of this, milligrams of that. They're going to give this to you. Or you're going to end up having these here like Miss Missy, having a bunch of these. Because we don't eat to live life. And it's just not just the eating part, fam. It's a whole total package. Your emotional, your social, your psychological, your mental, your dental, very, very important. As I shared with you all earlier, the dental, the mental, the psychological, the mental, the behavior, the emotional, all those things cause weight on your body, weight on your cells, your molecules, your vessels, your veins. Your organs are fighting like crazy when we go overboard. So even as I said earlier, with the sugar that we eat, the sugar that we eat should be natural. So you have natural sugars in fruits and vegetables. Yes, even sweet potatoes got their own sweets. You have to pour a whole bunch of, pour all that stuff in there. You just shrinking everything. And when I say shrink, that means your brain. Your brain shrinks more and more. It's a slow process. And that's what causes a lot of the time dementia, Parkinson's, Alzheimer's, all those mental debilitating disorders. And when you do that, your cupcakes and your muffins and all the sugar stuff, when it's the holiday, then so we really go overboard. And that has a tendency to just shrink your brain a little bit slowly. And your brain won't operate the right way. And all the cells and all the chemicals, the norepinephrine, the dopamine, the serotonin, all those things are getting all confused and they won't operate like they should. And so by doing those things that are detrimental, then you cause those medications to increase. If they don't give you more medication, they'll give you an increase of the same medication or introduce you to some different things that your body don't need to have. Because when you look at the side effects of those things, it has 15 to 20. You're taking it for one thing, but it has 15 other side effects: dry mouth, nausea, vomiting, don't drive when you having this medication, and a host of other things that continue. So you're doing these medications for years and years and years, it tears down your body. But when you begin to eat the foods that God gives us, that grows from the earth, those help combat your body and fight off those things, those infections, the viruses, the coronavirus, the flu, the cold, and all the other ones. But you also can impact the rest of your body by doing these too as well. I have the vitamins. The vitamin C, the highest you can do is a vitamin C really is 2,000 milligrams. And then you got your zinc, you got your vitamin E3, you got your vitamin A, your elderberry, all oregano. Taking these taking these types of multiple supplements, vitamins, those are so powerful, believe it or not. And then counter it with the foods that have the vitamin C, the vitamin A, the greens. The beans also are huge. The greens are huge, huge, huge. They are huge to combat the things in your body. So these beans, whether you get the dry version is absolutely much better. Because when you look at these have other chemicals to preserve it. And most of the time, the sodium always gets us. The sodium is what gets you, because 2,300 milligrams is a lot. But when we keep eating other stuff and eat breakfast, lunch, dinner, and snacks in between, like I said on the other video, that's when we go overboard. If you go into a particular restaurant, if it's Chinese food or if it's steaks and things like that, then it's already gonna be 800 milligrams, and then the sauce you put on it. So then you have your cows, you have your beef, you have your chicken, and those things they feed these animals with such disrespect. They have them in confined spaces like they're prisoners. And with that, they also give them foods that help beef them up. This right here will give you a little example. This chicken has been outside in fresh grass and sunshine and scrapping and scratching like they supposed to. And this tends to get to this side 5 to 6 days. This chicken over here, they don't go outside. They don't get any exercise. The only sunlight they see is when they are outside going to the supermarket. See how big they are. This is probably the ones that we like to eat. But that's the most unhealthy chicken. They're so bogged down. That includes the beef, that includes the pork, that includes all animals that own commercial type farms. They're so unhealthy. They can barely move because of the foods that they're giving them and the ingredients that they put in the foods that they eat, which is corn-based. It incorporates them to be unhealthy. They can barely walk because the food that they eat is feast of the fast. This feast of fast of the time for them to build. When they're supposed to take a certain amount of time, they want to get back in and out on the supermarket line and into our bellies. And then we get sick because we ate what they ate. And we didn't realize, well, I gotta have my chicken. I gotta have my protein. Well, it's protein in beans, believe it or not. It's protein in peas. It's protein in berries. You don't have to eat the protein from beef, chicken, pork, fish. Yes, they taste absolutely great, especially during holiday. But at the same time, flip side, all this is in suffering. It suffers. And this is such a huge, huge, huge impact. And it absorbs everything. It's like a sponge. And we have to take care of it as we nurture. So anytime you start having the headaches, then you drink enough water. You have to drink enough water. And when I say enough, half your body weight is how much you're supposed to drink. If you want to spruce it up a little bit, slice up some cucumbers, or slice up some kiwi, slice up some celery, and that'll help boost up your water intake and fill those vessels like they're supposed to. Because you want to have a healthy body. Nobody want to be bound. No one wants to be bound. You're a prisoner of your own foods. The foods are keeping you bound because the foods the way they taste. Yes, it tastes good. Almost fought somebody with a piece of cake. Almost fought somebody with a piece of cake. And it dawned on me 2 years later. I shouldn't even have that mindset. I had last piece and they saw and they was going to eat it. Actually, they did eat it. And when I found out, I was about to fight this person. Roll my sleeves up. You ate my piece of cake. Now, girl, what's going on with that? Food has power over you, and it's not supposed to be that way. Medicine has power over you, but don't have to eat that way. The foods we all eat that has power over because God is all powerful. He has the ability to reverse things. Yes, we want to continue to pray and praise God because He is the ultimate one who gives us power over the enemy, power over things that have tried to take over us. But if we don't come back to things that are trying to us out with the food He's given us, this is going to be a long uphill battle. Long. So even not just the foods, even some of the things we put on our arms. When you look at your ingredients of and I know sometimes we kind of cut off funds, we got to get some deals so we're not having everybody run away from us like we a skunk. We have to eat the right things as well as put the right things on our skin. When you look carefully at your ingredients of your deodorant, with some solid or the spray or the one you dip your finger in and put on your finger under your arm, that's aluminum. Look at it. There's aluminum. And I know people say, well, that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money to spend on all these, biodegradable and organic stuff. And how much is it going to cost? How much is it going to cost for you to have all these things that the doctor's going to give you? It's going to cost some money. It's going to cost some money. It's going to cost you so much. Your insurance is going to pay so much. You got the rest. I shared with you and retired surgical technologist. And I've seen so many surgeries. And having to wear a mask for a long period of time and changing out, it was just really detrimental. Really hurting to see this same patient coming in for a different thing. Or working on all parts of the body. Now, ma'am, okay. I didn't say that to her. That is my observation. But the fact is, seeing her, seeing the rest of them that came in kind of frequent, whether it was for dental surgery, they had their stomach tucked and things like that, and making your body work harder than it should. It's just like those chickens. Those chickens had asthma. The ones who eating the foods that were not healthy. Call them GMOs, genetic modified organisms, lab food. And when they eat them lab food, you eat the lab food when you eat it. Let me get an extra piece of chicken right there, the extra leg, the extra quarter. If you was to get on a 50-day challenge, which I'm going on at the end of this video, if you was to get on a 50-day challenge, I guarantee you, not only will you feel better, your skin will look better, you'll feel 100% better, you'll be thinking, and you won't need no clog, won't need no cloud, no anything over you. You also lose the weight and gain confidence. You'll maintain the weight, but it is a mindset. You can't just do the 50-day challenge and then go back to your old weight, because that weight and that stress going to come right back on you. It's going to come back on you. So you want to change from this to the 50. And you got to exercise too. That is also another way to combat your body with the diseases and disorders that you carry. None of them should ever go to the grave with these diseases. That should be a challenge for you to not pass away from the diseases and disorders you have. I challenge you, Emily, to try God's way. Is it going to cost some money? Absolutely. Because guess what? How much it's going to cost you? It's going to be priceless. And you'll be so absolutely great and satisfied at the end result. Because believe it or not, at the time we have in this world is so limited, and we waste so much time doing those things. Eating fast, quick. And it's gonna cost you. Believe it or not, if you go 4 times a week, 4 times in a week, you've already spent like $8 or more. At the end of the month, $300, $400. At the end of the year, $36,000 to $4,000. 2 years is $42,000 or $48,000 you have used in fast foods, and it benefits you none. And one of the top reasons to eat these types of fast foods, even the oatmeal for your breakfast, one of the top reasons to eat these types of foods is because it helps push out any lingering foods that were in your body and help maintain lubrication in your body, lubrication in your bowels. And so where this comes in, this is your small intestine, large intestine. Okay? And when we eat the foods that grow in a God's garden, it helps push all that stuff out. And then there's no lingering. There's no buildup of fecal material left in and just eating and rotting away. That's what colon cancer comes in, intestinal cancer, stomach cancer, all yeah. So it sits right on top. This is your stomach. It sits right on top. Comes out with your esophagus, and you already have acid in there. And that's what I was telling you earlier in another video. The other video share about the foods we eat and process. You got like 3 layers here of your stomach. And you can see on the inside, there's a lot of juice here. And when we eat the wrong type of food, they get stuck in. They don't move out, they don't push, they're supposed to. But when you don't eat fibrous foods, the greens, beans, mushrooms, berries, onions, seeds, and nuts, when you don't eat those types of foods, it just sits there. Now, again, as I'm tired of technology, and we've done a lot of these EVs and colonoscopies, and we've done those, and people have to take this type of material in order to get it down. It's called Mirrex. The right way. Your body will be in tip-top condition. So when we eat those hamburgers and French fries all the time, sugary stuff, we give to the children because it's quick, fast, give them, go ahead, here. And then there's a problem. Now they are a victim and they have to go to the doctor, and guess who has to take the needle? But your stomach is 80% of your immune system. If this ain't taken care of the right way, it's gonna mess up everything else. All your organs will suffer. You believe it or not, they suffer. When you do these types of surgeries, we found polyp. Might be malignant, might not be, maybe cancers, may not be, but we see something. And that's the foods that we've been eating that are not good. Yes, these cereals are good, but again, you have to learn, as I shared, looking at this here. This would tell you what's the ingredient in these things. Your sodium, your sugars, salts, cholesterol. When you get to the end, because a lot of cereals have them, it says contain bioengineered chemical ingredient. And why do you put that in meat? We're trying to be healthy, we see a healthy cereal, and you pay attention to that. I don't know how many times I've been back to the store, like, I need to take this back because I cannot eat this. It has an ingredient. Because again, if I'm gonna go back to those medications, I might have to end up getting. And we want to eat to live life. We want to have emotional, stable, everything kind of calm down. Because all that thing overworks the entire body. Every time you start stressing, it affects everything here. Nobody wants to be a kidney dialysis. Nobody wants that. You have to get a lung transplant. These are important. Nobody wants to have bad cancer. Nobody wants that. The skin, the problem stuff on your skin. And you still have to be careful what that is. And even more so, your liver vital. You don't mess with this. This does so much for the body and pulls a lot of the waste and trash out along the pancreas, kidneys, the stomach, as well as, the mental, all those things in this glass. All those things are trash compactors and remove all that trash that is left in the body. But when you begin to really have a mindset, I'm going to do this for the Lord because He's given me another chance. This is not our temple. He's giving this on loan. When someone gives you something to hold on, listen, can you hold this for a minute? Or can you hold this until I get back? We want to take care of whatever that is that they have encouraged us to take care of. They have entrusted us to take care of this. So God is entrusting you to take care of this temple. So that's why the temple steward comes in play. You are a temple for God. And He wants you to be the best temple steward ever. And He does not want us to have these episodes going back into the ER, urgent care, doctor's care. Now, I will tell you a little story about Miss Missy. I was always in the ER. I got these 50 a year. 50 a year, I would get these. They would see me clockwork. I want my room. I want my warm blanket, and where's my toy dog and my popsicle? Okay, let's just go ahead and get that ready because you know what I'm looking for. And when I was going to get these mental breaks that was struggling to have so much stuff going on in the house and so much stuff going on at work, it was a lot to juggle, I would have found comfort in the ER. And when I drive out now, I disgusted that I was comfortable with that. And that's how I feel when I look at food that's unhealthy. I get disgusted because those food do not bring any kind of happiness, any type of glory to this temple. And what we have learned as my whole family, we learn to become bad eaters. We eat to live life. The foods we eat combat the things in our body, help keep things refreshed and fine. And when you learn to do it mentally, then everything else is a smooth transition. Nobody wants to keep taking your child or your children to allergy or to the derm doctor or to this doctor and that doctor, all these different doctors. The copay, again, as I said earlier in another video, all those things add up. That's a lot of money. Copays are getting high. We gotta keep putting out. Where we gonna get the money at? If you don't have the money now, you have to, pay a little here, pay a little there, because of those things. Somebody got to get another job. Somebody gonna have to do something to bring in some extra income, because now the child and the mama or the child or the children and the whole family have this disease disorder, or they always say, we do history check. Let's do a history check. And the history is like, well, because mom and daddy or your grandma and granddaddy had it, you probably would have it. No, I don't receive that. My God has entrusted me to take care of this temple, and that's what I'm going to do. I might mess up on a few things, but this here, because I can control what goes in my mouth, just like you can control what goes in your mouth. I know people are going to have something to say about it. It's always a teaser. Family, friends, and fellowship is always going to be the one who combats you. Well, you start eating like da, 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 da. God gave me a second chance. I'm trusting Him with the food He gave me to eat. You can eat what you want, but this temple will set God in the foods, because 1 Corinthians 10:31 is, whether you eat or whether you drink, whatever you do, do to glorify God. So if the foods and drinks you're eating don't glorify God, it's okay to walk away. Or as I do, me and my babies, we make our own lunch. When we go in public places, we bring our own lunch. We eat before we get there. So it's no issues. We don't have to, well, I know what to pick. I know. Because if I don't know what's in it, then I don't want to having that in my body. And I start to feel a certain way of belly, whatever the case be. But having that mindset, that's why I have to start in mind. It has to start in mind. Because if you can go to any place that you want to go to, whether it's family, friends, co-workers, and you already have a sound mind, then that's going to tempt you. Because the smells, olfactory memory, the smells and seeing, that's how they do advertisements for all the different McDonald's, Burger King, Chick-fil-A, exactly. They bank on memorizing that smell and where you were when you ate that fry or you ate that burger or whatever it could be. They're basing, that's how they do advertising. That's how they get you. That's how they get you. You might not be so excited when you see like a bunch of, like I get excited when I see radishes and onions, like, oh, my favorites. Because I know it's going to do a great thing in my body. But when I see McDonald's, Burger King, you know, they got some salads and things like that, but what's the lettuce? Where lettuce come from? So organic, it's a commercial. When I go to the grocery store, I'm looking for organic. They said, what's a lot of money? Well, as I said, I explained and shared with you, there's a lot of money deal with fast food and also drive-thrus as well as curbside service. And we all like to eat, but I'm eating to live life. And I'm doing my best even with emotional calmness, because that also combats a lot of things in your body in a bad way. And so for even with women and men, the lymphatic system is so junked up with stuff left to address why those organs are called earlier. It comes out of your skin. And so one of the best ways I've learned in this journey is to get one of these lymphatic brushes. Now you can get it from, you know, Walmart, you can get it from a Bed Bath & Beyond store. And I get to one that's dry and one that's wet. And you start at the bottom of your feet all the way up to your sides and all the areas, and you end it right over your heart. So you brush it up. You bring it here, you brush it here, you bring it here. Everything that you brush it upward stroke. Then you get in the shower and you take your shower. And you pat yourself down. So believe it or not, it helps to move out of the junk. You can't see, but it's there. And when you do it repeatedly, you reduce a lot of information. A lot. And information is going to cost you more than you really want to pay. Co-pays, insurance, and things like that. I'm like, oh, I just go get a stent. Well, listen, the heart is a muscle. And we want to make sure you take care again. This is part of the temple. We want to make sure you take care of the thing. Inside is 4 chambers. And it's important the bowels open and close, and release what it needs to release. But we don't eat the right foods. They don't operate the same way. Now you got to get a stent. You got to get a shot. You got to get a procedure. You got to get a pacemaker. Again, all that's money. That's vessel in the pockets. Take care of this vessel. Take care of this temple. It's so important that we do so. Very important. So even with that, as I shared, when I was a surgical technologist in these surgeries, this is where a lot of people get their cancer at. This is the end of the colon, because it's left trash in the intestines, in the large intestines. And so even though they give you Miralax to wash yourself out and things like that, there's tips on how to do it. And as I showed you with the oatmeal and eating a healthy salad, now the salad could be as big as a regular plate. And you want to put it in a bowl, that's fine. And the best way to eat those things, again, these are better foods. Put all the fruits and vegetables in there, and the dressing will be, you know, easy vinaigrette. You don't need $1,000 dressing and blue cheese and ranch and all those. Because when you look at the ingredients, family, I'm saying it has so much in it, so much. I like eggs too and things like that, but you can minimize all those things. Because again, back to the animals that I shared with you, those things have so much stuff in there that's unhealthy. The conventional commercial farms, they have their responsibility, but they also borrow back money from other places. And so they have to make sure they get done. And then you have the organic farms, and they have their things they're feeding their animals. They bring grass and having the water, and they get the sunshine. So just like this Fitbit is supposed to be for when you go outside and you do your walks, you're doing your walks, you're drinking your water. That's what the animals on the organic farm do. But the ones that the conventional, they don't see the sunlight. They don't eat any grass at all. They eat the corn products, just like we eat corn products. The ingredients, sometimes, and when you look carefully, it has this in it. Roundup from different companies, but the chemical in it is called glyphosate. Glyphosate. And that's what they put in cereals and dry products. You would think that, look, okay, it's a healthy food. Again, I'm gonna keep on it. This is so important that we get this. Look at your ingredients, what's in it. It takes much time, it's messy. You had nothing but time. You don't waste it on getting in a hurry of getting something quick. The children need something, they give them some sugary food. No, because that's gonna cause their brain, that's gonna cause their body. Their stomach is gonna get aggravated because the stomach is not meant to have those sugary foods. If you go back in the Bible days, the food they ate was from the earth. And as time went on, you're gonna add things, and hey, we can eat this. But the things were from the earth. As time went on, they start stripping the medicinal part of it and then break off. That's where the medicines take the name on it. That's where they came from. They come from the earth, but they stripped away the medicine part of it, the medicinal part of it, and added other stuff in it. That's why it has so many side effects. If you eat the actual vegetable or fruit or the herb that it came from without stripping, then it would have the same side effect. But yes, you look at your ingredients on your vitamins, on your medicine, that's your name on it. Yeah, it does a part of, if it's, drying up your mucus. What's the side effect? You feel like you're in a Sahara desert, you feel so dry. It does part, but it also leaves residue. But when you eat God's garden food, there's no type of residue like that. I mean, you eat onions, you eat too many things or something is not good. So you have to have balance. But if you have a medication as your name on it, comes from the earth. It gets stripped away like a banana and give you what you want to have. It does job, but at the same time, not good. Yes, I know. Listen, I used to be on a lot of medication. That's why I was always in the ER. I'm ready for my fix. Need my fix. And when I went to the ER last time, our doctor said, after I shared all the things that was on my heart and things, he said, we're not going to treat you. What kind of ER is this? I'm the ER queen, don't you know that? Must have meeting, email or something. I don't know. But I'm like, I'm supposed to get my fix, my program, my this, that, other, my warm blanket, my room with lights off. I got 4 hours of sleep. But what you need to do is go outside and get some fresh air and walk for 10 minutes. What's your name? I'm going to report you, doctor. How you not going to treat me? But he meant that. And I left without any medication. So I thought that was going to be the last time. And it was an episode before, after that. And I had shared this with my apostle. And my apostle said, now what's going on with this system? Like such and such and such, same thing. I'm having these things like going on. It will always happen clock every Saturday, Sunday night. Like it was like clockwork. Like this thing was trying to come over me like that. And what I was having was a panic attack. I was having anxiety attacks. I couldn't identify what it was. I just know I was having it. Like, all right, sit down and check in. It's time to go. All right, I'm about to go. Go ahead at the intercessors. No, I'm about to clockwork. And when I said to my apostle, and he shared me, like, that's an expensive break. Oh my goodness. At that moment was a second encounter of going to the ER was a fix. Like you have the drug addicts that have a fix. You have people who eat for their fix. Mine were ER visits. Now I have caused such a dishonor to the Lord and to heaven, to my family, my friends, the intercessors, because I thought that was what was okay. But God has given us these temples as temporary. We have to be the best stewards because there's so much He has for you. And it's hard for them to release it because you won't trust Him in the areas that are dark. I get people enjoy eating, but eating is not entertainment. It's for repairing. That's what you should be eating, is to repair, replenish, revive, restart, rejuvenate the body. These foods have a lot of power in them. And that's what we're supposed to be eating to rejuvenate our bodies. You don't want to be victims. You want to be victims. We want to be victims in Christ Jesus. There's many things in kingdom that is for you to do, but it's hard to do if we are always in prison. Food is for repairing, combating. It's not to be used for entertainment. I get it, it's good. Sister so-and-so makes the best, sister so-and-so, all the good stuff. But to really be honest, those foods are detrimental to our life. That's what we have to learn to eat to live life. Emotional and social and mental and dental all have to be regulated. As I shared earlier, your teeth suffer the most. They suffer the most. They suffer the most. Because you see all these holes? These are cavities. This is what your intestines look like when you don't do the flushing, the fiber foods. Yes, colon cancer, cancers, obesity, heart disease, they're on the rise. Whether you had a shot or you didn't have a shot, they're on the rise. And when you have had an episode with COVID or flu or whatever the things, your diseases make it that much easier for you to be combating much more. Where you used to take your medication, now you got to be in the hospital. That's how it is. That God does not want you to be in the hospital. We have to be no longer victims, but victors in Christ Jesus. In order to do that, we have to eat to live life. Remember, temples are on borrow. And when we close our eyes for the last time, we want him to say, well done, thou good and faithful servant. You may enter in. But we got to do it here in our mind. These foods are healthy. Yes, people are they're gonna talk, they join you, they're gonna, hey. Are you with your body fat? Are you at a healthy weight? Before you start picking and poking fingers, be careful. Because you might be the one, I might be the one to call to pray for, because now you're back in the hospital. So from the lymphatic breast I shared to the deodorant we should watch for, again, the aluminum foil. The ingredients in aluminum foil is in a lot of the things that you put in your body. And yeah, even the salts. salt is 2,300 milligrams. That's what you're supposed to have. But who's going to look at all those numbers? No one. But if you know what you're supposed to eat, it makes it much easier. And keep from coming inside of the doctor's office. When you go to the gas station and you know you're supposed to be 87, you wouldn't put a 93 in there, would you? No. You wouldn't put it in there. Because this kind of car, most likely, will be a 93. Gas car, needs 93. But if you have a low rider or just a regular car, you know, you probably need like an 87, 89. Nice car. So you got to get up on the right stuff. Get up on the right stuff, it pleases the Lord, and He will reverse those things that combat your body. You want to make sure you drink your waters, you do your exercising, you get your sleep, because that's another way to repair body is good sleep. 6 or 7 hours plus, great. Your body has to have time to repair itself. Your waters, even if it's better to drink, let that be your only source of fluids. I know we like to have sweet sugar and soda and iron carbonated, things like that, but even the juices, you got to be careful with that. As I've been told by Dr. J, it's better to eat the fruit, not drink it. Because all the nutrition is in it. See, when they start peeling all the vegetables or whatever type of smoothie you're going to eat or drink, they take away the medicinal part. So it's better to eat with the skin because the skin is all the nutrition. Of course, the meat of the apple is great, but nutrition is in the skin of it. So we want to make sure we eat right. We want to drink right. We want to laugh. That's another fact. The Bible says, a cheerful heart is the best medicine. So how many times you laugh today? You laugh today. You intentionally laugh because that's another medicine. Sleep is a medicine. Food is a medicine. Balance. All balance. Don't spend your money no more on fast foods. Foods that bring detriment to your body. You want to eat the foods and buy the foods you're going to. You can make your own garden table. Yeah. Juice some seasons, some carrots, and some cucumbers, and some peppers, and watermelon, you know, different things that are healthy and eat those. Now, don't go and get the food in there and the food in there. That's just that way it's good flavor. If you I would suggest getting turkey bones. Put it in there for flavor. Or bone broth. That's good for the, you know, give it as the pot liquor, as I'm told. Those kind of things help build up body. And eating it every day. Condition your mind by conditioning your body. God, we absolutely please. We gotta do the other too now. Gotta drink the juice, 100% juice. If you're gonna drink them, look at the ingredients. Again, I'm telling you, fam, you're gonna get it. You're gonna get it. These ingredients are huge. And when you learn to look at it and study it and know what to look for, you'll be all right. You'll be great. And it'll please the Lord and your family. Well, what you doing? You're looking, you're glowing, you got the things going on. I'm eating their life. Ask Miss Bellamy to talk to me, teach me, and she can teach you too. And she can teach you, your whole family can be rid of those diseases that they don't have to pass down from generation to generation. We don't want generation curses, we want generation of blessings. And so we eat and grow as God has for us to do, to please Him, and the generations behind you will be pleased. So I just thank you for this kind of opportunity to just sit and soak all the things that I'm sharing. And much more. As I said, the 50-day challenge is going to be awesome. So get back with me. My web is https://feedme.godaddysites.com. And you can check me out also on Alignable and LinkedIn. And I hope to see you, and I pray that you stay encouraged. Be blessed and blessed. Remember, God loves you and He wants you the best ever to have.
Hi, I am B. Jackal Jeter, and I am here with Tarsha Calhoun, who is a part of SuccessFest. Tarsha, it's been said that success leaves clues. So, knowing that, how about you tell me what's been your biggest obstacle to overcome in this journey of yours?
Wow, thank you, Ms. Jada. My biggest obstacle that I've had to overcome has been letting go of the pain, the shame, the guilt, and the anger, and accepting my worthiness.
Okay, so how does that help you make the world a better place or serve your audience?
It helps because during that time, and the time I'm speaking about is when I separated and now divorced, I did not see past the pain, nor did I see past the hurt that was going on at the time. So I needed someone to be a beacon of light for me. So it helps because now I am able to be that beacon of light for other women who are going through similar, divorces can be different, but that sometimes you just can't see past the pain and the hurt, and you need someone to be a beacon of light for you and give you practical tools to move forward, to get up and move forward and embrace the new life on the other side.
That's awesome, Tarsha. That is really awesome because I know a lot of people need you. So how do you help others become that? You said that you help them, but in what ways do you do that?
I help them with my proven eight-step sis get up system. It's a system that I use during that time to get up because, oftentimes we have moments when we don't feel like getting up. So using those moments to be your springboard to get up again and to step into being the CEO of your life, health, and business, getting back into the driver's seat.
So when someone comes back to you and says, Tarsha, your program has changed my life, what do they usually say? And how does it make you feel?
Oh, overjoyed. That happens. I'll say a patient because my background is in nursing. So a client I worked with in 2016, her and I touched bases just about 2 weeks ago. So her and I worked together in 2016, and it just did my soul all the good. I was overjoyed to hear that some of the same tools and principles, the practical tools and some of the things that we worked on, she is still implementing that into her everyday life. She has went on to lose weight. She is doing good, looking good. And so it just makes me feel great. It really humbles me and let me know that this work is needed and that it's not in vain.
That's awesome, Tarsha. And it feels good for someone to come back and tell you that so you know that you are continuing to have impact. Yes. So one last question. What is your biggest hope for those that you're called to serve?
My biggest hope is that these women will know that they are whole, that they're worthy, that they are healing, that they are one woman, that they are loved, extraordinary, and can co-create the life that they deserve. That is my biggest hope for them, to always know that they are enough and everything that they need is on the inside of them.
That's really powerful. I want to thank you, Tarsha, for sharing this time with me real quickly. And I wish you all the success in the world.
Thank you. Thank you as well. Are you having a hard time letting go? Do you feel like your whole life is falling apart? Everything you once relied upon is gone. You don't know you don't know how to get up for your next day. You find yourself crying to the point to where you have no more tears left to cry. Daily, you find yourself lying on the floor in a fetal position, fighting for your life, screaming and praying for the pain to stop. You don't know, you need to get up, but you don't know how to get up. You present to the world as this class A woman who has life all figured out, but secretly you're suffering in silence. If only the pain would stop long enough for you to catch a breath, to breathe, you could possibly get your life back on track. The day you said I do, you never saw this day coming. The day I said I do, sickness for health, riches and poor, never did you think you would be separated or divorced, or at least I know I didn't. Regardless of the ups and downs in the marriage, regardless if the marriage was toxic or not, that was not the plan on the day you said I do. But guess what, sis? It's over. That ship has sailed. It is time to get up and do the work. I come to ask you a serious question. And that question is, are you ready? Are you ready to get up? Hi, my name is Tarsha Calhoun, your Get Up Sis strategist. I am whole, but I have a confession to make. I haven't always been this bold, bodacious woman that you see before you, a whole woman. There was a time when the pain was excruciating. I didn't know how I was going to make it throughout the day. The day that I decided to do something different is the day when I gave God permission to not wake me up the next morning. I had kissed my kids goodnight as I normally do, and the tears started rolling down my face as I was walking to my room. I couldn't keep it all together. And I remember sitting on the side of a king-size bed, and I just wanted the pain to stop. Now, see, I wasn't suicidal by no means, but I said, God, it's okay if you see fit not to wake me up in the morning. But something happened between those words going out my mouth, landing on my ears, because before my head touched the pillow, I sprung forward, speaking life. I began to speak life over my body. I began to speak life over my mind. I began to speak life into my finances, over my children. And that was the start of the sis get up moment. Can you relate? If you can relate, put in the chat. I can relate. I can relate. Sis, get up. Sis, get up. You see, oftentimes the pain can get so bad to where we feel that the only way out is to not get up the next morning or to numb the pain with drugs or sex or alcohol or food. But that's not it. I come to let you know that there is life beyond divorce. You see, divorce is only the end if you choose. It's all about perception. I know for me and many other women, divorce was the beginning of something new. I love the life that I'm creating now. And as a result of being able to be that beacon of light for others, I want to be the beacon of light for you as the coach was for me during my time. You see, when speaking life over me, it woke up my hopes and dreams and the woman I once was, the woman I desired to become so badly. I am her now. Sis, it is time to get up and do the work. Repeat after me. I am whole. I am worthy. I am healing. I am one woman. I am living life consciously. I am extraordinary. Everything I need is inside of me. I am enough. There is no time like now to get up. Now stand up. Take a deep breath in. Now exhale slowly and say, will the real me please get up? Sis, you can get up. I'm here to help you. We have work to do. Let's connect. Text the words get up to 214-833-7012. I have a gift for you. And that gift is healing and purpose after divorce. God, thank you. Remember, life is to be lived on purpose, for purpose, with purpose. Sis, it's time to get up. We have work to do. Hi, do you find yourself doing the same routine day after day, wishing, hoping, and praying for a better life? But you're too busy to create that life you desire to live. Welcome to 3 steps to stop living your life on autopilot. So by the end of this training, by the end of the 3 steps to stop living your life on autopilot training, you will know what it means to live on autopilot. Identify when you're living on autopilot. Know the 3 key steps to make to stop living on autopilot in order to take control of your life, your health, and business. And also, at the end, I have a gift for you. And I would like to extend the invitation to become a member of the Starting Point Club. So if you're wondering who this training is for, if you're in the right place at the right time, well, guess what? You are in the right place at the right time. If you're a separated or a divorced woman and you feel stuck in your life, you feel like you're just existing, going through the motions to get through another day, you continue to wish and hope and pray for a better life, but you don't know how, you don't know where to start, or you don't think you can have a better life. If your attitude is one of, I'm over it, the pain of staying the same is greater than the pain of change, you're in the right place. If you're ready to move forward in life, and if you're ready to start living a life and falling in love with the life that you have created, falling in love with you again, you're in the right place. You know, Albert Einstein said, there are 2 ways to live. So we have a choice in the matter. You can live as if nothing is a miracle, or you can live as if everything is a miracle. You decide. Do you choose to live as if nothing is a miracle? That's living your life on autopilot. Or do you choose to live as if everything is a miracle? That's living your life with intention, living consciously. So I have a quick video I want to show you. So what did you notice in that short clip? Did you notice how in the beginning, the black creature or the monster was very small in size? And as the guy who represent you, me, all of us, and many of us at one point in time of our lives, the routine, as the guy continued to with the same routine, not giving any thought to his day, the late nights, the long hours, the smoking, the binge eating, the drinking, all of this stuff just to get through the day, the sleeping in, the snoozing. The monster, or death, if you will, begin to grow. To the point to where it started doing the things for him. That represents our routine. So it represents when our routine conquers our lives and everything becomes automated. We continue to do the same things without even thinking about it or questioning it. We stop looking for what really makes us happen. The doom and gloom sets in. You may become depressed. This is during this time. Did you see when the guy faced the monster? And at that time, it represented to me, hey, I want to do something different, but didn't know how because he just turned and continued with the day as normal. So my question to you is, are you living life on autopilot? Because what's really sad is that oftentimes we don't know that we're living our life on autopilot, especially when it comes to doing something that has to be done daily, going to work, running your business, taking care of kids, dropping them off at school. There's so many things in our lives that we do that becomes a routine to where we don't even realize the routine has taken over us. We stop living our life. We wish for more, but we don't go after the more. We don't live with zest and intent. But that's going to change today as a result of this training. After this training, living your life on autopilot would no longer be your story. Stop the video again. So you may be wondering, who is this woman talking to me? My name is Tarsha Calhoun. I'm your Sis Get Up strategist, and I have a confession to make. See, I haven't always been a whole woman. I haven't always been a woman who lived life consciously, who paid attention. At some point in time in my life, a few years ago, I began to live life on autopilot. I didn't feel worthy. I had started the healing journey. I was showing up in different women's and silos of who I am. In some spaces, I showed up as the nurse. In some spaces, I showed up as a mother. In some spaces, I showed up as a businesswoman, a career woman, just all kind of woman of faith. Everything was in silo. I wasn't living life consciously. As I stated, I was living life on autopilot. I didn't even realize that I was on autopilot. I didn't feel extraordinary. Honestly, I didn't feel good enough. I didn't feel like I was enough, despite the accolades, my degrees, certifications, and all my accomplishments in life. Still didn't feel good enough. Can you relate? Everything that took place that led up to my separation and now divorce caused the fire that once burned inside to burn down. The fire began to starve for oxygen. Every argument, every negative word, every night that I went to bed mad felt like gallons of water being dumped, not really poured, but just dumped onto my fire. To the point I felt like I was drowning with no life jacket, and I swim like a rock. But that was the final straw. This particular bucket of water caught me off guard. I wanted the divorce. I was so mad I made a decision. And at that moment, I thought I had made the right decision because the freedom that came with it. But the next day, it felt like a ton of bricks. I started to question, did I make the right decision? Maybe I should have stayed in that life, that routine, living life on autopilot a little bit longer because I was familiar with that. Because now the rug had been ripped from under me and the life I once known, it was gone. But it wasn't until the day the pain was so excruciating and I sat on the edge of my king size bed after giving my children a good night kiss and telling them I'll see you in the morning. I gave God permission to not wake me up the next morning. You see, I wasn't suicidal. I just wanted the pain to end. I was okay if God did not see fit to wake me up the next morning. But something happened between those words leaving my mouth, my head lying on the pillow, and those words falling up on my ears. Because before my head could touch the pillow, I sprung forward and I began to speak life over me. I began to speak life over my children. I began to speak life into my finances, to my health, into my mind, over my body. I began to speak so much life to when I realized it, I was standing up. And guess what? That was the start of the Sis Get Up movement. Les Brown said it best. If you can look up, you can get up. The next morning, I woke up full of energy. So I did the first thing that I thought to do, that many of us do, and that is run out for retail therapy. I wanted the outside to look as good as I felt on the inside. But guess what? I funded this retail therapy with my credit card. Although it felt good for the moment, that night, it didn't feel so good because I realized I had added debt and I was already drowning in debt. So I felt miserably. I'm sorry, these slides here, there we go. I felt miserably. The second thing I tried was journaling. And at the time, I didn't know how to journal. I didn't realize that I was just creating more havoc in my life by attempting to journal my thoughts and my feelings. Felt miserably. The third thing I tried, I hired a coach. This was the best thing. As a result of hiring a coach, although I was a coach, I couldn't coach myself through that time. I needed someone who would see me, hear me, not judge me, and help me navigate the pains and the woes and everything that came with being separated and divorced. And as a result, Ignite Her Wellness was born. Ignite Her Wellness is a company that is for the total woman, total transformation for the total woman. She's training and coaching and consulting. And as a result, you will get up because we have work to do. And see, now you see this woman who is before you as a whole woman. And I know the same can be for you. So let's jump into the 3 steps we need to stop living our life on autopilot. Because oftentimes, when I think about this, we have a tendency when we're living our life on autopilot, we have a tendency to think that a situation is so bad that the only way out is to not wake up the next morning or numb the pain with pills and alcohol or sex or food. Have there ever been a time in your life when you felt like the pain was unbearable and you wanted to give up? Well, I'm here to tell you, don't give up. There is hope. And after this training, you will be standing up and excited to live the life that you desire. So let's talk a little bit about what it means to live on autopilot. Because as I stated before, most of the time we don't know it. We're just going through our routine. And as in that movie clip, that short clip, you notice how the monster grew into where the monster was larger than the man who represents so many above. And the monster started doing everything. That's exactly it. To act without thinking about what we're doing. Normally because we have done it so many times before. The ability to do something without really thinking about it. You're living your life on autopilot. If everyday routine becomes automatic, there's no minimal, there's minimal cognitive effort. You're not putting any effort into the day. Oftentimes it's referred to as being zoned out. It's like walking zombies. We're just zombies going through our life. That is today. So what is the first step? The first step to stop living your life on autopilot and step into being the CEO of your life, your health, and business is to identify what matters to you. This is how you rid the people-pleasing syndrome. In order to identify, I want you to take some time, sit with yourself and ask, what matters to me? What are my core values? Because as you do this, what it's going to do is help you say no quicker, sooner, faster, because the things that I ask of you, if it doesn't matter to you, then automatically you will say no, to where your no's become more than your yes, and your yes are intentional yes, because it matters to you. So when you're not aware of your priority, it's easy. Right here. So when you're not aware of your priorities, it's easy to say yes to things because you don't know what matters to you. But when you identify and know what matters to you, again, you begin to live life consciously because you only say yes to the things that matters to you. Step 2, you want to break your daily routine by doing something different. Something different. It could be something so simple as driving a different way to work, or driving a different way to the store, or driving a different way home, taking a different route, and along the route, paying attention to the things that you see, the trees, the grass, the flowers, the people, just things in your surroundings. Or it could be something as simple as changing your hairstyle, wearing a different color, doing something different, seeking out something different to do. Maybe trying a new restaurant or going to a different place or just something different. So my challenge to you is to do something different at least twice a week. Now let's go, let's look at step 3. I found a step. Step 3 is connect with others. And as I stated in the beginning of this training, I would extend the invitation to become a part of the Starting Point Club. The Starting Point Club is a community of extraordinary women, uplifting, empowering each other to become the best version of themselves. It is the how to stop. One of the ways to stop living your life on autopilot is life-giving conversation, the training. You're instantly inspired to do the things that you desire to do. Not only that, when you connect with others, you want to make sure you're connected to the right people, people who energize you just being in their presence. It's always an experience. You leave wanting to do more, to be more. You leave full of energy. And not only that, when they're in your presence, they have the same experience. They see you, they hear you. There's no judgment, there's no competition. It's only collaboration. We have that inside of the Starting Point Club. So the third step to stop living your life on autopilot is to connect with others. Now, if you want more information about the Starting Point Club, text GET UP to 214-833-7012. If you're stuck and you're not sure where to start, the Starting Point Club is where you start. Text GET UP to 214-833-7012. Now let's stay connected. I'll pause and give you a chance to take a picture of this slide. You can connect with me on Facebook at Tarsha Johnson Calhoun, on Instagram and LinkedIn, Tarsha Johnson, or send me an email, tarsha@igniteherwellness.com. And the last thing, I have a gift for you. I want to thank you for tuning into this training. And as a result, hopefully something has been said, the steps you will put into action to stop living your life on autopilot. My gift to you is a complimentary Sis Get Up Clarity Chat. Go to sisgetup.net to schedule your chat. Let's talk about it. And I have a second gift. At the end of our chat, I will gift you with my Healing and Purpose guide. Healing and Purpose After Divorce guide that gives you step-by-step how to move forward in life. And remember, life is to be lived on purpose, with purpose, for purpose. Sis, it's time to get up. We have work to do.
All right, all right. Now listen, y'all. I got somebody even more special in here. Oh my God, I'm excited. Y'all see that on her screen? What does it say? I didn't come to play. I came to win. We must know who this person is who did not come to play, who came only to win, right? So I need you to introduce yourself, who you are, and let us know that you came to win.
That's it. Thank you, beautiful. Thank you. Thank you so much. I am the Nicole Johnson. I am the founder and CEO of Girl Your Money Matters. And it's affectionately known as the gym, where we have all sorts of exercises to help you get financially fit. And so this dream, this passion, this desire flourishes out of my hope to help women get their money and their finances in order so that they don't have to stay in detrimental situations because they can't afford to leave, right? Ooh. We have some women who are, he controls the money. We may have some men out there where she controls the money. Just flip the script and come on and take the message. Because the goal is, in this day and time, is so much money to be made working from home, creating streams of income from home. And my goal is to make sure that you understand how to do it, because I did not come to play with you. I came to help you win.
Oh my goodness. That was like a mic drop. That's all I can say. But you touched on a point that is it's a very touchy subject. Why? Because, you know, even for so many women, we live with these stories, right? Of, in a way, us being in bondage, right? Kind of being trapped. And you are creating avenues and through the, no, let me put it into your terms, exercises that we could be able to do and get into the gym so that we're not in bondage anymore.
That's right. That's right. Growing up with financial trauma, didn't realize that was a thing until I was an adult. And when I look back, it's called my examination period. When I started examining how I got to where I am, because I want people to understand this. In order to know how you got here, you've got to look at the past. What we look at, we don't dwell, we don't condemn ourselves, we examine. How did I get here? That's how trends are developed. What happened to bring me to this point? So I know what to change and shift so I can go better and into my future, right? So we've got to have an examination to bring about some revelation to get to our transformation. And so there are a couple of other points after that which go into implementation, because success moves at the speed of execution. That's why I'm your executor. I did not come to play with you. I came to help you win. And I tell people all the time, we talk about budgets, you know, they get upset about that B word. We talk about how to create, how to maintain, how to make a sustainable one. But before I get into all of that, I have to get in your mindset. I have to help you shift from the patterns and the habits that brought you to where you are now. And a lot of us look at money differently, but we got to look at money better.
Yeah.
And a lot of people are talking about, yeah, my ends don't meet. Okay, so before we can get into a budget, Nicole, how do I do that? Well, we start talking about ways. Just for an example, we generate $1,000 in 30 days. Now, what if I told you that's just the beginning? My grandmother used to tell me all the time, Nikki, I don't know if we're going to be able to do that, baby, because grandma on a fixed income. When I started working, I had to go back to grandma. Everybody on a fixed income. That check is the same every other Friday, every Friday, unless they give us overtime. But what I like about working from home, I don't have a cap on the money that I make.
Wow.
Now, what job can you go to and not have a cap on the money that you make? So for those ladies who, have decided to be a stay-at-home mom, and now you're in a situation where you're being controlled because you don't have a means of generating income, baby, you do now.
What?
And you do not have to stay there in bondage anymore.
See, I told y'all she did not come to play. She came to win. It might be somewhat of a sweet and sour situation that you may have experienced, but Nicole is telling you and providing you those exercises inside the gym, right?
That's
to be able to learn. So share with them just quickly, what's your title of your talk, right? Your presentation, and what can they expect from it?
So we're not going to play around with numbers just because we're talking about your budget. So my talk is 3 successful money tips. And we're going to talk about, and it's just the beginning, because the goal is to help you shift your mindset. So I don't want you to come in thinking, oh, I got to deal with numbers. I got to look it up. I came to motivate you. As a matter of fact, I don't know if they can see my shirt. It says she motivates, inspires, empowers. She is the Nicole Johnson. I am she. I think once people understand that when I shift my mindset and create a new relationship with my money, all my things start to change. And this is the one important thing that you have to understand is that life hits differently when our finances are in order. And if you don't believe me, I need you to follow me at girlyourmoneymatters.com and give me a chance to help you understand exactly what that means.
All right, y'all. Now listen, the thing is though, I need y'all to follow her into this gym, and listen in on what Nicole has to say. And actually, I want y'all to actually participate in these exercises. So thank you so much, Nicole, for sharing, for dropping those gems, for rolling out the mats that we need to be getting on into these exercises financially, right? To get things so that we have more control over our life, especially as women. So thank you so much for joining.
I'm bringing the towel. I'm bringing the towel. We're going to wipe the sweat off, but we're going to give a full workout so that you can understand how you can win.
All right, y'all. See y'all in the gym.
Hello, and welcome to Girl, Your Money Matters. Tonight, we're going to talk about healing from our financial traumas. Have you ever been in a place in your life where you wanted to do things differently, but you didn't know how? Have you ever felt stuck and not have a strategy to move forward? I have been there many times in my life. And I can tell you honestly, a lot of those times my heart was crushed, but in my head, I knew I was not out of the game. So let me ask you a question. How many of you have children, grandchildren, godchildren, nieces, nephews, or you simply just love the kids? I'm feeling your yeses. I'm feeling your I do's. That's me. All right. I think that probably covers everybody in the room. Now, let me share with you how we teach our kids with the things that we do and not necessarily the things that we say. Growing up, my mother ruled with an iron hand, and she had to because she had four girls living in the projects on the west side of Chicago. Understand? Okay. But honestly, I feel that if she'd stopped after me, we'd be talking about a different story today. But let me get back focused, okay? Because that's not what we're here to talk about. That's just me. My mom had a live in boyfriend, and there was one thing I never understood about her when it came to him. As strong as she was, as smart as she was, how did she stay in an abusive relationship as long as she did? He had the fancy car, living in the projects. He had nice clothes, living in the projects. He had a great job with the power company, living in the projects. He eventually convinced her to be a stay at home mom, living in the projects. I later realized that he was laying the foundation to control her. You see, when he got angry, the material things belonged to him, not them. The money was his, not theirs. And where could she go with four kids and no money? I didn't know it then, but I was watching financial trauma right before my eyes. Over the years, she would pack us up. We would go to my grandma's house. We would stay for a few days until he cooled off. And then we'd head back to home. A few nights after my high school graduation came another round of pack up and leave. But this time, I decided to stay with my aunt. I waited a long time before I called my mother. But truthfully, I didn't want to go back. I called my grandma's house, and to my surprise, she told me my mom and my sisters had already returned home. With tears in my eyes, I told my aunt, I don't want to go back to that miserable place. I finally called my mom, and she told me things had been better since I wasn't home, and she didn't want me to come back. Talk about a gut punch. Can you imagine your own mother rejecting you, and for a man? Wow. My aunt walked me into that bathroom. She stood me straight in that mirror and told me to clean my face. And she told me right then and there, the person that I saw in the mirror was the only person that I could ever truly depend on. At that very moment, I kept wondering, when would the gut punches stop? I wasn't ready to take on the world yet. I want you to remember that word, yet. You see, I was 18. I was bruised and broken, but I was not out. My mother showed me, not told me, that she was financially dependent on a man who was abusing her, constantly reminding her that she couldn't go anywhere or do anything without the money he provided. Financial trauma. Does that resonate with you? I feel your yeses. I really do. Now let's fast forward to a time in my life where I'm now all grown up. Okay? The year was 1996, and I honestly swore that my life was over. I was sitting in a federal courthouse in a room full of strangers with one thing in common. We were all there to ask a federal judge to wipe away our debts, bankruptcy. And I kept asking myself, how did this happen? My attorney assured me that everything was okay. I was going to be fine. I was getting a do-over in my finances. And even though all of that sounded great, I was crying inside because at the age of 24, I was a single mother just out of a broken relationship, and I was a wreck. And here I am again, stuck with no strategy on how to move forward. I was emotionally broken. I was mentally broken, and to add injury to the insult, I was now bankrupt. Okay, so come forward with me. Now we're in 2008. I'm a single mom. I have 2 children. And you know what? I made a huge decision. I decided to become a homeowner. After attending several home buyer workshops, where they always tell you, you need to have good credit, you need to have a budget, and you need to have a nice amount of money in savings. Well, at that point, society had called me a 3-time loser. Remember, I had filed bankruptcy. Okay. I'm a single mom. I'm barely making the ends meet. And according to society, home ownership was not my portion. I would leave those workshops feeling defeated because even though they told me what I needed, they never showed me how to get what I needed. Nobody showed me how to build my credit. Nobody showed me how to create a budget or begin saving. So now I'm a divorced, bankrupt single mother with very little money. My credit score was so low that it was looking up at the credit table, and I never used a budget. And I want to buy a home. You're darn right. So let me tell you this. Can you hear me? I want to make sure you can hear me. Come lean in a little bit closer. It's not what they call you. It's what you answer to. And I was not going to answer to loser. I was going to answer to homeowner. And since I didn't have anyone to teach me what I needed to know about becoming a homeowner, I taught myself. I made a date with my credit report, my bills, my bank statements, and my income. And whoo, child, that was no easy feat. Woo-hoo! I almost felt like I needed to call in for reinforcements. But you know what? My why for why I wanted to become a homeowner was that little girl and that little boy who needed me and called me mom. And if I couldn't succeed for myself, I had to succeed for them. So I wrestled with those numbers until I had a sustainable budget, which included cutting some costs, and it included a savings plan. And I stuck with that plan. And on 9909, I answered to first time home buyer. September 9th, 2009 will always be a memorable moment for me. Signing all those papers and getting those keys. When I think of blessings, I believe that they are meant to be shared. So in 2010, I took to social media to teach other women how to survive the home buying process. And for the next 7 years, I helped over 200 women wash, rinse, and repeat that same strategy. See, I understood very early that my testimony is the solution to somebody's test. And since there weren't very many people having conversations about home ownership and budgeting, who better to start the conversation than me? Well, who am I? Well, I'm actually glad you asked that question. I am a Black woman who has been counted out more times than I've been counted in. I am a Black woman who came into the world with a purpose greater than what society will ever understand. I am a Black woman who has been down, bruised, and broken, but I've never been out. I was a divorced single mom, barely making ends meet. And just when society labeled me as a loser, the fresh wind of God's anointment came along in my life and boom, my transformation walked me into the blessings that people are still in shock about today. You want to hear about it? Want to hear? Here we go. I want you to understand that it's not what you're called. It is absolutely what you answer to. I am a college graduate. I completed my master's and my law degree at the same time. Nobody taught me that. I taught that to myself. I am a successful business owner who has helped over 200 women not only wash, rinse, and repeat, but I've built other business owners. But wait, there's more. When I purchased my home, I spent less than $2,000 in out-of-pocket expenses. I only needed $602 and some change at the closing table, and I locked in a 2.25% interest rate. There's some people that are still asking me over 10 years later, how you do that, Nicole? The financial trauma that I endured as a child became the foundation of why I help women create streams of income from home so that they don't have to stay in abusive relationships because they can't afford to leave. Today, I am the Nicole Johnson, founder of Girl Your Money Matters, and it's affectionately known as the gym, where we have all sorts of exercises to help you get financially fit. And today, I am going on a journey with you to start your full and complete transformation of healing from financial trauma and breaking financial dependence so you can have the financial freedom that you desire and have the financial life that you deserve. Now, listen, here's some things that I want you to do because I have a free gift for you. Let me make sure I get all my ducks in a row before we wrap this up. I want you to go to girlyourmoneymatters.com and download my free guide, How to Decrease Your Expenses and Increase Your Savings. See, when nobody told me how, I created tools and resources to help the next woman know how to do exactly what I didn't know how to do. In other words, I want to be to you what I needed when I was sitting in your position. Okay. Next, I want you to join my free Facebook community. It's also known as Girl Your Money Matters. Listen, when I say we got tons of things to help you get financially fit, I'm not playing. We are the real deal over there. And I'll give you a tip. Every Friday, we dump our change into a jar so we can start savings. If you do it frequently and regularly, you will create the habit of savings and it'll become second nature. One of my long-term clients has saved over $7,000 dumping change over the last 5 years. It is her daughter's college fund. Now listen, I'm going to go get ready to meet you in the gym. But on this short break, I want you to do something. I want you to think about this. What would you do for yourself and your family if money was not a factor? That's deep, but that's just the beginning. And I'm going to leave you with this. I did not come to play with you. I came to help you win. Now go get ready and meet me in the gym. Hello, 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 and welcome to the gym. We are here at Girl Your Money Matters, affectionately known as the gym, where we have all sorts of exercises to help you get financially fit. So listen, I had to get some things together for you because our next section is a whole workshop where I'm going to talk to you about how to start your full and complete transformation on healing from financial traumas. Now, that may not always resonate with someone when we're going to talk about money, but listen, we're going to talk about the background, which is going to be our examination period. It's going to reveal some things, which is our revelation period, and then we're going to start with our transformation. That's good? You like? I know you do. I hear your yeses. I hear your yeses. So listen, I got my water. You need to have some too. I got my towel in case I work up too much of a sweat, but just in case, I got my fan as well. That's it right there. Okay. But I also have my notes because I have so much information that I can share with you and that I want to share with you, but I want to stay on track. Okay. So listen, as I have helped over 200 women, and I do mean over, survive the home buying process, what I realized during that time was that sometimes it wasn't just about them creating a budget. That really is the main factor. They don't know how to create a budget. Trust me, been there, done that. Been there, done that. That's why I can speak to it. I didn't have a budget. And when I had a budget, it came after some time of wrestling with it to get it together. And I never got it right each time. So let me say this. I want you to write this down. A budget is fluid. Fluid moves, fluid changes. It might shift directions. But I want to give you a tip. You ready? Write this down too. Life hits differently when our finances are in order. Life will hit differently when our finances are in order. So let that be your motivation to make sure that you establish a budget for you and your household. All right. So no, it wasn't always about whether or not they had a budget. You know what the biggest problem that I found in those ladies when it came to their finances? One was money mindset. They had some healing to do to deal with the financial traumas that led to why they were making the financial mistakes or choices that were not always positively impacting their finances. Okay, so they had to we had to examine that part. But you know what the second thing was after mindset? They just didn't have enough money coming into the household. Like, Nicole, I would hear this all the time. Nicole, how do I make the ends meet and create a budget when I don't have enough income? Trust me when I say I understood that too. Growing up, my grandmother used to tell me all the time, Nikki, grandma on a fixed income, honey, so I don't know if we can commit to doing that. When I started working, I had to go back and say, Grandma, everybody on a fixed income, we get the same paycheck every other Friday, or the 1st and the 15th, or the 15th and the last day of the month, whichever it is, it's the same amount of money. But when I got older and I started working and looking for ways to create additional streams of income, and I discovered mystery shopping. Now, I was surprised, but I'll tell you this, mystery shopping is not new. It might be new to you, but I promise you it's been around. Okay, so listen, let me go on and age myself. I'm born and raised in the city of Chicago. Okay, that's my hometown. I don't care where else I've lived. My hometown is Chicago. And so when I worked at Three Sisters on State Street, oh, don't be trying to guess my age. It ain't none of your business. Just think back. Stay focused now. Stay focused. When I worked at Three Sisters on State Street, we got mystery shopped. Now it was different then because they didn't have computers back then. I told you quit trying to guess my age, ain't none of your business. We didn't have computers. So we got a large packet of papers left on the desk. And I heard somebody say, oh, we just got mystery shop. I didn't understand it and didn't even really ask any questions. But now today, as I have done mystery shopping, I have scheduled for several mystery shopping companies. I'm like, okay, I see how it worked back then, but now it's all electronic now. A lot of it can be done right from your laptop and some from your phone. But mystery shopping, let me say this. Let me put it to you like this. You can mystery shop your way to more income. You can pick it up when you want to. You can put it down when you want to. You can shop as much as you want to. You can do as little as you want to. And that's the beauty of it. That is the one thing that you can do that has no cap on how much money you can make. The fine line as to what it is you. Did I say that part? Let me say it again. The fine line is you. Okay. And the reason that I phrase it like that in my community is because some of you work a full-time job and on Saturday, you don't want to get up and go out. But if you need this extra income, you got to go out. Okay. So you are the determining factor. I have a nursing student who came to me and said, Miss Nicole, you know, she's younger than me when she say, Miss Nicole, my tuition went up by $400 a month. I want you guys to write this down. You ready? Write this down. It went up by $400 a month, and I don't know how I'm going to pay it. I had her jump in a meeting room with me. I shared some screens with her. I showed her some resources and showed her how to make $400 a week. You need me to say that again? Showed her how to make $400 a week. That was just in case one week she didn't feel like getting out there. Go and put that $400 in the bank. Okay? Because it's doable. It is very doable. So before we dive into that, let's talk about your relationship with your money. See, when I was younger, I was experiencing financial trauma. I was making bad decisions. And in order to figure out how I was living not paycheck to paycheck. Some of us already know that. How about paycheck to every other paycheck, right? I was taking this paycheck and half of this one, and then the other half to go with the next one. I get robbing Peter to pay Paul. I had to stop that because they started fighting back with each other and me. All the things were failing. But I had to go back and examine what my traumas were, put them out on the table, put them out on the couch with a therapist. Well, that's another story for another time. But really delve into why I was making the decisions that I was making when it came to my money. And once I healed from those traumas, once I stuck with a plan to buy my home, once I figured out that I have to save no matter what else is going on in my life, once I figured that there's some things I have to sacrifice in order to have the things that I want, once I figured all of those things out and made up my mind that nothing was going to get in the way of me having an emergency fund, nothing was going to get in the way of me paying my bills on time, nothing was going to get in the way of me reaching the financial goals that I wanted, my mindset shifted. My relationship with my money shifted. Now, a lot of people don't believe they have a relationship with their money. Okay, so let's do a little test. Actually, let's just do a comparison. Your relationship with your money can be considered the same as the relationship with your partner. How, Nicole? I'm glad you asked. Neglect your partner. See, won't they tip on out the door? Neglect your money. It'll never be where you left it. Do you have children? The ones you love? When you turn your head, that $10 bill that you had Monday morning is not gone because it's their lunch money. That $20 bill you thought you had is now, do they play video games anymore? It's gone, whatever it is. Neglect your partner and they will disappear. And the same goes for your money. You thought you had a $10 bill on there, but you broke it when you went to the restaurant, and now you don't know what happened to the change. I know, okay. I feel your yeses. I feel your that's me. Do it every day. I feel it. It's okay. You don't have to tell me in person. You don't have to tell me, but I feel it. And I know it because I was you. So when I shifted my mindset, I began to shift how I handled my money. And so when I shifted how to manage my money, now I realize how much more I need to make. Okay, because we understand that it's not so much as creating the budget if we don't have enough money coming in the household. Agree? Okay. So now I need to do something to make the ends meet. How? I work a full-time job. I go to school. I'm a single parent. How are we going to do this? Mystery shop your way to more income. So there are millions of mystery shopping companies, maybe hundreds of thousands, but it's a lot of them. The problem is you don't know which one is valid. You don't know which one is a scam. And there are different types of mystery shops that you can do. You can do what's called a reveal shop. You can do what's called an audit. You can do mystery shops where you spend your own money and then wait for reimbursement. You can do shops where you are the secret shopper. There is a ton of stuff. And I do mean a ton. So let's kind of talk about that. Let's delve into that real quick. All right. So mystery shoppers are hired by corporations. And let's talk about what it is. Hired by corporations to go in to see if the staff is doing what the employees are trained to do. You might think of it as undercover boss. Same thing, but you got one boss who's going into an establishment, whereas you have major corporations who contract with companies who contract with people like me and you to go into multiple facilities all over the country. What kind of mystery shops have I done? So I've done what's called bar shops. I've done restaurant shops. I've done audits. I've done secret shops where I go into different franchises and I look at the store. I look at the cleanliness. I interact with the staff. Listen, it's all kinds of stuff that you could do. So let me tell you and share with you some of the things that I hear people don't want to do. Well, I don't want to spend money to wait for them to reimburse me. Then don't do it. That's the beauty of it. You don't have to do that one. You could choose to do the one where you go in, you do an audit, you take some pictures of the equipment, the store setup, the staff, get in your car, leave, go home, fill out a report, upload it, and boom, wait for your fee. You could mystery shop apartment complexes. That one is one of the most profitable ones. You could also delve into work from home call centers. Let me check my notes. Hold on a second. Work from home call centers. Yes, work from home call centers where you could schedule your shifts. You can work as many or as few as you want. Mystery shopping can be whatever you want it to be. But you know what the beauty of it is? It's yours. See, pre-pandemic, I was telling people, honey, you need to create something that has your name on it because these jobs ain't loyal. When the pandemic happened and folks were getting laid off left, right, top, bottom, and everywhere in between, people were scrambling. They didn't know what to do. They were left out in the cold. But I remember those two young ladies. I think they're sisters. They may be cousins. They were federal employees, and they started baking for their friends and selling those cakes and pies and whatever else, what other treats they made. But eventually they ended up with a contract with Walmart. It's theirs. And you have to have something that's yours. And as an independent contractor, you can mystery shop for multiple companies and multiple times on multiple days, as much or as little as you want. And that is what we do in our workshop. We literally sit down and share screens. I share the screen. You look and you follow on how to set yourself up for success when it comes to being a mystery shopper and an independent contractor who makes money from home. I love it. I love it. And you know why? Because I have some people who just need to make a couple of extra $100 a week or a month. Let me give you a case study. This young lady worked with me for 3 years. All she did was work Saturday and Sunday in the mystery shopping world because she had a stressful full-time Monday through Friday corporate job. She hated it. But she had so much debt that she couldn't afford to leave to start over. So what we did was we created a plan. Remember how I told you I sat and wrestled with those numbers? I needed to know what they looked like, and I needed to help her understand what her numbers were. How much debt do you have? How much money do you have coming in? How much money are you short every month? And now that we have that, let's build the budget and how much we're going to pay down. So this is how much she worked every month. She earned an extra $600 every month working Saturday and Sunday for a total of 15 hours. Do you have 15 hours on the weekend to work from home? I do. You do too. And if you don't, you better make it. Because what I don't want you to do is come from out of this workshop. I don't want you to leave here today and see yourself in the same place that you sit today a year from now. Heck, 6 months from now. because life is about progress. Okay. And if you don't make progress and changes in your finances today, when will you? If not today, when? Because they say there's a recession coming. Some folks say it's already here. Some say we're at the end of it. I don't know who said that, but that's what I heard. But regardless to whatever, if you need to make extra money, you need to start now, because what I've done is help people during the holiday season create income and not debts. And what I want to see you do as of today going forward is to create income and not debts, right? I want you counting deposits, not bills. Now, that's a money mindset shift, which I made a long time ago. And I need to know that you're on board to do the same. I feel your yeses. I honestly feel your yeses, okay? So let me make sure I'm on point. We talked about money mindset reset. You have to reset your money mindset when it comes to how you handle your finances, right? We get off in the gym, honey, and we get deep with it. Now that you know that you need to mindset shift when it comes to your money, now we working on your money relationship, how you handle your money. What are some of the things that I could do, Nicole, to handle my money differently? Well, I'm glad you asked. I sure do appreciate it. You start by labeling your money, right? What does that mean? I'm glad you asked that question. Y'all been asking some good questions. Y'all was a good, woo, y'all made me drop my fan. You're such a good audience. I want you to label your money. So if you got $500 in your checking account, you need $200 to pay the bills out of the checking account. The $300 needs to go into a savings account, and not just one savings account for your emergency fund, savings account for your holiday fund, savings account for your rainy day fund, savings account for your self-care fund. Whatever those funds are, you need to label them differently. That's good, ain't it? That's good. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I'm going to also give you something else. I want you to go over to girlyourmoneymatters.com, download my free savings guide. It's going to give you 10 tips to help you decrease your expenses and increase your savings. You're welcome. Y'all asked such good questions. I figure I'd give you a gift. Okay. So now that we've talked about mystery shopping and what it is and how to do it, let me give you a few more things about what types of mystery shops are out there. So I have a young lady who likes to travel. And so she tends to like to go to exotic places. Well, pre-pandemic, and I do expect that they will return, there were some places where if she was going through the airport, she could do a mystery shop for some of the stores that were in the airport. She'd go in, she'd make a purchase, she'd evaluate the service, the time, the prices, the staff. She'd write a report from her phone, board her airplane, and that was it. Simple enough, right? Can you do that? There's another type of shop when I told you about a bar shop. Well, yes, I have to spend my money. Okay, so let me help you make sense of this. But this may not be for everyone, but it works for me. All right. And there are quite a few people who like to go to the bars. What kind of bars? I told you y'all asked some good questions. Generally it's a bar shop that's associated with a hotel, the Marriott, one of the major chains. Okay. And what you do is you have a spending allowance. You're going to go sit at the bar. You're going to talk to the bartender. You're going to rate his customer service or hers. You're going to see how they interact with you. And if you order, you're supposed to order a basic drink. Chad, don't start me to calling out no basic drinks. Don't do that. Y'all taking me away. Okay. All right. A basic drink. And then the goal is to see if they offer you top shelf. Okay. Now that's okay. So they offer you top shelf. And now how do they measure it? Do they pour it directly from the bottle? Do they put it in a jogger? What do they do? You got to notate that. Okay, you pay with cash. Part of the roll. How do they handle the cash? Do you get change back? Is it exact change? Do they keep the change and only give you the dollars? Rate the transaction. Okay. Now, not only can I go to the bar shop and get a drink, I also have enough to bring a friend. That sounds like happy hour, right? You was gonna spend the money anyway. Now you done spent the money and somebody's gonna give you the money back plus a little bit more. It's a win-win situation. So you go and have you a few recreational spirits. Okay. Have a good time. Have some laughs with a friend. You go home and you write a report. That's the fun part. What else can you do? I can spend an hour and a half. Okay, so let me give you some strategy. Y'all ready for some strategy? I think you've earned some strategy because you guys have asked great questions and I love it. I love your interaction with me. All right. So, my nursing student who needed to make an extra $400 a month, I sat her down. I showed her how to apartment shop. Okay, apartment shop. And I showed her 3 different locations in which between the 3 of them, she made $375 in a week. She could have added one more, which would have taken her over the top of $400. So that's 1, 2, 3.5. So let's just roughly say about 4 hours for the week to make $400. You got 4 hours to get $400? You don't. So how's that bill gonna get paid? How you gonna buy those? What the song say? Baby need a new pair of shoes. Plus you got light bill due. Come on now. Come on. Come on. I got my purple towel over here. I got my purple towel over here. How you gonna pay the rent? All your money spent. Mystery shopping. Mystery shopping. And the beautiful thing about it is that you can do it Monday through Friday. There are some restrictions that you can't do on the weekend, but there are plenty that you can. And that is what I want to teach. I want to make sure you understand that you can mystery shop your way to more income. Inside the workshop, which I definitely hope that you all will take, join me in there where we focus on creating and generating $1,000 in 30 days. Did you? Yeah. You still there? You okay? You can get up off the floor. Yes, you can. From the comfort of your own home, you can generate $1,000 in 30 days with mystery shopping. I told you I did not come to play with you. I came to help you win. Let me tell you what the strategies have helped people do. So one of the young ladies who started, she saved enough money in a 6-month time to help increase her down payment to buy her first home. Another young lady was out of work for 3 months. She had been saving change every Friday for multiple years, that when her son got sick and she had to take a leave of absence, she was able to keep her job, but she wasn't getting paid for that time off. She turned in that change. It paid her bills for 3 months. When I tell you that what I teach you will change your life for the better, it will change your finances. It will help you develop new strategies so that you can pay down debt. My favorite, well, I can't say I have a favorite. One of my favorites, very seasoned lady, Miss Cynthia. Love her dearly. She came to me 2 years before she was ready to retire from the federal government. She stopped me in the hall and said, "Hey, I need to talk to you. I've been following you for some time." I was like, "What's your name?" She said, I know, okay. I see you in the group. I didn't know you worked here. Been following me for a long time. Never said anything to me in person. Started implementing strategies. She was like, Nicole, listen, I got 2 years before I retire. I've never saved a dime in my life. And I'm retiring from a good government job. I need help. The strategy, the mindset shift, the following, the obedience that she did for the next 2 years allowed her to retire debt free. Boom! Transformation. But here's the more encouraging part. Her daughter said, Mama, you ain't never really saved money for real. I bet you $100 you ain't gonna be able to do it. Say it be your own kind. But you know what? That was her motivation. So not only am I debt free, I got some money in the bank and I got your extra $100. Perspective. Mystery shopping is so versatile. Listen, I live in Dallas. When I travel to Chicago, I can mystery shop from the same account in Chicago. Listen, I don't want to pay all that money for that extra stuff up there. Let me do a few mystery shops while I'm there, make a few coins, get paid for these shops. That money will be back in my account by the time I get home. Perspective. Mystery shopping can change your life. Having the know-how and the strategy will change your life. Okay? So I've given you the money mindset discussion. I'm checking off my notes, right? I'm making a list. I'm checking it 2-3 times. I've given you the idea of how to create more money. Okay? And I'm going to stop there because I want to talk about some of the things that people have said to me over the years as I've been teaching this. And one of the things most recently said was, I've known people doing mystery shopping for years. I never dreamed that there was somebody out there teaching them the right way to do it. And that is what I am. I'm your teacher. I'm your online coach. I'm going to make sure that you know how to do it, because when I was trying to get that house and they told me what I needed to do, but they never taught me how to do it, that was a horrible feeling. And I'm not going to let you leave here with a horrible feeling. I want you to leave here inspired and motivated, knowing that if you will trust in yourself enough to do something differently, you can accomplish those goals and dreams. See, I told you, I asked you, if money were not a factor, what would you do for your family? See, when somebody posed that question to me, I wanted to make sure that my grandson never understood what student loan debt was, because grandma set up a fund for me and my college tuition is paid. Can mystery shopping do that? If you work it right, if you stay dedicated to it, it absolutely can. I have watched people, and as a business owner who paid people to do mystery shopping, I've cut checks with commas in them. Okay, 5,000, 6,000, 8,000. I used to ask them, when do you sleep? I'll sleep when this drive is over. Because see, this money that I make this month is going to carry me for 3 months. That's some perspective for you. So now I'm going to pose another question to you. See, I wanted to know, what would you do for your family if money were not a factor? Here's my other question. Are you willing to do it? Yes, I'm getting all in your business. I really am. But that's because here in the gym, I told you we get deep with it. See, making more money is one part. Knowing what to do with the money once you make it is the other part. See, I don't want to help you make more money so you can shop more. I want to help you make more money so that you can start paying off that debt, paying off those cars, buying the home and then paying it off, turning the home into an investment, making sure you get more bang for your buck, making sure that every time you decide you want to go on a vacation, you're not leaving the light bill unpaid or the car note unpaid, and you got to deal with that when you come back. I want you to be in a position to be able to take 10 people on vacation and you foot the bill. That's what I said. So that's a money mindset, not just about making more money, because we can all do that at one point or not. Are you willing to do what it takes? That means somebody looked at me and told me, Nicole, I see that you are willing to do things differently. Yes, I am. And not just do things differently. I'm here to give a hand up to help other people do things differently. Because there was a time when somebody said what I can't have. Whitney Houston song, Tell Me No. Oh, baby, that is my theme song. Tell me no, and I'll show you I can. But blessings are meant to be shared. I want to talk about some mindset again, and then we'll talk some more about how you mystery shop your way to more income. But let's get to the mindset. I tell my community members all the time, I want to be Warren Buffett and Oprah Winfrey rich. Not just the rich in the dollars. Like Oprah walks in a room and Warren Buffett could be in that same room. And she'll wave and say, hey, and he wave and say, hey. And guess what? They both rich at the top. It's plenty of room. Nothing he does impacts her. Nothing she does impacts him. They share space. They say hello, and they both go on with their riches. It's enough room at the top for you, and me to all eat. But it's the bottom that's crowded. Down here at the bottom, oh, I'm getting up. Oh, no, you ain't. Oh, she getting up. No, she ain't. The bottom. I'm not trying to stay there. And once I go up, I'm going to reach back and pull somebody else up. Those 200 women, I brought them up. I don't look for accolades or anything. When they get their keys, when they got those keys, a lot of them, Nicole, I need you to FaceTime me. I need you to turn your camera on so you could see me walk through this door, because I couldn't have bought this house without you. That's what I want. That's what I want for you. And that comes from having dedication and saying, okay, I can't do that. I got to let this go. I can't do that. Girl, I can't go out with y'all. I can't spend $80 on Taco Tuesday for them 2 drinks and some tacos that don't even taste good. Now I can spend $30 and we can get together at my house, and you spend $30 and we get together and we make some that, because my tacos taste better anyway. That's money mindset shifting. And if you want to make more money, you got to make more mindset issues disappear. You got to figure out in your mind how you're going to handle your money, because if you can't handle money, making more won't help you. I know y'all didn't come here for this. It's okay. Because over here in the gym, where Girl Your Money Matters, turns things around, because you know what I could do for you? I'm going to let you think for 1 second. I could write your budget for you. I can write it out for you. You give it to me and I can tell you, hey, this is how much you need to pay to this. This is how much you need to pay to this. This is how much you invest here. This is how much you save here. This is how much you stop spending here, blah, 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 blah. And as soon as I slide that budget back to you, if you haven't changed your mindset, you'll be right back in my office in 30 days or less saying, see what had happened was. No. And what I'm not going to do is set you up for failure. So we teach you how to make more income, to give you some relief in the budget, the one that don't exist, but that's okay. Step 1 is to make more money. And then once you make more money, then we start working on how to budget better. And then once you start budgeting better, now we're looking at money success. And that's the goal we're all on. So mystery shopping your way to more income will change your life. The boot camp will change your life. What I have to know from you, or better yet, what you have to know from you. When you schedule yourself to work 4 hours on a Friday night and your girl called, girl, I'm so mad, they done ticked me off. You want to go to the club? You want to go out to eat? Will you say forget the shifts you scheduled for and go eat, spend money that you was already tight with? Or you going to sit there and make money because that's going to get you 10 steps closer to your goal? It's all up to you. This is the one thing that when it comes to how much money you can make, it sits on your shoulders. The choice is yours. I'm here to walk with you. You know, I'm fluffy, so I don't do too much running, but I skip to Malou with you. I'll trot along with you, but I'm not going to drag you to your destiny. I will never drag a person to their destiny. But here, Girl, Your Money Matters, we will celebrate all the small steps that lead to the big steps that lead to the major changes. So mystery shop your way to more income. A 30-day boot camp is a tool to help you really change your money mindset, your relationship with money, how you generate more money, how you then start budgeting better, and then how you start getting on the road to a complete and full transformation in your money relationship, your money goals, and all the things that you need to live a financially free life. So when you think about what it is that you want to do, what you would do if money were no object, how big can you dream? Can you walk into the fancy car dealership and here go my card. I want one red, one blue. Oh, let me go and get the black one. You know, you can never have too much in black. Is that the life you want? Can you turn around and sit down with your children with a portfolio and say, okay, so this is where we have property in the western part of the United States. Okay, and here's our properties over here in the South. Here's our Airbnb portfolio. Here's our actual hotel down in Jamaica. Here is where we own 7 flats over on Santorini, Greece, and actually one more out there in the middle of the ocean in the island. Okay, here's where we own this. Can you do that? Can you dream that big? Can you pass on money for generations to come? Are you willing to make some sacrifice today for the things that you want to have, not just for you, but those you love? Let me say this again. I did not come to play with you. I came to help you win. And I hope that is a good enough foundation for you to come on over to Girl Your Money Matters. You can get the download of the free handout, which is a good start. It's got 10 good tips that you can implement starting today as soon as you download it. But then we go into the workshop, we go into the boot camp, and your life will never be the same. I promise you that. Because I want to be to you what I needed when I was sitting in your shoes. Life hits differently, folks. It hits differently when our finances are in order. Don't believe me? One quick example. Have a car accident. The first thing, or down the road, you're going to say, I got a $500 deductible. I don't have $500 in my savings account. So now I either got to not pay a major bill or 2 or 3 bills, or I got to borrow from mom and them, cousin them. Heck, how am I borrow from them? They always borrow from me. But you don't know how you're going to get your car fixed. And you live in Timbuktu where the buses don't run. And in order for you to get to work, you need your car. And preferably, that's all the deductible you need to worry about. Don't have a hospital bill. You understand? Life hits differently. So if I have an accident and I got to pay that $500 deductible, it's no problem. You know why? Because I have an emergency fund. I have a second fund. I have a hideaway fund. I have an out of sight, out of mind fund. And then I got some change in there that I've been saving for years. And I know it probably is at least $500. So I don't have to worry about a delay in getting my car fixed because the insurance company needs $500. I hope that gives you some perspective on why you need to do something differently with how you handle your money relationship, because your past that formulated your present will affect how you behave in the future. Didn't come to play with you. I came to help you win. And I am the Nicole Johnson, founder and CEO of Girl Your Money Matters, affectionately known as the Gym, where we have all sorts of exercises to help you get financially fit. The 30-day mystery shop your way to more income bootcamp is just the beginning of making the financial changes that you need to live the life that you deserve.
All right, it's Dr. Stephanie Wall here with Dana D. But look, she's going to tell you Danielle to others, but for you all, DD. All right, so Danny, tell the people how you serve the world. Like, how do you serve up success?
I'd like to say, for me, I know the premise is I've made a lot of mistakes in life. So part of the way that I help serve is just to be transparent about certain mistakes that I've made. And hopefully something that I say can touch my audience to where they don't make those same mistakes, or either know how to come out of those same mistakes or similar mistakes. That's how I pretty much see it.
I love that. I love that. What is the title of your keynote? Because you all, the next voice you're going to be hearing is going to be Danny D. So Dan, what is your title?
Ready, set, go. 4 ways to revitalizing your life today.
Ready, set, go. 4 ways to revitalizing your life today. Now, I'm loving this. All right, so give us now, don't give away all the meat and potatoes, but tell us like kind of what the people that's going to be coming into your workshop and your keynote, what can they expect to leave with?
First, leaving with 4 ways to revitalize your life today. I'm hopeful they can do that. And as I said, transparency, letting the audience know that we're the same. We're humans. We go through some of the same challenges, some with more extreme than the others. But at the end of the day, there is a way out. There is a way out. And hopefully something that I'm saying today can change their perspective to see that there's light at the end of the tunnel.
And lastly, so everybody, you know, and even I like to say on my show that I talk about what is the thing that propels you to doing and serving the way that you serve? What is your why?
Man, it was tough. As I kind of say in my speech, you know, I come up from single parent household, having a child early out of wedlock while in college. I know about that, and just the climb to just live day to day can be just challenging, you know? And as you've seen in the news, people are succumbing to that. Some people are feeling like there isn't a way out. This is the end. And that's what, you know, my creator laid on my heart to talk about, is that there is a way out. And I just named 4. There's several, but I just named 4. And hopefully those 4, the audience will be able to cling to and get to the other side, because there is a positive other side.
I love that, Danny D. So listen, you have heard it here. You better come up in there and get those 4 ways. She said it's going to be, there's more than 4. But listen, she's going to give you, you know you're going to leave there with 4. and right now, if you have none, no ways, you're going to leave with 4. 0, 4. 0, 4. Come on, let's do the math. Folks.
Yes.
Let's see you in the room right now. And tell us that title one more time.
Ready, set, go. 4 ways to revitalizing your life today. Get in the room, people. Get in the room.
Come on, see y'all in there. What's what you see?
an anonymous quote in the virtual world that states, "The difference between a try and triumphant is the umph." Hi, I'm Danny D, and today I'm here to talk to you about life. Its trials, its tribulations, its ups, its downs, it's all around, and everything that's in between. You know, when I was in my junior year of college, I became a mom, a single mom. Man, that was tough. That was tough, juggling, sterilizing bottles and studying for my final exam. It was also challenging, just sometimes having to stay up all night long, breaking a fever with my infant, while at the same time studying for an assignment. And to top it all off, I had the nerve to have a tumultuous relationship on my hand that was fueled by domestic violence. Why did I tell you that story? Because I know what it's like to feel pressure. I know what it's like to feel like you're in this hole that you can't get out, you're clawing to get out, feeling dismayed, depressed, not knowing which way to go. I understand that. And some of you do too. You know what it's like to be laid off, to have a bad relationship that you don't know what to do about, not knowing where your next meal is coming from sometimes, or what's happening on your job. But today, I'm going to be your life referee, And I'm going to show you 4 steps to revitalizing your life today. You can do this. Step 1 is to faith it. To faith it. There are plenty of self-help books and plenty of life coaches. You see a life coach for everything: relationship coach, sex coach, math coach, relationship coach, life coach, every type of coach you can think of. But there's nothing like having a coach in your faith. For me, one of the great books that I like to read has a chapter called Genesis, and my favorite chapter is chapter 1, verse 28, where it says, "We were created to rule and to reign on this earth." So having faith in yourself and having faith in your creator is key to revitalizing your life today. Pray, meditate, get centered, and faith it. Step 2, feel it, but don't fear it. What's your it? Is it a job interview? Is it a pending court case? Maybe a divorce? Fill in the blank. Everyone has an it. But as a flag on the play, even though we have our it, you can have negative feelings about negative situations, but feelings are only an indicator of where you are emotionally. It should not be a regulator of your actions. Nelson Mandela once said, "The brave man is not he who does not feel afraid, but who conquers that fear." So feel it, but don't fear it. Step 3, fuel it. Use your why to ignite your smoldering and buried dreams. For me, my daughter was my fuel. Again, I think back to being in college and what a time that was for me. Very challenging, but I knew I couldn't quit. I had someone waiting for me to feed them, to take care of them, to nurture them. And I knew I had to make a life for she and I. I had to keep going no matter what it felt like. Through all the court case battles, domestic violence situations, I had to overcome that. I had to overcome that. I had to keep pressing, keep studying, keep going to class, keep doing what I needed to do, because I knew at the end of all of that, between my try and the triumph, I had to have the umph. So fuel it. I know it seems hard right now. Seems like you can't make it, but use that negative situation to propel yourself forward. And step 4, finish it. Finish it. Distractions are a ploy to get us off track. I want you to imagine a train headed towards its destination, going 155 miles per hour. And all of a sudden, it derails or gets off track, distracted. And what normally happens with that is people are injured or even killed. That's a tragedy, isn't it? It's also a tragedy when we allow our negative circumstances to distract us. And sometimes it's not negative. Maybe it's social media. So I ask you today, what's your distraction? What is distracting you from what your Creator has called you to do in this life on earth? Is it social media? Is it an addiction? Is it fear? Is it insecurities? Is it the opinions of others? Is it unpreparedness? What is your distraction? And when you think about that distraction, I'm calling you to remove that distraction because we've got to finish. You have to remove all distractions in order to finish the assignment your Creator has given you. So again, I am telling you the 4 steps that not only I feel are vital, these are actually 4 steps that I have used to revitalize my own life. And I say them again. Step 1, faith it. Step 2, feel it, but don't fear it. Step 3, fuel it. And step 4, finish it. And now that you know that you were created to rule on this earth and to reign, and you also have the steps to revitalize your life today, you should be able to endure whatever comes your way and be able to bounce back better. I'm challenging you to use those steps to revitalize your life today.
It is Dr. Stephanie Wall here with Jacqueline Claude.
Hi.
I told her all I had. Jacqueline, tell the people what you got for us in French, Jacqueline.
Oui, oui, monsieur.
Yeah, oui, oui, monsieur. And all I got is bonjour. So the two of us together sound like we got it together.
Yes.
OMG. Well, Jacqueline Claude, tell the people how you serve, who you serve, and how you help people to succeed.
Yes. Well, my name is Jacqueline Claude. I have been a registered nurse for 20 years. So that right there should tell you who I am and what I do. I'm a servant leader. I've currently been in nursing leadership for the last 12 years. And I also have a desire to serve those that are in need of being healed, in need of being, I would say, delivered from themselves. One of my obstacles has been was overcoming myself. What I mean by that, overcoming the self-sabotaging of, oh, somebody can probably do it better than me, or I don't really look right when I go on video, or, my mouth is crooked. Just beating myself up And I had to place myself in environments where I had to begin to believe in myself and build that confidence. And once I began to build that confidence, the last 20 years has been blessings and whirlwinds. But even in the whirlwinds, I have learned that the best soldier is tried in the fire. Because when you come out with that fire and you don't look like what you've been through, then you can go and heal other people. So that is where I'm at in my life. I've been through a lot. Both of my parents are deceased. My brother was murdered when I was 16 years old. I attempted to commit suicide, but the Lord said no. He spared my life. And here I am, 20 some years later, telling my story. You can be healed, you can be made whole. You don't have to die, you don't have to stay in a situation that you're in. Success is knocking at your door, only if you can believe that you have the power within. So what do I bring? I come to give you what you need. I come to snatch your soul. I come to say, hey, let's heal together. Let's create a safe space. I don't come with no funny story or nothing glamorous. I come with the real. As you can see, I'm a nurse that comes to help you heal.
Girl, you're not going to come here and tear the bricks off the wall on this interview. I love it, Jacqueline.
Yes.
Listen, let me tell you, I love that you're a nurse. I love that you're a woman of faith. I love that you're here to heal. But I want you, and you didn't already told them what they're coming to get, but I want you to tell them, for those folks that say, okay, I hear you.
Okay.
But I want you to, for those, who are the people? Are the people that need to be in the room?
The people that need to be in the room is any gender. It's not just, we always focus on the women, but we leave the men out. And they crying on the inside, trying to be this strong man. You wonder why he running the house acting crazy, because he haven't released his pain or released his hurt. Those are the people that I'm looking for. I'm looking for the broken people that have potential, but that potential just haven't been tapped in. What do I provide? I provide one-on-one coaching sessions. I have my consulting business, which is Serenity Nursing Consultant. I also have a nonprofit called Faith That Heals. I'm in the process of rebranding myself under Jackie Inc., under one incorporation, bridging two together. I recently released a book with my sister. It's called Prayer Time, The Chronicles of a Mother Devotions Towards the Inner Life. We actually took my mother's devotions and recreated a book out of it. Also in the process of developing websites. So those are the people I want in the room. I want to help you heal before you start on your success journey, because you can't be a true leader if you haven't been broken and you don't know how to interact with your clients. So you should be able to know how to interact with your clients regardless of the income, because you want to build those lasting relationships. So those are the people that I want in the room, the broken hearted and the ones that have the potential, because I'm here, like I said before, to give you what you need so you can be transformed into a servant leader like myself.
I love that. I love that. Okay. And final question. What is the title of your talk?
So the title of my talk is I Became What I Couldn't Forgive. And the workshop is I Am Healed and I Am Restored. So I hope you join me and learn more about what I couldn't forgive and how I healed after that.
Well, enough said. The next voice that you will be hearing will be Jacqueline Claude. You'll hear her keynote. Start there and work your way to the workshop. This is going to be some good stuff. And she already told you why. You don't need to hear nothing else from me. She's already snatched you. She has snatched you in. All right. So, Jacqueline, I see you in your keynote. I see you in the workshop. You guys, it's been amazing. Check it out. You don't want to miss this. This is going to be
Thank you. Welcome to my creative space, a space of comfort, hope, and healing. My name is Jacqueline Claude. I'm a faith nurse, community nurse, coach, mentor, author, and speaker. I'm here today. You're here with me in this space, and we're going to talk about I became what I couldn't forgive. Once again, thank you for joining me for this great event. During this time, we're going to learn about the power of forgiveness. Some of the goals that I pray that you will receive from my story, my journey, is learning how to grieve. Everyone doesn't grieve the same way. Learning how to have a mental vacation. Have you ever heard someone say, I need a mental day? That's real. Mental health leads to good health. And then next, learning how to journal your thoughts. Writing is a very effective way in dealing with grief. So once again, welcome to I Became What I Couldn't Forgive. Have you ever heard that before? Have you ever heard someone ever say, I became what I couldn't forgive? Well, it's actually true. So here's my story. I was born December 30th, 1977, to Mary and Frank Daniel Claude in Suffolk, Virginia. Oh, let me add, I was number 18. Yes, can you believe it? 18 children. Yep, I'm the baby. I was born to them, a bouncing bundle of joy. Well, as I came into life, I came behind my brother who had a twin sister who died at birth. Then later on in life, led us to just 17. After my brother got killed, led us to 16 children living. I'm still the baby, which I don't like that saying because I'm older now, but I'm the baby. Even though I was that bundle of joy, that bundle of joy began to grow up in life. At the age of 10 years old, my father passed. There was no more a bundle of joy because at that moment, I felt like what I was going to do. I didn't have my protector here with me anymore. How could he leave me? You know, I never had the opportunity to go to the hospital to visit him because they told us being little, oh no, it's not a place for you. Wait, you'll see him when he come home. But guess what? He never came home. I grew up hating the fact that, hey, my dad left me. Didn't have that many memories. The only memories that I had was seeing him being abusive to my mom. Yep. Some memories of him having a red truck, but he didn't like the color red. So one day my mom decides to buy a dress to celebrate the anniversary, and it happened to be a red dress. I don't think that was a good idea. But at that time, my mom wanted to do something nice for my father, to surprise him, to get dressed. But when he came home from work, a long day of work, it was only but 4 children living at the house at a particular time, because I know some are thinking, wow, that's a lot of children. You're right, it was. My father was a hard worker, he was a provider, and my mom was an amazing mother, an amazing housewife. So he comes home and my mom is getting ready, thinking, hey, we're gonna have a great dinner, we're gonna celebrate our anniversary. That color red did something to my father. It turned him into a different man. He became out of this angry man, started hollering at my mother, started fussing. And I'm standing there as a little child looking up at him, like thinking to myself, Dad, really? How could you be upset because mom wanted to do something nice for you? Oh, but I forgot. It was a red dress. He didn't like the color red, but he had a red truck. Needless to say, that was just one of many occasions that he was verbally abusive to my mom. And there were times that he was physical abusive. So when he passed and at his funeral, I told myself, I'm not gonna cry. He left me. And not only did he leave me, he left me with the hurt of seeing how he treated my mother. So I didn't cry. So I grew up in life hating my father. Yep. And I know some of you might be able to relate. There might be someone that you hate, and maybe you've gotten over it. But I actually hated my father. It wasn't later into life, as I developed a relationship with God, that I really found out I hate my father. How did I find that out? I found that out through, we would have conversations or family events, and I would hear my brothers talk about my dad, and I would get angry because I'm like, they don't remember how he treated mom. So am I the only one who remember? Maybe they remember it and maybe they just didn't want to share because they weren't ready to deal with that. But for me, I remembered those memories. Seeing my mom hurting and crying. I was her best friend. Remember, I'm the baby, the only one left at home. Whenever my mom would walk around the house, I'd be there with her. I became her confidant, like her friend. So those moments stuck with me. So as I grew up later on in life and having gone through failed relationships and not realizing that what I went through as a child was trauma, it was traumatic. So I became what I didn't have anymore. I didn't have that protection. I didn't have that provider that a father gives. I became that angry person when my mom bought that red dress and my father seen that color red and it turned him into a different person. I became that. The very thing, the very person that I said I didn't love. So I thought. Because that anger that was there was clouding my judgment, was clouding my thoughts. It was clouding the goodness of my father. I only had him for 10 years, whereas the majority of my brothers and sisters, they had my father for the entire adulthood of their life. They had my father for the entire adulthood of their children. That is something that I would never have growing up. I'm now 44 years old. So as I look back on that time, you might ask, but do you still hate your father? Glad you asked and glad you thought that. So one of the objectives was learning how to grieve. I didn't really learn how to grieve until I really developed a relationship with God. And one day while I was on a travel assignment in Rochester, New York, it was about 17 years later, I think it was about 27. And I was sitting on my bed and I heard the Lord speak to me that I needed to forgive my father. Of course, I'm having this conversation. I'm like, Lord, how do I forgive my father? He's deceased. Like, how do you do that? Because I never heard that conversation. I never heard that action being done. And the Lord said, just ask me. Ask me to release you from that hurt, from that anger, from that bitterness. Don't you know at that moment when I asked God to forgive me for hating my father, me even saying, Dad, I forgive you how you treated my mother, how you treated your wife. Do you know at that moment, I was released from the anger, the hurt, the bitterness. Do you also know that at that moment, I realized why I had failed relationships? Because I became what I couldn't forgive. In relationships, I became what you would say the man in the relationship, meaning the go-getter, being assertive, always taking the initiative. Oh, I can make the appointment for the date, or I can buy this, and not allowing the man to, as we would say, growing up in traditional way, of taking the lead because I took that. And I was very aggressive, not realizing I was aggressive because I was still grieving the loss of my father, but I wasn't grieving effectively and correctly because I hadn't dealt with the anger and the hurt. But when the Lord allowed me to realize I needed to forgive my father so that I could move forward, that is when I released the hurt. And I began to, as you would say, have a mental vacation. I took time to myself. I took time to reflect. And I began to write down my thoughts. And over time, journaling, it really helped me to house my thoughts, collect my thoughts together. And that became my safe space where I could write my thoughts. Whatever it was, I would journal my thoughts. So looking back now, so when we have family get-togethers, when I hear different ones talk about my father, I don't become angry. I don't become upset. I smile, and I also inject the memories that I didn't realize that I had. One of my fondest memories is my father promising to take me to McDonald's for my birthday. After he had taken my mom to the grocery store, he did just that. I remember where we sat. He took me to the McDonald's on Holland Road in Suffolk, Virginia. I sat towards the back. My dad sat in front of me. The table was to the back of the store towards the left. And he always sat facing the door because why? He was my protector. And I remember he sat there and we laughed and we talked. I didn't realize that would be the last time that I would have that moment. Oh, did I also tell you that I never really told my father that I love him? So remember I said I became what I couldn't forgive. So I found myself in relationships, but I wasn't being a loving person because I never really loved like I should have because I grew up angry. But it wasn't until my walk and my faith in God that I learned how to identify the pain, to release the pain, and then allow God to fresh me, anoint me with the dreams, with the memories. They was there the whole time. My judgment was just cloudy by the unforgiveness that I had. Can you relate to that? Maybe you can. And that's why you're here today. So you can release your hurt and you can release your unforgiveness. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you for this time to hear my story. I pray that this has been a comforting and a safe space for you. And I pray that you too, at some point, will release any unforgiveness, any pain or any bitterness that you have to someone, whether they are alive or deceased, because you owe that to yourself. You have power over you. So remember, you want to identify the pain. You want to begin to have a mental vacation, take days where you just mentally prepare yourself. You do self-care. You journal your thoughts. You create your safe space. Thank you. Once again, I'm Jacqueline Claude, nurse leader, author, mentor, speaker, coach. I became what I couldn't forgive. If you want to connect with me, you can reach me at serenitynurseconsultant@gmail.com. Serenitynurseconsultant@gmail.com. Once again, you can reach me at serenitynurseconsultant@gmail.com. Have a blessed day, and remember, release the hurt, release the pain, so you can become a new you. Thank you for joining. Hello, and welcome to today's workshop titled, I Am Healed, I Am Restored. I will be your facilitator. My name is Jacqueline Claude. I am a nurse leader, author, speaker, mentor, and coach. And today, our workshop will be on learning how to forgive and how to navigate the muddy waters of forgiveness. Because hey, everybody doesn't always breathe the same. So it always works when you got a plan. So let's get started in our safe space of comfort, hope, and healing. So welcome to I Am Restored. So are you ready to unlock your role of forgiveness? Are you ready to be healed? Wherever you are, you're in the right place. I am healed, I am restored is an interactive workshop that will show you how to use the power of forgiveness to free yourself from pain, anger, and resentment. So remember, are you ready to unlock the power of forgiveness? So can you imagine yourself being that giant that's sleeping and you're standing there and you're looking, how do I unlock the power of forgiveness? Well, you come to the right place. So as we delve into this, like I said before, the workshop is going to focus on using the healing power of forgiveness to free yourself from pain, anger, and resentment. The workshop is going to take on an intimate journey towards self-acceptance and peace of mind through carefully activities that we will have immersed in this workshop, and to help you to understand how you can forgive yourself and how it can lead to a more meaningful life. So remember, you can forgive yourself and you can forgive others, even if that person is not in your immediate space, or if that person is deceased, you can still forgive. So you're going to learn practical tools for living in the present moment, while also gaining insight into understanding why it's important to forgive those who have hurt you in the past. Because when you can't forgive those who have hurted you, you're actually blocking your blessings. So when you release those burdens, you can live with greater compassion for yourselves and those around you. So, hey, let's get started. So our first section, we're going to talk about beauty for ashes. In the Bible, the Lord speaks to us and it reminds us that to give him a sacrifice, to give him an altar where you lay your pain down and you're trusting God as you lay your pain down at his feet. He then takes that pain and he turns it into beauty. Exactly how does that happen? So if you can write in the chat, what does ashes for beauty means to you? Whatever word comes to your mind, just write it down. So remember, this is an interactive workshop. So the more you put in, the more you're going to get out. Because journaling and writing your thoughts helps you, because we want to take away from the workshop tools that you can use. All right, so I see some answers are being written down and different thoughts are coming to your mind, and freedom, feeling whole. Those are great answers. And I want you to keep that in mind, because those feelings of freedom and wholeness are now going to become your safe space. So when you're creating a safe space, it can be mentally, it can be in a physical space. Like for me in my house, I have a safe space. I call it my blue room. Do you know blue is a relaxing color? Just like I have one today. And just like it says, sometimes dreams are wiser than being awake. So those are those mental vacations that we can take, that we can provide ourselves, because a mind needs to power down. It needs to reset. It needs to be recharged, so you can begin to process your day-to-day actions. So as we move on and we think about the mental vacation, what does it mean to you to forgive? All right, so we're just going to take some time. So if you could just write it in the chat, what does it mean to forgive? And while you write your answers down in the chat, I'm just going to go on. To forgive someone basically is releasing, like I said before, whatever burden, whatever hurt it is. And sometimes you don't even realize that you haven't forgiven someone. A way that you can realize that you haven't forgiven someone is maybe you're in a conversation and that person names come up, or you're around that person and it's difficult for you to look at them. Or if you hear their name, you might become angry or might become resentful or become disengaged. Do you know that you could be in a setting and not even be engaged? You know, they always teach us, to give good eye contact, have good posture when you're sitting up, because those are all signs of being engaged. Someone says something that you enjoy and it resonates with you, you begin to nod your head. But have you ever been in a space where you felt so out of place? Like, why am I here? Because that thing or that thought or that person is there that you haven't forgiven. It could be years. And that person come back around you and you realize, I haven't forgiven this person. You know exactly why. So that's why we're here today to process through learning how to take to be forgiven, because sometimes we need to forgive ourselves. A lot of times in life, we all make mistakes. We're human. That's life. But sometimes we might make, I don't know, obstacles or tragedies per se. And you go on in life and you never forgive yourself. And the way that you know that you haven't forgiven yourself is you will avoid that thing that has caused you some type of grief. So remember I said before, when you haven't forgiven someone, you will avoid that person. Or if you are in their environment, you become disengaged. Same thing with yourself. The same type of action, same type of emotions. Do you realize that those actions, even though you're not outright doing something, but they're verbal, your nonverbal actions, do you realize that that is affecting your mental health? That's affecting, so say it with me again. It is affecting my mental health. To have good health, you have to be mentally sound. What does that mean? Meaning that the brain releases different type of what we call hormones. If you're feeling happy, you have different hormones. You're feeling sad. So think about it if you're feeling angry, or you're upset, or you stress. Well, guess what? Those are hormones that your body release, and we recognize it as stress. Anger makes you not want to eat, or being disengaged, you don't want to be bothered. So now you causing undue stress on the body. And that undue stress releases toxins that harms the body. So you ever heard someone say, oh, I just don't feel like eating, or they might say they have like an ulcer. Now, some ulcers, do come from medicine, but you do have ulcers that come from stress. That right there is beginning to harm your body. And this is all working internally. And so if we back it on up, because we haven't forgiven someone or yourself or that thing, it is now causing harm to you. Not so much to that other person or to that thing, but it's causing harm to you. Now, is that a way that you want to live your life? Constantly sick, not eating right? Is that a way that you will want to live? So that's why we're here today, giving those ashes unto God for beauty, because he then in turn takes those ashes and give them back to you as beauty. He gives you the mindset and the understanding to know, I have a situation before me. No, I don't like it. So you take it in prayer, or as I say, a mental vacation, because we all deserve a mental day or mental two. Sometimes you might find yourself just drifting off and just pondering and thinking about something. That's probably good to just walk away so you can get your thoughts together, so you can gather your mind. Or just say, the joy of the Lord is my strength, Nehemiah 8:10, the King James Version, if you have one. If not, it's a great proverb, it's a great verse to remember. The joy of the Lord is my strength. If you had to say different mantras or different affirmations as you see before you, sometimes your dreams are wiser than waking. So is this resonating with you? Have you found or realized that you haven't forgiven someone, or maybe you haven't forgiven yourself? So as we go throughout this presentation, I want you to think about, what ashes can I give unto God so that I may receive beauty? So this is a great quote that I love from Gustave Hardebut, as a French novelist. And it says, there's not a particle of life which does not bear poetry within it. Poetry is like music to the soul. It's like music to the body. You know, if you ever think about if you play a song that you really like, you really enjoy, you start to bob in your head, you're like, oh, that's my song. And guess what? At that moment, you don't forget about what made you upset. You ever notice sometimes you get upset or you don't want to be bothered, you oh, I want to go out, or you want to put on music. Music therapy is excellent because guess why? It's helping the brain to reset. It's helping the body to soothe and to relax itself. That's poetry within. Because why? We heal from within before we heal on the outside. When your inside is healed and made whole, then you can begin to take care of the matters of the heart. So whatever song that you might like, create now that we have phones, iTunes playlist, create that. I know that's what I do, you know, certain moments, or even if you're just feeling sad, it might not even have anything to do with being unforgiven. But still, we want to deal with those emotions because they come from somewhere. And we have the authority and the power to control our emotions. When you allow what someone else do to you, that means that they have control over you because you're the captain of your ship. You control that. Why? Because why? You want to be a better person. You want to have a meaningful life because we're all given purpose. We're all given purpose in life to do something great, something magnificent. And so we look back and we investigate how to make peace with our past, how to free ourselves from guilt and the shame, and create a more positive future for ourselves. And so just being within part of that and just understanding that I have the authority to create my safe space. I have the authority to create my wholeness. I'm hurting, but God, I come to you with everything that I have. Help to show me how to navigate these murky waters because I want to give my ashes unto you because I don't want to keep carrying them because I want to be a positive example unto others. And so as we get ready to wrap up our first session, y'all get a 5-minute break. I just want you to remember before we go into section 2, we're going to pause right here. I'm just going to wrap up. But I just want you to take away from section 1 is giving God your ashes for beauty. First, knowing what is forgiveness. What does that mean to you? And also looking back, what does ashes for beauty mean to you? So I pray that throughout this first section of the workshop, you have written down some of your thoughts because those thoughts later are going to help to build your story. Yeah. So you came to this workshop, not just to hear me, but you came to this workshop to be transformed by the renewing of your mind. You came to this workshop to be healed and to be restored. So as we get ready to pause for a 5-minute break, I look forward to y'all coming back as we resume with section 2 on acceptance. We're going to explore those feelings of anger. We're going to explore those feelings of fear and hurt. Because we're going to talk about fear, because we talk about anger, we talk about hurt. But a lot of times when you're fearful, you would do certain things. That fight or flight, that's a real common syndrome. And so our last takeaway from section 1 is we want to manage those feelings because if those feelings are left uncontrolled, it causes stress on the body, which causes harm to the body, which impacts the mental state. And remember, in order to have good health, you have to have a good mental state. So thank you for joining me for the first part of this section. I am healed. I am restored. See you back in 5 minutes. Thank you. All right. So the timer is on the screen to let you know we have 4 minutes and 32 seconds. If you need to get something to refresh yourself, you can. All right, we have 1 minute and 32 seconds to return back to our creative spaces. All right, we winding down. Got 35 more seconds. All righty, everyone. Thank you for returning back to your safe space. And we're going to get ready to resume the second portion of the workshop. As I said before we went on break, we was talking about what did Ashes for Beauty mean to you and what does forgiveness mean? And have you forgiven yourself of something? So I hope that you have been writing notes down. Thank you for the comments so far in the chat. Thank you for those that said it's a great presentation. So I'm glad that you're enjoying this. So next we come into the acceptance phase, as we learning how to forgive ourselves as we forgive others. And we want to explore our feelings of anger, fear, and hurt. So why is acceptance important when forgiving? All right, see some good comments. Because you have to accept that a situation happened. A lot of times people want to feel validated of their hurt. Whether or not you agree with it, that person just want to feel validated that this pain that I have is real. This situation is real. So that's the acceptance of the situation. So once you accept that I have this situation, now you can say, okay, I want to move beyond this hurt. I want to move beyond this pain. And I want to come into the phase of forgiving, also known as releasing. So say that with me. Forgiving is releasing. So that is an amazing feeling. So I love this quote. It says, surely something resides in this heart that is not perishable, and life, hold on, let me go back. And life is more than a dream. So in the previous slide, we've seen early on, we was dealing with those ashes and we weren't just ready to let go of them ashes, because some people can hold on for something for 30 years. Sometimes we feel like if I just stay asleep, it's better than waking up, because we all have been in that situation. But now we have moved into the acceptance phase through prayer, through a supportive group, through a peer-to-peer support, or even if you decided to get counseling, which is highly recommended. There's help out there. So now you're there in the acceptance phase of realizing surely something resides in this heart that is not perishable, and life is more than a dream, because life is a gift with so many stories to be told. So we got the life moment, we got the gift moments. So how does acceptance look like in practice? So if I'm accepting a situation, how does that actually look in my practice? That's a reflection thought. I would like for you, those that are still with us, if you can write those down. Because now that we know what forgiveness means, we know what ashes for beauty mean, meaning that we're giving our hurt and our pain to God to heal us, to deliver us through whatever faith that you may have. Now we have begun to move into the acceptance phase, knowing that we now want to apply this practice to our life. And as Maya Angelou shared with us, letting us know that if you're always trying to be normal, you will never know how amazing you can be. And I love that, because just to hear someone say to you, you're amazing, or have an amazing day, that right there just gets you bubbling on the inside. It makes you feel good. So remember I told you those hormones, those happy hormones. When somebody say those positive affirmations, it really does something to the body, to the heart. You never know how amazing you can be if you choose not to forgive. You would never know how amazing you can be if you choose to intentionally hold on to hurt. You would never know how amazing you can be if you never forgive yourself. So just like amazing, you want to be powerful. And in being powerful, it's knowing how to release. So now we going through the acceptance phase. So someone might say, what? Well, actually, how do I written down everything that you have been speaking of. So what I do with it now. So now we're going to get into the framework of taking everything you have been writing down, acknowledging the hurt, acknowledging the pain, realizing that I want to do something with it because I want to be amazing and I want to be powerful. So forgiveness heals us all. It heals the person. It heals the sender, receiver. And guess what? It heals other people around you because you're no longer being a negative nanny, as we say. You're no longer being that angry person because your energy projects on other people when you begin to say, I'm going to take my power back and I'm going to choose to heal. So in section 3, we're going to talk about forgiveness heals all. We're going to discuss how forgiveness can heal ourselves, like I said, and those that are around us, understanding the power of unconditional love, because that is how God loves us, unconditionally. He loves us. Once again, there's that beauty, like I told you, seeing the beauty and taking responsibility for our actions. So I challenge each one of you to use this affirmation of you and I are free. Something like you and I, TY, but it's not. You and I are free, which means to understand the problem or the pain, to identify a plan to overcome the hurt or pain, relating your pain to an issue that is causing you to be unforgiven, and freeing yourself to forgive. Just think about it. If you never release, you would delay receiving your divine assignment. You will continue to live in the spin cycle of life. So I'm going to give you some time so as we really delve into the framework, as I said before, of you and I are free. So now we're going to put this into practice as we learned previously of accepting. So the framework to becoming I am healed, I am restored, begins with you and I are free. Understand. We want to understand that we're all human and we make mistakes. That's part of life. No one is perfect. When you begin to understand that we make mistakes, you won't be so hard on yourself or be so hard on others. Because sometimes somebody can make a mistake and it's not intentional. So we have to identify is what this person, is it intentional or is it malicious? Then you want to identify the hurt that was caused. It could be years ago. So remember I said previously, if someone does something to you and you just happen to be around that person, it could be 30 years later. If you get angry with them, you might still have some unforgiveness. If you can't look at them face to face, if you can't be around them, that's unforgiveness. And that's not loving unconditionally. Because why? God is love. He's all powerful and all knowing. Relate to the person who caused a hurt by putting yourself in their shoes. Sometimes that seems hard to do, but that's the better person. That's that maturity setting in. When you can put yourself in somebody else's shoes and understand, maybe they didn't mean it. Maybe it was a mistake. Or maybe it was malicious. But you still have that right to forgive them, to release yourself from those burdens. Because bitterness can lead to heart problems. There's research out there. That's why, once again, good health means that I have a good, stable, and I'm mentally sound. Because love flows. It's just like watering a plant. If you put water, the plant will grow. If you don't give water, the plant won't grow. That's just like life. And then once you have understood that we're all humans, once you have identified the hurt was caused, and once you can relate to the person who caused the hurt, now you're free to forgive. So free to forgive means letting go of anger, resentment, and bitterness. Because like I said, they house other irrational components of life that causes harm to the body internally and then externally and to those that are around us. We want to be change agents. We want to transform our lives for the better, for the greater good, to fulfill our purpose and our mission in life. You want to begin to express your own feelings honestly and compassionately. You want to accept that you're both worthy of healing and restoration. You want to maximize the potential for a positive outcome by being patient, understanding, open-minded. Because how you treat someone else is going to come back to you. And you owe that to yourself, to be amazing and to be powerful. Because why? You and I are free. You want to embrace that each person has a unique journey to go through in order to heal and restore themselves. You want to let go of expectations. You want to focus on healing yourself while offering support and encouragement to the other party involved. Heal any trauma associated with the hurtful incident so you can move forward with the peace and positivity in your heart. Allow yourself to feel safe again as you slowly rebuild the trust with those that are around you. And remember, stay focused on what matters most, your well-being and growth. So as we begin to wrap up our workshop, what we learn becomes part of who we are. That is that acceptance phase. So remember, be gentle with yourself during this journey, as it is not always easy to move forward after hurtful experiences have taken place. Make sure to seek out support from friends, family, or professionals if needed. Allow time for healing and give yourself permission to take the necessary steps towards becoming I am healed, I am restored ultimately. So thank you for joining. Thank you for being a part of I Am Healed, I Am Restored workshop, The Power of Forgiveness. I am Jacqueline Cloyd, your speaker, your author, your motivator, your nurse leader. Thank you for joining. And so before I leave, I just want to say thank you for joining this workshop. Thank you for joining our journey towards healing and wholeness. Together, we can open the door to lasting transformation. And as part of attending the presentation, I would like for you to download your free gift under icare.com. I can forgive.com. As you can see to the right, you want to make sure you download on that. Also, I'd like to share, I would like for you to get your copy of Prayer Time. As I said before, I'm an author. My sister and I have co-authored a book together. It's titled Chronicles of a Mother's Devotion Towards the End of Life. You can purchase your book of Prayer Time on Amazon or Barnes & Nobles. And also, don't forget, download your free gift of Endure the Process. The outcome is far greater than pain on www.icanforgive.com. And if you want to keep in contact with me, I hope you will, so we can build further and develop other lasting professional relationships. You can contact the speaker at serenitynurseconsultant@gmail.com. Also visit website at www.faiththatheals.org. Once again, Jacqueline Claude, thank you for joining. I am healed, I am restored. Remember, you and I are free to forgive. Thank you.
Ooh, you all, day 3 has been so juicy. What an incredible journey that this has been, you guys. You all, we've achieved so much over the past 3 days, and I couldn't be more proud. Today has been about taking the steps needed to reach our goals and being empowered to go after what it is we want in life. Don't forget to take the lessons of this event. These lessons, take them with you. They will be invaluable on the journey towards success. Ooh, I gotta fan myself, y'all. It's been so good. It's been what? Fire. Thank you for joining us today and being a part of this incredible success journey. Let's make sure to take full advantage of all the opportunities that this event has provided. Don't forget to say it, believe it, and do it. Say it, believe it, and do it. All right, you guys, it has been my pleasure to serve as your host. And I am who? Dr. Stephanie Wall, the Tower of power. It's been amazing. Take what you have. Don't just throw it away. Listen, it's time to implement. All right, Success 23. It's been cool.